Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku feared his own quirk and became the pyrophobic hero. Here is short summary. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm scared of my quirk. Scarred and scared, yet still wanting to help others even with a crippling fear of flames. Will Izuku sucked? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm scared of my quirk. This was his first time here, a Quirk's anonymous meeting at Mufasta City Center. Hi, Izuku, the others greeted. He was not the youngest person in the room, thank goodness. There was another boy his age, 10 years old, with gravity-defying blue hair and exhausted-looking eyes. There was also a very tall woman who looked like a green mouse or horse with rabbit ears, a pretty and prim girl with a ponytail and cat-like eyes, a girl with messy green hair and sharp teeth, a man with a scar on his forehead that was 1 second jittery and the next even more confident that Katsuki. And finally, an older boy with a face that reminded him of the old Tintin comics his father read. But even with such a cast, he stood out. Even under the bandages that covered his form, everyone could see he was covered in burns. The host, an older man with a beard, calmly and warmly began to speak. Now, Izuku, here is a safe space. Unless your health is in grave danger, no one will say a word about what is said in this room. We usually go around the room with the newest member last, but if you'd like to begin. Izuku nodded. All eyes were on him, and while they were less judgmental than what he was used to, he wanted this done with sooner rather than later. Before that, he grabbed a cookie and a water bottle, took a deep breath, and began sharing. I guess the easiest way to explain my situation is to say, I'm an early bloomer. Izuku explained, but not exactly in the way you think. I did awaken my quirk at the usual age, but... He paused, half trying to find the words and half pushing down the memories. Izuku, if I may interject, the girl said before gasping. Oh, sorry, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and I'm scared of my quirk. Hi, Momo, the group responded before the host motioned her to continue. If you're not comfortable explaining what happened, this can wait. Thank you, Momo, Izuku said, genuinely meaning it. But this happened years ago and, well, it still hurts, but not as much. He took a bite of his cookie to calm himself and then continued with his story. My quirk, furnace, is basically a very specific, absorption and release, quirk, I can bring. He paused again, downing some water before hurriedly saying, I can take flames into my body and release them with extra strength. He swallowed the rest of his cookie and took a few breaths. The host moved to offer him more water but Izuku gently refused it, finding his words. My mom has a weaker telekinetic quirk and my dad has, breathing a certain element. So, my quirk is a perfect fusion of theirs. The only downside is, when my quirk awoke, my body wasn't ready. Everyone in the room gasped, realizing what was going to be said before Izuku finished. I went into preschool expecting a normal day, hanging out with my friend, who used his quirk a little too close to me. And this quirk of his? The beast woman asked. Explosion by nitroglycerin sweat, Izuku answered. Everyone tensed. My quirk took his explosions in, but my body couldn't handle it and one of the caretakers accidentally used their empowering quirk on us to try and negate the effects, and... Izuku opened his arms, showcasing his bandaged form and the room went silent for a full 2 minutes. And, your friend? The host asked. Katsuki Bakugo. My only friend. What happened was ruled as an accident on his end but the caretaker was fired. What a horrid story. Heck yeah, badass. The jittery man wept then hollered. Jin, what do we do when we want to say something? The host called out, sternly but warm. Sorry, Jin said. You're all thinking it. My name is Jin, and I'm scared of my quirk. I worship it. Hi, Jin, everyone said. Have you used your quirk since then? The host asked. Izuku tensed and shook his head profusely. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks after that, and I can't even see fire on TV without my chest tightening, my head spinning and breathing become harder. At least with this Deternac cooling mummy suit, my burns don't bother me too much. And Dad's at home with us now rather than traveling. My dad was a safety supervisor at Deternac before, now he runs the Mufasta branch. A warm yet small smile crept on Izuku's face. My parents are amazing with all this. Memories filled his head, his mother helping clean up dead, flaky skin and preparing him delicious meals, his father overlooking his nose and applauding his attention for details. Their anime and movie nights, smiles soon covered the others' faces, especially the Tintin-faced boy, who recalled his own father going to such lengths to help him as well. "And how are things for you at school?" the host asked, growing worried when Izuku went silent for a moment. "Fine," the boy hurriedly explained. No one bought that for a second. He'd answered far too quickly, but everyone held their tongues. It was the kid's first night after all. He'd already shared more than they expected. "Thank you for sharing, Izuku," the host said. "You can help yourself to another cookie before we get started." Izuku did just that. By the evening's end, Izuku had learned about his fellow anonymous. The boy his age, Hitoshi, had a brainwashing quirk. Jin had a clone quirk that often confused him, explaining his personality shifts. The first girl, Momo, could create anything she knew the molecular structure of, which learning such was both easy and overwhelming for her. The second girl, Setsuna, could split her body into floating pieces, which she could often control, but the sensation was still scary and spilled her focus, making it hard to direct. The tall woman, Ippon Josei, was less afraid of her quirk, but afraid of how people would react to her due to some past experiences with the creature rejection clan. And finally, the middle school senior, Mirio, had a permeation quirk and was constantly phasing into the ground, often losing his clothes. Izuku sensed a bit of camaraderie in the younger members of the group. They all wanted to become heroes in their own rights. Hero, the most desired job in the world. Free use of your quirk, a cool costume and license to protect civilians and fight villains. Most kids wanted to be this when they grew up, and if your quirk was grand enough, red, flashy, you often were pushed into that life. Izuku had seen this happen to his former friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Everyone claimed he could be the next All Might. And that praise had fed Katsuki's ego to unbearable levels, especially when he often led the teasing of him, the boy whose own quirk hurt him. And the little explosions he used to intimidate Izuku. And the times he and his cronies had pulled away his cool mummy suit so that everyone could see his burns, partly on the orders of the gym coach. It was a pain in the butt to hide the bullying, but his parents were busy enough with him, so he wagered it was worth it. Did Izuku want to be a hero himself? Yes, it had been his dream since toddlerhood, to take away the fears of others, sending villains running as he neared. But that was before he was scarred and his quirk awakened. To say nothing of the trauma. Izuku could no longer watch a grand deal of the hero videos he'd loved as a toddler, due to them having flames or fire, which would remind him of that day in preschool. He couldn't be a hero if he had such a fear, right? To say nothing of his disfigurement. Eventually, the night came to a night and the host bid everyone a goodbye, each of them taking a small bit of cookies, cocoa and water with them for the road. Hisashi Midoriya was waiting for his son outside, worried. His son was a good boy who'd been dealt a cruel hand. He prayed this group would be nicer to him than the last help group he'd signed Izuku up for. Still had to pay back that idiot Miyashita for directing him there. So, you could imagine his relief and joy when his son came to the car with a tired smile and no tears or signs of harm, even wanting to come back next week and telling what he could about the members his age, while still holding back details. Hisashi brought his son into the Midoriya apartment and helped his wife Inko get Izuku get out of his cool mummy suit and into his sleeping sheath suit, which not only soothed his burns and let him down, but lulled him to sleep with white noise. It was an interesting life for the Midoriyas, but it was one they could and would handle. What Izuku didn't know was that one of his fellow Anonymous was the adopted son of an underground hero. An underground hero who taught at UA and often would give what details he could get out of his son to his boss, Principal Nedzu. Aldera Junior High was certainly not the worst school you could go to, but it certainly wasn't the best, at least in the eyes of Izuku Midoriya. The school itself needed a paint job at the very least. There were not enough security cameras or security guards to keep the peace, and the teachers were either apathetic or too scared to act, to say nothing of the students. Izuku had learned to ignore the gasps and the hurrying along whenever he came along. He had also learned to tune out the whispers and jeers long ago. Hey, Deku, except for one, Katsuki Bakugo. Long ago, he and Izuku had been like brothers. Then the accident happened. Now, after such an event, there are two ways a child could take scarring someone with their quirk: understand the need to control the quirk and never have a repeat, or blame the person who got hurt for not being tough enough to handle it. Sadly, the egotistical blonde chose the latter, and several of the dumber boys with small egos, along with many teachers throughout his life, had fed this ego. Izuku found himself being pressed against his locker by one of Bakugo's idiot followers. He never bothered to learn their names. Bakugo said, "Hey, Bernie, least you could do is say hi." The bully smirked. "Easy dude, maybe his hearing's off with all the sizzling his skin is doing." The other followed up, feigning care. What you need, Ka-chan?" Izuku asked. "Nothing your burnt *** can give." Katsuki smirked, slamming his palms repeatedly on the burnt boy's shoulder, in particular one that had been burnt a little more than the rest of the body, making Izuku wince. "Just reminding you your place and all. See you in class." That was a nicer interaction between the two. And believe it or not, Izuku had someone even worse to worry about. The gym teacher, Coach Shimura, was of the Western stereotype: loud, drill sergeant-like mentality. And he did not seem to believe second-degree and third-degree burns were a handicap that required less strenuous gym activities. If anything, he seemed to think Izuku deserved to be put through the ringer. Now, luckily for Izuku, the worst burns were on his hands, third degree, looking more akin to charcoal and red flesh. The only reason they still retained their motor functions and didn't ache was ironically because they had been boosted by the same quirk that scarred the boy. That did not mean that the rest of him was normal: reddened, almost meat-colored skin, black burns around the left side of his mouth and the right side of his lips being teeth surrounded by blackened flesh. Back to the main point, Coach Shimura always singled Izuku out in any sports activity, making him stay late to finish what he called basic work and not at all having anyone go easy on him. To say nothing of what the other boys would do in the locker room, stealing Izuku's cooling mummy suit and playing piggy in the middle with it while jeering at Izuku's condition, sneaking ways to turn up shower water to be hotter than he could handle. And then there was the time they tossed him into the girls' locker room. Hearing the bell ring, Izuku hurriedly grabbed his books and headed to homeroom, mentally prepping for another hellish day. He was not disappointed, sadly. Now I'm supposed to handle out these cats. But screw it, you all want to be heroes, right? The class burst into cheers, the students showing off their quirks freely, except for Izuku, who just kept to himself. At least he would've, if he didn't feel something begin to enter his form. "Sensei, Midoriya is beeping up my flame," a student jeered, startling the boy, who fell out of his chair before briefly glowing, the flame escaping his body and jet upwards, scorching the roof before dissipating harmlessly. "And shut like that is why none of you losers will get into UA, like me." Katsuki smirked. "And Midoriya, apparently," the teacher mused. The room went silent. Then all eyes turned to Izuku, who was just frozen as the memory of his scarring played in his mind. The pain, the screams, the trying to put him out. "Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo, report to the principal's office immediately." The intercom boys leapt to their feet and headed over, Izuku trying and failing to ignore the glares, and the sizzling when Katsuki clamped a hand on his shoulder. "Listen here, Deku, I'm going to UA, just me, and whatever you said that got us sent here, take it back." The blonde boy demanded. "Ka-chan, I'm going for general at UA. And I didn't say anything, I swear." Izuku tried to explain, but they were already at the principal's office. "Not you, him," the secretary said, motioning Bakugo to take a seat while Izuku went in. What he saw inside shocked him. Along with the principal, there was a man in a trench coat. "Midoriya, sit," the principal ordered, only to add, "please," when he saw the man glare at him. Apparently, there are some concerns about you. Concerns from a pro hero and a licensed therapist. The man explained, showing a police badge to the boy. Detective Tsukauchi, on behalf on Eraserhead. You go to a Quirk anonymous group with his son, correct? Izuku's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Hitoshi looked so familiar. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Well, while usually you'd be under patient confidentiality, your therapist felt enough worry to report a suspicion of bullying, along with Eraserhead himself. Two respectable sources like that. We tend to leap onto that. I knew it. Stormed Hisashi and Izuku Midoriya, the father positively livid and the mother rushing to gently hug her boy. I knew this shit school was up to something. Hisashi roared. I knew it. I knew it. Knew it. Sir, please calm down. Tsukauchi tried to placate Hisashi, but the angry father was having none of it, storming over to the principal. What have you allowed to happen, my son? He demanded, only to pause when he felt Inko wrap her hands around his arm. He then took a deep breath and composed himself, settling for holding the love of his life while the detective took Izuku aside. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer yes or no, truthfully as possible, he explained, waiting for Izuku to nod in understanding. Are you being bullied? Do the teachers do anything about it? Have you ever been taken advantage of in any way? And finally, do you feel safe here? This is ridiculous. The principal shouted. Why just Deku? Katsuki is. Deku? Inko asked in confusion. The principal sat back down and said nothing else, probably because Hisashi kept glaring at him. Quote, yes, no, and no. Izuku responded. All true. Tsukauchi mused. As the boy outside one of. Yes. Izuku said. Another truth. Physical, mental. Yes. Another truth. He's not the worst. That would be Coach Shimura, the detective guessed. Yes, we know about him. He's actually the reason we were already investigating this school. He's a not-so-subtle member of the Meta Liberation Army and often speaks about recruiting students online. And wouldn't you know it? He opened a drawer, revealing a copy of Destro's manifesto, in the sweating principal's desk. Inko, already close to tears, was now bawling. Hisashi pecked her forehead before making his way over to his son, giving him a hug. Can we leave? He asked, getting a nod. Before collecting his wife, he handed the detective a card. Please, call me if anything changes or you need anything. Inko then glared at the principal. We're withdrawing our son from this farce of a school. Also, you can expect a call from a lawyer in the coming days. She growled as the Midoriyas made their way outside. What the hell did you do this time, brat? Nothing, you old hag. Ah, yes, the call of the Bakugo mother and son scuffle. Calm down, dear Hisashi. Inko. Masaru Bakugo asked his best friend and his wife's best friend. What's going on? All Hisashi said, after pushing his wife and son forward, was, your son is dead to us. Hearing those words, spoken with no room for argument, silenced the Bakugos. Even when the detective revealed himself. The moment they got home, the Midoriyas made their way to the living room. The drive over had cooled Hisashi's temper, which Inko and Izuku were grateful for. But now, all the father felt was disgust in himself. He had always felt something off, but did he act? No. Well, no more of that. So, after sitting him down and giving him some tea, the parents learnt everything their son had kept from them. And what he had kept. If they didn't already feel like failures as parents, they did know. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Inko sobbed, hugging her son close. Kiddo, why didn't you tell us? Hisashi asked with a pained look on his face. I didn't want to bother you. You already have to deal with so much. Izuku whimpered. You shouldn't have to worry about a child who can't even control his quirk. Bullshit. And please, pardon my language. Hisashi said firmly as he put his hands on his son's shoulders, careful to avoid the worst burns. You're the greatest kid I know. You're brilliant, you're kind, you're practically a hero already in my eyes. But you just need practice and the right environment. Hisashi assured his son. You know I know all about that stuff. I was pretty bad with my quirk when I was at your age. Then I found a good training place and mindset, those and a pretty girl that saw something worthwhile in me. Inko, despite still crying, gently whacked her husband's shoulder, wordlessly telling him to focus on their son with a smile. Izuku, I know I messed up. We messed up, Inko added. Fine, we messed up. You have every right to not believe me, but I promise you, we will get through this. We'll help you with whatever you need or want. And when all is said and done, you'll live your dream and be the hero I already know you are. Izuku teared up at his father's words before finally bursting into tears as he buried his face into his chest, Hisashi smiling and holding his son close as Inko joined in the hug. For how long the hug went, none of them cared or knew. A knock on the door and small voice on the other side brought them out of it. Pardon the interruption. Inko opened the door and looked outside. Down here, madam. Inko looked down and gasped. Izuku, come here, she called over. A hero is here. Izuku zipped forward, leaving his father still in the pose of a hug and falling to the floor. I'm cool, I'm okay, Hisashi called out. Izuku's eyes widened. He knew who this was. Why he started. Am I a mouse, a bear or gerbil? The only important thing is that I'm the principal of UA. Nedzu, one of the smartest beings alive, smiled. May I come in for a moment? I won't be long. The Midoriyas nodded dumbly and motioned Nedzu in, allowing him to get comfy on a chair before he explained himself. My employee Eraserhead informed me of your situation. And while I doubt you'll need it, I would like to offer my assistance. Nedzu smiled, handing a folder to both Inko and Izuku. Miss Midoriya, what you have is all the information we have recovered from Aldera before your son's case along with an investigator who can get proof of what your son has endured. Also, the principal of Mufasta Private is an old friend and owes me a favor, so your son's education is all sorted out. He then turned his attention to Izuku. You, young man, hold the terms and conditions of a scholarship into UA's hero course, based on your analysis notes alone. Not a yen will be charged to your family for your education into a fine hero, or if you still wish when the time comes, a general student. While I do see your merit, heroism is not a life that should be forced on someone. However, if you do become a hero, I can assure you that your class will be leagues above what you've endured. How so? Izuku asked. Nedzu did not have forest, after all. That was Sir Night-Eye. Because the students of Heroics Class 1C are all akin to you. 2 weeks later, Aldera was quickly going up in flames, figuratively on the most part. The staff had been called to a meeting in the teacher's lounge, but said meeting was more or less just the teachers handing in letters of resignation. You can't leave, the principal roared. Considering what happened to Shimura, Izuku's homeroom teacher said, I'm not taking any chances. Coach Shimura had been found outside his apartment, burnt alive and then chopped up into pieces. No fire quirk on record matched the burn type, and the savagery of the attack made the police suspect this was very personal. Hisashi had been questioned. His son had been Shimura's favorite victim, but he had an airtight alibi, a conference meeting with the Deternat branch managers. I warned you, the librarian had said. I kept telling you to do something about the bullying. And yes, it was bullying, not roughhousing, or whatever excuse you said. Just because some quirks need stimuli does not excuse the harming of other students. Bakugo was our surefire way to fame. The principal started. No one gives a shit what middle school any pro went to. A history teacher snapped, throwing several stapled papers at his now former boss. I checked. Nothing remotely special about any of the schools the top 10 went to. Would it really have been so bad to give Izuku a place to change? Another teacher mused. The boy had a handicap, and if we did that, we could have gotten some good publicity. Too late now, another teacher sighed. Sir, I highly recommend you just admit the truth in court. And I mean the truth. No offense, but the Bakugo brat's personality would have made it real hard for him to become a hero anyways. With that, all but the principal left the room, and very quickly the school itself, hoping against all hope they might be able to redeem themselves if they found new jobs. They would not. The principal, finally realizing how badly he had screwed up, took out a bottle of bourbon and took a swig. What the hell was I thinking? He asked himself, rubbing his eyes. Gone. Everyone and everything all gone. Don't worry, you're not going to have time to regret it, sir. Came a voice from nowhere as the principal perked up and looked around. Who's there? The reply he got. You know, even if someone from this school did have merit as a hero, I doubt any of them would have even thought to thank this dump for helping them get where they are. A figure in a black hoodie that shrouded his face stepped out of the shadows, slowly approaching the principal as he began sweating uncontrollably. What do you mean? The intruder eyed the bottle of bourbon and wiped the top of the bottle before putting the lid back on and stuffing the bottle behind him. This school's reputation, it ain't even worth jack shit. And that's coming from someone who has nothing left to lose in this world. Before the principal could react, he was grabbed by the throat by the hooded man, allowing him to see his glowing red eyes. You're going to be the first one to see what's it like to have everything taken from you. And soon, everyone in this whole world is going to know how it feels to live in my world. A world without power, a world without mercy, a world without heroes. And everyone will be able to see me for who I truly am. The principal had tears running down his face as the hooded man then raised his hand as blue electricity crackled around his hand before grabbing his face. The lights in the entire school went haywire as the principal of Aldera let out an agonizing scream before his body swelled like a balloon, his screams distorting into hideous sounds of indescribable origin before bursting, blood, viscera, and organs splattering along the walls. The hooded figure, his work done, walked over to a student handbook and looked over to see the pictures of Izuku and Katsuki. He looked somberly at the picture of Izuku, remorse and guilt reflecting in his eyes before he turned to the picture of Katsuki, hatred flashing through them now. Yeah, that little shit is going to get everything that's coming to him. And as for that Midoriya kid, hope you can forgive me for that day. 2 years later, Izuku looked up at Ua, still not believing he was really here, and in his dream course no less. It truly felt amazing that he was being given a chance to learn here. With a small smile, he dashed in to find his class. With the hustle and bustle of the first day, no one really noticed him. This gave him time to check his messages, and he saw that one chat was stacked with messages. Broco Fun Furnace. Mephastu Private had been leagues above Aldera. After a week or two, everyone was used to his burns, even though he was still given his own room to change into for gym class, which he was no longer forced to be part of if his body couldn't handle it. He had also made some true friends in his classmates. His analysis was appreciated amongst his classmates. He was the guy you wanted to have on your team for projects, and this had led to him interacting with kids his age in a positive environment. This had in turn led to being invited to the movies, comic and manga shops and parties, where aside from a spilled drink or two, not a single bad event ever befell the boy. Izuku was still a mostly private boy and shy, mind you. But now that he knew it wasn't mandatory to be hated, he was happier and less likely to avoid making himself known. Smiling at the memoirs, Izuku began to scan the messages. Good luck at the big leagues, Izzy. We're all rooting for you. Try to remember us. Izuku smiled at that one. Forget the students who showed him kindness and friendship. Unlikely. He quickly responded. Always will. You guys be safe and stay out of trouble. Another reply came and was quickly favorited by many. That Ko-min from the guy who helped, you know who, direct the villain away from us and took down the mugger. Never mind preventing the gang war. Still not sure how that happened. Izuku responded, neither am I, and then he saw the next comment. If you see, you know who, ask her out. Izuku tensed and blushed at that one, and as if they were still there, that in the comment after it was the most favorited. Luckily, it seemed a few of his friends had realized how this could make him uncomfortable. If you get the chance, go for it. If it doesn't work, you're good pals, right? Speaking of pals, say hi to Ajiro for us, will you? Broco brain and burn for the win. Okay, that last one still kind of hurt. Luckily, the same student had quickly added. That sounded better in my head. Please delete it and do your best, buddy. That's what you're supposed to do. My apology, too. Cammy, you're helpless with tech. Anyway, Izuku, Text this chat after class. Giving a sigh of thankfulness, our hero found his class quickly. Scooting in quietly, he sneaked past the other students to a desk close to the window, obscuring his left shoulder from sight. Pulling out his notebook, he wrote in it quietly while waiting for the teacher. The wait wasn't long. There was a crack as their teacher smacked the podium to get everyone's attention. Izuku looked up in disbelief. He had heard UA's teachers were all pro-heroes, but seeing it with his own eyes was something else. Good morning, class. Narumi Kayama, aka 18-only heroine Midnight, smiled as the students got to their seats. Welcome to Class 1C, the new hero course. Classes 1A and 1B may be the most obvious hero candidates, but you cuties are just as promising. Maybe not as flashy, but hey, look at me. Many of the students, both male and female, looked at the beautiful teacher with blushes before realizing what she meant. Okay, yeah, I can see what I did there. Midnight chuckled. Well, enough about me. Let's get to know each other. Tell us your name, your quirk, and any hobbies. And maybe any special somebodies. The first to step up was a girl with coral brown hair tied in a ponytail by a white ribbon. Judging by her poise and grace, Izuku could guess she must have been a student council president at her old school. Hello, my name is Monica Salvato. My quirk is cyber, and it lets me manipulate things like a computer program. I'm basically a reality warper, but I prefer a reality hacker. Anyways, I like coffee and playing the piano. Hi, I'm Sayori Amagumo. My quirk is Phoenix, and it lets me do everything that a phoenix can do: manipulate fire, fly, even come back from the dead. I like sweets and poetry, said the girl sitting next to her. She had short coral pink hair with a red bow and very cheerful energy about her. I'm Yuri Hazukasha. My quirk is Eye of Makarov, and, well, the possibilities of its uses are quite frightening and indescribable, but I hope to use them as a hero. I like reading, chocolate, and knife collecting, said a very tall girl with long flowing violet hair and a nervous look on her face as she fiddled with her fingers. I'm Nitsuki Amai, and my quirk is Stand Spirit. It gives me a super tough fighting spirit that can help me fight and can also use magical powers. I like manga, baking, and really cool TV shows, said a shorter girl with pastel pink hair and a tough attitude about her. I'm Yuriko Lamy, and my quirk is Bestial Demon. It lets me transform myself into different mythological monsters, shyly spoke a girl with long voluminous navy blue hair that covered one of her eyes. Yo, I'm Yumi Nakamura, and my quirk is Rubber Man. I can stretch, shapeshift, and change my body like it's made of rubber, cheerfully said a girl with long orange hair as she stretched her cheeks to emphasize her quirk. I like pulling pranks, dirty jokes, and just having fun. I'm Michaela Dutkiewicz, but please just call me Mickey, shyly said a girl with long black hair. My quirk is Huff and Puff, and, well, it lets me inflate myself like a balloon and manipulate air pressure for offense and defense. I like cute things, my family, and writing. I'm Ashley, calmly said a girl with light blue hair that had purple streaks and different colored eyes with skull markings in them, one light blue and the other bright pink. My quirk is Graffiti, which lets me spray graffiti paint from my hands that can do all sorts of things, such as create monsters, weaken targets, create portals, the works. Hi, I'm Meggie Spletzer, greeted a girl with orange hair, freckles, a beanie hat, goggles, and headphones. My quirk is Urban Jungle, and it lets me manipulate electricity, napalm, ice, smoke, neon, video, and concrete. I like playing Splatoon and sports in general. I'm Psycho Bikitaru. My quirk is Arsenal. I can pull out any weapon I need from nothing and can also store items in a pocket space, said a girl with pink hair in pigtails that had streaks of yellow and purple. I like music, fried chicken, and kicking the asses of punks who get on my bad side. I'm Tari Sheridan, nervously said a girl with blue hair that covered one of her purple eyes. She also seemed to have a cybernetic arm. My quirk is Gamer Arsenal, and it lets me use any weapons, powers, and items from video games I've played, and I've played a lot. I am Axol Kishibe, proudly introduced a boy who looked like an axolotl salamander, holding a cool-looking hybrid of a hooked staff and a pen. My quirk is Inkweaver and it allows me to create characters and objects from any media with my special pen. I am also skilled in ninjutsu. Z. Snored a girl with lime green hair and watermelon seed-shaped whisker marks on her cheeks. Axel smiled as he decided to introduce her to everyone. That's my girlfriend, Melanie Corone. Her quirk is Fierce Aura and she can manipulate her aura for a variety of effects. As you can see, she likes to nap. My name's Niles Reiki. Casually said a boy with purple-gray skin, silver hair that covered one of his eyes, and a red beanie with a white zero on it. My quirk is Quirk Artificer and it lets me take, give, edit, fuse, copy, and duplicate quirks. I can even manipulate quirks by changing how they are activated, disabling them, and even forcing them into a dormant state. Yo, I'm Kaizo Koromaru, I'm Psycho's best friend. A boy with silver hair, sharp teeth, and black demon horns said, his feet propped on his desk. My quirk is Unlimited Color, which lets me harness all sorts of space powers by different color lights. Hi, I'm Soleil Hinode, cheerfully spoke a girl with long golden blonde hair wearing an orange beret. My quirk is Solar and it lets me use powers related to the sun. And I'm her girlfriend, Esmeralda Gecko, said a girl with long black hair with purple streaks and a crescent moon hairpin. My quirk is Lunar and it lets me use powers related to the moon. Hi, I'm Strawberry, just call me Strawberry. Shyly spoke a girl with curly pink hair and freckles. My quirk is Candy Create and it lets me create and manipulate all kinds of candies, sugars, sweets, and more. Guess we saved the best for last, huh? Chuckled a boy with unkempt black hair and glasses. My name is Ben Kayama and I'm our teacher's son. I'm adopted. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Midnight gushed happily. Moon. The boy whined in embarrassment before continuing. Anyway, I actually have 4 quirks. The first is Disaster and it allows me to manipulate the elements of disaster. Next is Regeneration, which lets me regenerate and heal from just about anything imaginable, like Deadpool. The other 2 are Bone Manipulation and Blood Manipulation. They basically do exactly what you think they do, quirks that let me manipulate bones and blood. That just left Izuku, who found all eyes on him. Taking a deep breath and remembering to keep an open eye, he responded. My name is Izuku Midoriya. The reason I look like this is because my quirk, Furnace, awoke a little too early and burnt me. This is a cooling mummy suit from Dieternet that soothes my burns. Oh, my quirk allows me to pull and release fire into my body. I like Analosijung Hero videos and sketching, as well as helping out parks by picking up litter. He saw a few smiles throughout his classmates and on his homeroom teacher's face. A few looks of sympathy as well, but all in all, good first impression. Now, today is technically a half day, but we still got time before you kids can head home, so I'm giving you all permission to explore the school grounds. Stay out of trouble, stay out of the way, and if nothing else, stay out of the principal's office. Good. Dismissed. With that closing word, the students of Class 1C got up and shuffled for the door. Izuku lingered a bit longer to finish the current sentence in his notebook. He had jotted his classmates' quirks and what they had mentioned. He was eager to see the quirks of his new classmates in action but was too nervous to approach any of them to ask. He'd just have to wait for them to be used. Closing his notebook, Izuku slid it into his satchel before getting up and heading for the door. Wait a minute, kid, Midnight called out just before he stepped out. Izuku froze and turned to see the woman smiling at him. You're Inko-chan's kid, aren't you? Why, you know my mom. Recognize those eyes anywhere. Midnight smiled bigger. And yep, I know your mom. She was my big sis in All But Blood. Tell her I said hi. Okay. Izuku shyly nodded and left the class, feeling even better than before. It's nice to see everyone again, especially with this being the start of the school week. The therapist smiled at the next quirk rehab meeting. Who would like to begin? Well, I just want to say, Jin announced, Ippon and I are going steady. Momo and Setsuna let out coos of delight and Mirio gave a thumbs up and Izuku smiled. We're very happy. The giant mouse woman beamed before letting her boyfriend continue. And I haven't used my quirk on myself since Christmas. The cloner exclaimed with pride, smiling as the room filled with an applause and muttering of congratulations. 6 months, Congratulations. The therapist smiled. How does that make you feel? There's a ringing in my head and it feels like my body is trying to split itself apart. Jin suddenly hollered before he reached into his bag and slapped on a mask. Ah, much better. Still nothing. Sweetie. Ippen cooed. Calm down. Remember what Chio said. Breathe in. The masked man did as his girlfriend directed, holding his breath, and then looking at her as if he needed her okay. And then let it out. Jin did so in relief. Ippen looked through her bag and handed him an inhaler, which he took a puff of. What would I do without you, my beautiful beast? Ippen, you are a lifesaver. The woman simply chuckled and pecked her boyfriend on his masked head before continuing. Jin and I managed to get jobs together and one of the perks is therapy care, under none other than Recovery Girl herself. And that, the younger members of the group all gasped. Yup, we're working at UA, Ippen beamed. Mirio, this is your last year, right? The blonde boy nodded with an invigorated shake of his arm. Yup, come this time next year, I'll be a sidekick at Sir Night-Eye's agency. You mentioned he was helping you with your quirk. The therapist noted, seeing as it's been a while since you attended, would it be right for us to assume? No, I'm still kind of scared. Mirio confessed, but Sir has been of a huge help. Last year I was the worst student at UA, now me, Tamaki and Hado are the big three. Claps filled the room, but Mirio ushered them down. Izuku, Momo, Setsuna, Hitoshi. Did you three? Yup. Class 1B on recommended. Setsuna smirked proudly. General studies for me. Hitoshi sighed. Just missed Class 1C. Stupid robots. Class 1A on recommendation as well. Momo followed, looking down at her feet. Somehow. Class 1C for me. Izuku responded. The four then realized. Wait, you got in. How did I not see? They said together. They were not close, per se, but Hitoshi at least considered the other three worthy to be students at UA throughout these chats. Okay, that does it, Setsuna declared. Friday, someplace, after school, all of us. My parents will be out. Momo suggested. I'll have a car pick us up. Car, Hitoshi and Izuku asked. The therapist smiled, happy for his patients. Ever since then, until Crust, no hero with a cape or cowl was ever allowed into the Japan top 10. Midnight explained, finishing the lesson. The class let out an "ah" of understanding. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, so Disney and Brad Bird called it. It was the second day of school, and the first full class. Already, Narumi Kayama, aka Midnight, felt good about her students. So many promising cuties all doing their best to be heroes despite their apparently lackluster, barely proficient quirks, her own son among them. But there was still something lacking in her students. A sense of camaraderie. Now Narumi was not naive, she knew such a thing took time to develop smoothly. And in any other case she would have just left and let it develop on its own. But whenever she saw one student in particular, she knew that if such a sense developed sooner rather than later, it would do both him and his classmates a world of good. Izuku Midoriya, the mummy, burnt boy in her class. The son of her own big sister figure, Inko, who had encouraged a younger Narumi to become the hero she wanted to be and stayed by her side during the controversy of her original costume. Becoming a mother had changed Inko. Then again, who was Narumi to judge? Spying the time, she got an idea. Well, looks like you got some free time before your next class. Midnight smiled from the podium, so why don't you use this time to socialize for a bit? I need to grab something real quick, so don't burn the classroom down. She gave a wink before stepping out. The instant the door closed, the students all turned to each other and began talking. Many students got up to walk around, but Izuku stayed at his desk, writing what he could see about his classmates. He was mostly working on finishing touches for some of the things he learned yesterday when he noticed a shadow overhead. Hey, how ya doing? Ben asked, startling Izuku slightly. What's up? You've been acting awfully quiet since yesterday. I'm okay, Izuku hurriedly replied. Just writing. Whatcha writing? The son of midnight asked, not a hint of hostility in his tone. Izuku was nervous but slowly moved aside for the boy to see. He read a few lines before his eyes widened. Holy crap, you're writing about us. Are you mad? Izuku nervously asked, especially since some of the other students heard what Ben said. No, if anything, I'm impressed. I thought I was the only one who thought my disaster quirk had some similarities to certain One Piece devil fruits. Ben laughed good-naturedly. Me too, Yuriko beamed. Did you do me, too? Can I see? Izuku chuckled as he spied the others starting to gather around him. He almost began to panic, before he took a deep breath and reminded himself. This is not Aldera. He then stood up, lifted up his notebook and tore out the pages before offering them to his classmates, who each took their own page. Man, I would kill to be able to sketch like this. Axel sighed in faux jealousy before he showed Melanie her own sheet. The girl suddenly jolted awake and made her way over to Izuku. Why didn't I think of any of these? Heck, how did you? She asked, giddy with glee. Well, I quirk analyze as a hobby, Izuku confessed. Dude, you ever think of being a manga? Ashley asked. You got the skills. Izuku blushed under the cooling mummy suit. Funny, my mom said the same thing. He felt a tap on his shoulder and saw Yuri with tears in her eyes. Thank you, but your guess is wrong. She revealed her sheet, which had the following notes. Eye of Makarov, unknown. Makarov means, good king, so perhaps a type of foresight or leadership tied to her eyes. What do you know about Lovecraft and Eldritch abominations? Yuri asked in fear. Some kids at my first school would say I was cursed by some to look the way I do under the suit. Izuku confessed. The room went silent for a minute. What are their names? Yuriko asked, her teeth sharpening and her nails turning into claws. Let's not hurt civilians. Mickey tried to calm the girl down. Bullies don't count, Psycho retorted, summoning a railgun to her hands. I agree, Natsuki said as a shadow began to form behind her. Me 3. Tari followed before shooting Izuku a look. You guessed a lot, but you gotta try more shooters. Who knows? Could be good for you. Now I like what you 3 are thinking. Monica started before she materialized some social media pages. But who needs physical pain when mental and social so much more scarring? How about we just slime them instead? Meggy suggested. Doesn't really hurt them, yakas them a lesson and we can blame sewage. Not sounding very heroic, Izuku said weakly, Mickey nodding in agreement. You gotta admit they're not entirely wrong though. Ben mused, Niles nodding in agreement, before he looked over to Izuku. Oh, and Izuku, my quirk does work better with contact, but I don't need it. Well, how about we let Izuku decide? Solely suggested, turning everyone's attention to the scarred boy, who beeped in a breath and declared. Honestly, they're really not worth it. Everyone deactivated their quirks, some disappointed but others smiling in pride of Izuku's choice. Reserve the Rai to pummel if they prove otherwise, Emersay said, only taking it back when Solely gave her a worried look. Strawberry then handed everyone a lollipop. Comfort or snack, it's always good. She beamed shyly, just as the bell rang. Ah, and we were just getting along. Kaizo whined. Now we gotta do math. Everyone groaned but headed towards the next class, missing their teacher beaming at pride. Well, that just made my day. Before anyone knew it, it was 3 o'clock. Time to head home for the day. 1C began to gather up their things, and several of them handed back their sheets to Izuku, with their own notes for him to add an update. Axel, after gently waking Melanie and taking her into his arms, and Ashley both handed him a painting of himself they had made with their quirk. Wow, you guys are great, Izuku beamed, gently putting the pictures in his backpack. Well, hearing that from a fellow artist makes it worth it. Ashley beamed, Axel nodding and Melanie shooting Izuku a grateful look. Hey, Niles, where are you going? Melanie asked. The buses are. Oh yeah, I never told you guys. I live here, Niles said with a smile. So does Ben, being Sensei's son and all. Before he could ask for more details, Izuku was then startled by a call of Izu ni. A blur suddenly sent Izuku toppling to the floor, making Axel draw a giant paintbrush as Ashley's hands were covered with paint. The attacker was a girl with blonde hair in bright-eyed oigtails, noticeably sharper teeth like a vampire and red eyes with a beaming and sleepy-looking smile on her face. Wait, did she call him, ni? Melanie asked, making Axel and Ashley pause. Himi ne. Izuku shakily smiled. Careful, but I missed you. The girl pouted. And we got such a downer of a sensei. Hey Himiko. A girl's voice called out, making Himiko beam. Are you taking the train? Let's ride together. The group turned to see a cute girl with rosy cheeks and a chestnut hair waving at Himiko, accompanied by a taller young man in glasses. Midoriya. Yes. Both Izuku and Himiko asked together, Himiko sounding sneaky while Izuku was confused. No, I mean our Midoriya. Not that you're not, I mean. Tenya's a big stickler to proper and rules. Himiko whispered to her brother, who nodded in understanding as he picked himself up. Axel, Ashley, Melanie, this is my sister Himiko. Izuku smiled. Adopted but proud, Himiko added, this is Ochako Uraraka. Hello. Ochako waved, and the stick in the mud is Tenya Ida, the little brother of I'm. Please do not tell them that. Tenya begged. Payback for the selection exam. Himiko smirked, making Tenya retreat into a corner in shame. Yo, what's with all the? No way, Midori bro. Izuku's burnt half smile grew and he looked out the door, where he saw a familiar face that he quickly took into a hug. Eiji-chan, Eijiro Kirishima, his best friend at Aldria Private with a hardening quirk and determination to be a manly hero while keeping his soft center. No way, is that Izzy? Another voice cut in, and if it were possible, Izuku's happy mood grew even more when he saw her. Mina Ashido, the perky and cheerful, pink-skinned acid user with eyes like a setting sun. The girl who was already what Izuku had envisioned himself as being as a hero, friendly and settling problems without rising a fist, even though she could and would if needed. The girl who broke dance so flawlessly she made performers look like they were trying. And the girl he was crushing on SOOOO hard on ever since he saw stop some delinquents from causing just by yelling and then dancing with them, befriending them at the same time. Hey Mina, Izuku managed, waving hello before Mina took him into a hug. Izuku tensed, half scared and half delighted when he felt Mina's chest on his own. Himiko and Ochako smiled knowingly at the interaction, as did Axel and Melanie. The four shared a look. We were wondering where you got to. Mina beamed, taking a look at her old friend before spying his classmates. Oh, did we? No, not all, Ashley assured the girl. Say, we might wanna hurry to catch the train. Let's talk and run. And that's just what they did. At the UA staff room, the teachers were getting ready to head home. Well, most of them. So many cuties. Midnight cooed over the reports of her students. What they lacked in flashiness they made up for in passion and common sense. Plus, she had seen them all leave together, with Izuku especially being asked for help and ideas, which he gladly gave. Now if only he didn't mutter so much. Oh well, the kids seemed to understand him. And to think that it was her precious Ben who had gotten the ball rolling. Such a sweet boy, although he now had competition with Izuku for best student, going by marks and comments alone. What's got you so excited? Narumi turned to see one of her best friends, Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, downing a cup of coffee. Oh nothing Sho, just admiring the best of my class. Please don't risk another lawsuit. Narumi huffed. You know damn well those were not my fault and it's all an act. And besides, Izuku's practically family. Wait, Shota cut her off. Izuku, as in Izuku Midoriya. Narumi nodded. Oh, did you miss out on him? She guessed with a smirk. That's what you get for waiting until the last minute. I got his sister. Wait, sister? Narumi asked in confusion. Inko only ever had one kid, what was? Adopted. The girl who was in the papers for her parents forcing her to act normal despite her quirk. Narumi remembered reading about that. It brought back memories. Unhappy memories. She called me out. Aizawa remarked. Apparently, her brother has notes on many heroes and she recognized me from them. Thanks to that, I had to pass everyone. You say that like it's a bad thing. Narumi mused. They think this job is easy and fun. Aizawa retorted. Thinking like that, they won't end up like Oboro. Narumi cut him off. Not while we're here. She sighed. You know what, Sho. I never agreed with the whole logical ruse method. Don't get me wrong, I see the merit, but maybe around second or third years, to help prepare them for the real world when things aren't so black and white. Like I said, the sooner they learn, the better, Aizawa replied. And what about the ones you actually do expel because they need help? Narumi responded. We're a hero school after all, we're supposed to encourage them to think for themselves and branch out. That is a Quirk specialist issue. Aizawa droned on. And besides, this year's second years turned out fine with what I did. It is not just a Quirk specialist. Narumi reminded him. After all, seeing an accomplished pro will help and inspire them. Or leave them as problem children and, oh, like you were. A silence filled the room for a full minute before Aizawa got up. I'm late for patrol. He then stepped outside, where he passed Niles. My offer still stands, Niles said to the underground hero, who simply walked away. Fine, be that way. Present Mike had observed the whole thing and smiled. Mom Hood's changed you, Rumi. He mused. And I mean that in the best ways. A knock to the door came, getting the few remaining teachers' attention. Benny. Nermi beamed at the sight of her son. Hey Mom, sorry to rush, but... Oh right. The female pro then rushed out the door with her son. Oh yeah, that date, Mike mused, smirking happily, as did another, gangly blood man who resembled a skeleton. Shame we never met properly, young Midoriya. All Might mused. You sound like you'd have made a fine successor. Then again, Mrs. Uraraka will surpass me without a doubt. I see so much of sensei in her. And speaking of sensei, he had some teacher books to read. Cheers. 2 iced glasses clinked as Hisashi Midoriya and Rikiya Yotubushi, the president and CEO of Dieternatum, shared a drink. To you, Hisashi, for not only getting us that overseas contract, but for your kids getting into UA. Hisashi accepted to cheers and sipped at his drink. Thank you for the kind words, President. But all due respect, why did you come all the way to my humble little branch? He asked. I am flattered, but I imagine you have 1,000 other things to do. You're a great employee and deserve some praise. Rikiya assured the firebreather. And thanks to you, we now have near unlimited access to the materials needed for the best super hearing aids. Hisashi accepted the praise as the two took another drink, the CEO recalling a few days ago. Flashback. Coach Shimura. The coach, no, ex-coach, groaned, ready to deal with another hater before he saw the familiar upward notion. Why you're with IAM, his visitor said, a cold finality in his voice. Shimura fell to his knees. I'm sorry I failed to bring in recruits. It's this one kid with annoying parents. Midoriya, yes I know. His father works for me. The man let that bit sink in. And he is a very dear friend of mine, and I've just been informed you've been practically abusing his traumatized son. Abuse. No. I was toughening him up. Kid Wa going on about being a hero but not putting in the work. You understand. Is that so? Because according to Hisashi, Izuku mentioned how you always said he'd be better off as a bug scrap the show, was the one that stood out most, alto there were others. Please, I just didn't know. And you expect that to excuse you. You know, for someone who follows Desto's will, you clearly did not understand what he went through and why he created our group. Shimura gasped as his boss put his hand to his chest, a pleasant smile on his face. It's fine, because you won't have to worry about it for too long. Tell me, do you have any family? I have a mother. Good, I'll send the poor woman a gift basket. The man's hand then turned black and grew to engulf Shinora's whole torso, with his arms barely squeezing through fingers as the black covered more of his attacker. Consider this your resignation notice. Ignoring the strained screams and wails, the man crushed Shimura between his now giant hand. The coach was dead before he even realized. Burn the body. Make it sloppy. Sure thing, boss. A sickly look. My man released a torrent of flames that grilled what used to be Coach Shimura, his free hand accepting a full envelope as his master turned to head to a limo and back to his home. End flashback. This may be an odd question, and I'll understand if you don't answer, Rikia started. But, what's your opinion on Destro? Hisashi gave his boss a look over and ooked at his drink. You can answer honestly, Rikia assured him. He was my inspiration to start Dieternet, so that no one else goes through what he did. Honestly, Hisashi admitted, he was my hero growing up. Rikia, his interest peaked, listened eagerly. After my folks died in a villain attack, I was bounced around foster homes for a while. The second one was a MLA recruiter who had a copy of Destro's manifesto and a drinking problem. So, whenever he was passed out, I read that book. Me, a kid who breathed fire but wasn't legally allowed to use it when it could have helped my parents. And this guy says, screw the system, and fights for the basic right to be ourselves. I loved that book, made living there bearable until the guy died. Never did find the book before I moved. You said he was your hero. Rikia recalled. What happened? He still is, kind of. But when I was around my kid's age, I met Inko, and well, call it cliché, but, she became my reason too. Mr. Yotushi, Hisashi asked, his boss having a far-off look in his eyes. Oh, sorry, Hisashi, strong drinks get me daydreaming. Tell ya what, why don't Toy take a few days off? Celebrate with your kids and that lovely wife of yours. Hisashi smiled and looked at a picture of his family dreamily. I would like that, but what about the branch? Let me worry about that. Rikia smiled, gently pushing Hisashi towards the door. The sound of a metal crowbar striking against flesh and cracking bones echoed throughout an empty warehouse. Katsuki Bakugo fell to the ground, blood dribbling down his face as his nose and several bones were broken, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Wow, that looked like it really hurt. Katsuki turned around, only to be struck again by the crowbar. Despite the frowning, screaming mask that the assailant was wearing, Katsuki could tell he was grinning behind it. Hang on. That looked like it hurt even more. Katsuki managed to force himself to his knees and glare at his attacker. So, let's try and clear this up, okay? What hurts more? He raised his crowbar high as he pinned the broken blonde down with his foot. A strike across the back of the head. B. He thrust the end of the crowbar into his back. Forehand. A forehand strike across the face. Backhand. A backhand strike. Katsuki fell down, coughing in pain as the jester-clad masked man laughed. The blonde weakly turned trying to speak as the man bent down to him. What's that? A little louder, Pomeranian. He asked. I think you got a collapsed lung, that always impedes the oratory. Katsuki turned his head more and then spat some blood on the man's mask. Despite the grinning visage, he was frowning heavily under the mask as he slammed Katsuki's head down. Now that was rude. I guess you didn't learn anything positive growing up, huh? He wiped the blood off the mask. I suppose I'm going to have to teach you a lesson your school's failed to. He paused suddenly, mentally thinking over if that was worth it at this point. Nah, I'm just going to keep beating you with this crowbar. Katsuki sighed and waited, but the hit never came. Opening his eyes, he saw the crowbar stuck in midair, unable to move. His attacker sighed, pouted even, before turning his attention to the source. Darling, did you have to? The doctor did say this was good therapy. Darling was a very attractive young woman in a mime outfit, albeit with the colors reversed from the usual order. She simply nodded before pointing to the next room and mimicking a phone call before pointing to her head. The man grumbled as he pulled Katsuki upwards, glaring at him as he dragged him along. Lucky for you. The boss wants you alive and mostly well. The jester and mime brought Katsuki into the next room over, revealing a dingy bar. A living shadow in a bartender's uniform stood behind the bar, preparing a single of bourbon for one of the patrons, a scraggly blue-haired young man whose from was decorated with hands. Can you believe this? He said in a sickly voice, high voice as he lifted up a newspaper to reveal All Might's beaming face. It says he's a teacher now. Called it. A younger man dressed as a casino dealer beamed as he outreached his hand to Jester, who grumbled and handed him a wad of yen. The mime was quick to hug and cuddle her beloved, who returned the embrace. Hey, what do you guys think will happen when we kill the symbol of peace? The hands-wearing villain asked. Ha! Katsuki burst into laughter. You dumbasses think you have a chance against All Might. The All Might. He continued laughing for a full minute before he realized no one was reacting to him. I can understand your disbelief. A new voice, coming from the TV, on audio only, chimed in. That man does deserve all the praise he gets, and even at his age isn't noticeable slowing down, to the public at least. The hands-wearing villain downed his drink and made his way over to Bakugo. Pleasure to meet you at last, Katsuki Bakugo. Tamura Shigaraki at your service. I'm a big fan of your work, destroying an entire school while claiming to be a hero. I am a hero. Katsuki snapped. I was supposed to be. The jester coughed a hurried and big, no way in hell. Just as the kitchen door opened, in walked in a tall man dressed like a chef, carrying a bento box for each person in the room. You remind me of the first man I ever killed, but with some actual backbone. Was all the cook said. Don't eat yours until you need to. He then turned to the rest and gave a dramatic bow. I must now prepare master's meal. Bon appetite. He then dashed back inside, leaving Katsuki alone with the villains. So, how would you like to show the world what real heroes are? Tamura asked. I mean, they let a cripple in but not you. And what if say no? Katsuki smirked. The room went silent for a full minute. Your parents are having dinner at that new fusion restaurant right now. The jester smirked. Katsuki's world went silent and all arrogance left his form. I just hope the chef remembers not to include a certain ingredient. Allergies are always such pitiable killers. Katsuki hung his head and said nothing else. That kid is real power. The casino-dressed villain smirked. The next day, after saying goodbye to his classmates, Izuku met up with Hitoshi, Momo, and Setsuna for their Friday get-together, something the boy had been looking forward to. At least until he saw the limos waiting outside of UA. That's right, limos. One for each member of Quirk's Anonymous, minus Mirio, Jin and Ippon. They were at work and in a staff meeting, respectively. Lucky you. Himiko lightly teased her brother before giving him a light hug. Just be yourself and have fun, okay? Besides, they're all your friends, right? Izuku nodded in gratitude, returning the hug. I'll try and bring you back something. He promised as Himiko ended the hug, waving at him as she ran to catch the train with the others. The boy made his way towards one of the limos, spying Momo waving at him. Head right on in. The ride is short, but after a first of week, I wagered we deserve to be treated. Hitoshi was still staring at the limo he was going to ride in, unable to believe he was actually going to ride in one of these things. Momo, Setsuna asked. Yes, just, how much money does your family have? Momo chuckled sheepishly, getting into her own limo. Setsuna shrugged and settled in for the ride. I'll be back to pick you up at 7, baby. Have a good time. Narumi cooed as she waved at her boy. Ben waved back at his mother until she was out of sight, then turning his attention to his tablemate. A very cute girl of ginger hair wearing black gloves and a stylish combat dress. Her name was Penny, and she and Ben had known each other for far longer than one might have expected. However, this would be their first time to truly talking and interacting with each other. They had been at this same restaurant the night previously with their parents, just to test if they could handle a more public setting. Honestly, it had been more on Penny's father. The man was brilliant and kind, but when it came to his daughter he was overly cautious. Despite this, the dinner had gone over well. So much so, in fact, that both their parents had decided to trust them to have a proper date. So, you have 4 quirks. What's it like? Penny asked curiously, leaning in with interest. The bespectacled boy tensed, unpleasant memories coming to him. It's a long story, not one I feel comfortable telling. Ben said to himself softly. Penny frowned. Something Ben didn't like. Her face was made for smiles, he mused. I'm sorry, friend Ben. Penny sighed, revealing she held some cue cards in her purse. I looked these up for conversation starters, just so that we could. Ben smiled weakly. Don't worry about it, he smiled. I'm not exactly an expert in this kind of stuff either. Honestly, this, you and me without a chaperone, it's good enough for me. Penny smiled back, making Ben smile inwardly. There was that smile he adored. Then it shall be a stupendous if quieter dinner indeed, Penny declared happily, only for her head to tilt. Ben, didn't you mention one of your classmates wears a Dieternat cooling mummy suit? Ben rose an eyebrow. Yeah, Izuku. Why do you ask? Because he's sitting at the booth behind us with two other girls and a boy who resembles Eraserhead. Looking over their shoulder, the two did indeed seeing Izuku, Hitoshi, Momo and Setsuna trying to decide what to order. Trying being the key word. I can't even pronounce most of these. Izuku thought aloud, and I'm missing half of my lips. Rich people food, Hitoshi and Setsuna grumbled together, making Momo blush in embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's just, I have so many happy memoirs of this place with mother and father and I thought. And now the trio, mostly Hitoshi and Setsuna, all felt like jerks, hurriedly trying to assure Momo it was no problem and they'd figure it out, and no, the protective glares from the waiting staff had nothing to do with such. Fear not, dear citizens and staff. A loud voice suddenly overtook the restaurant. I am well versed in languages abroad and can aid in winding down this situation. The speaker was a girl of long, orangish-brown hair in a waist-reaching ponytail with a bright smile on her face and what looked like a purse in the shape of a dog by her side. Did you have to shout? A boy in darker colors groaned as he rubs his ears, all six of them. He went ignored as the girl made her way over to the fore, the boy focusing on his tea. Saryu ubiquitous, a hero course hopeful, ready to assist. She declared, what dish names are troubling you, citizens? The four, a little surprised but otherwise thankful, opened the menus for the girl to read. May I also be of help? Penny asked. Penny love, that you? A thick Texan voice asked. It was then that the assembled caught a glimpse of Sero's tablemates, a very large girl with cybernetic hands, the aforementioned dark boy with 6 ears and a cut girl with indigo hair and moon-like eyes. Salutations. Penny beamed happily, getting smiles back. You know them, Penny? Ben asked, inwardly noting how funny it was that. They are my potential classmates. Penny beamed. Saryu already made her introduction, so allow me to introduce Hinata Hyuga, Tangyun and Ellie Hodunk. The moon-eyed girl, Hinata, managed a shy wave while Tangyun nodded and Ellie gave a salute. Sorry for all the trouble, Hinata started. Oh, not a problem, my fault entirely. Momo assured the girl. I should have asked my friends where they'd want to meet. Momo, it's okay, seriously. Izuku tried to assure the rich girl. Yeah, we should have realized. Setsuna added, nudging Hitoshi to say something. We'll give this a try, must be good as Aunt Narumi and friends can eat here. Hey ya, Ben. Sup, Hitoshi, here with my Quirks Anonymous. Friends, I guess. The trio all gasped suddenly. Why, you heard that right. Izuku asked, a smile overtaking his face as the two girls nodded. He finally called us his friends. Momo beamed. And all it took was 5 years, a mistake on my part and meeting up with someone he knows. Drinks are on me, Setsuna beamed, before glancing down at the menu prices. Next time. The drinks are on me next time. Seriously, how? Smiles were all around and the restaurant staff returned to their duties as the patrons returned to their meals. Well, so much for a private date, Ben mused in mild annoyance, before smiling when he saw how delighted Penny was. Oh well, we can always try again. Sides. Ben took Hitoshi into a noogie. Finally proving your uncle shows kid, you big softy under the grim demeanor. Hitoshi said nothing as he broke free and fixed his hair, but a small smirk said it all. Salutations. Ben's date beamed happily to the QA goers. I'm Penny Polydona. Perhaps, if you would allow, you could join us. I'm not sure if they'll allow that, Hinata mused. They will. Ben and Momo said together. My parents own the place. Momo explained. And my mom saved the owner's life, so we eat no matter what. Ben followed. Besides, surely the staff won't mind for such colorful and eye-catching folks. Everyone blushed at that. Don't get many compliments from most boys, especially not ones so cute. Ellie playfully said as Ben flustered, his cheeks glistening pink. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes. I think he was complimenting me. See, come on. Let's not fight, okay? Hinata nervously said, trying to stop a potential fight before it started. With a smile, Ben and Izuku, ever the gentleman, brought the tables together as Saru and Penny explained what certain items were, then ordered for everyone. Thank you, Ben. Penny smiled as Ben pushed her seat in. You're welcome. The boy smiled. So, how do you? As stated before, they're my potential classmates for Class 1D. Wait a second, I'm in Class 1D, Hitoshi noted. And one of the few staying in it. Ellie noted. Yeah, apparently, Nedzu decided to add one more heroes class to the first years, and we're some of the luckiest ones. As are you, Hinata mentioned. Nedzu-san even mentioned you were the only carryover from the original class roster. The air grew quiet as Hitoshi processed all of that before he gasped in realization. I got a chance. I'm actually going to be in a hero class. I'll save it for when he gets in. Shota said as he stared at the notification, a rare genuine smile on his face. His usual frown then overtook his face when he saw who he was partnered with. Hey Shota honey. Emmy. Hitoshi's face stayed in an elated smile for a long time. Wait, so that means there'll be only one general class, right? Setsuna realized. Can Nedzu even do that? It is his school. Tang Yun pointed out. They'll have to go through him. Then by all means, try. The rodent said to the HPSC and Japanese school boards before returning to his work. Once the meal was done, the kids decided to stretch their legs. Ben texted Narumi he'd be getting a ride home with Izuku. As they walked, the topic of childhoods and backgrounds came up. Momo finally revealed she came from the Yaoyorozu family, owners of the Yaoyorozu Zaibatsu and pretty much the owners of Japan in all but name. This made the eyes of all widen, but not a single thought of jealousy filled their heads when Momo started a passionate speech about how it was her duty and a child of privilege to help those in need. I'm from the Hyuga clan. Hinata admitted, revealing herself to be from a very old ninja clan who, when quirks arose, had shifted their shtick to martial arts and business. Her father was CEO and head of Hyuga International, the one company to give Dieternet a run for its money and support. I may not be very strong myself, but I want to be a hero so that my little sister Hanabi has someone better to look up to. That and a certain lucky but dense as a star. Ellie started, only for Hinata to break into a blush and try and silence the large girl. Izuku chuckled at this, which got everyone's attention. Oh, I'm sorry. He apologized profusely. I don't mean to offend you, Hinata. Just, kind of funny seeing that from the other end. Seeing they risen eyebrows, Izuku explained. My quirk awoke too early, and an accident scarred me. I'm terrified of the very element I control, because every time I see, hear or smell it, I remember. The sizzling, the screams, the pointed fingers, the beatings to quell the flames, how everything hurt for 3 days straight before they finally operated on him. Smacking his cheeks, Izuku continued. All my life, all I've wanted is to help people. To be someone they can look at say, if he can do it, so can I. Everything'll be okay. And, there is this girl who, just by being herself is already the kind of person I want to be. Many let out adoring coos at that reveal, especially Momo, who whipped out a notepad and jotted down something quickly. Izuku and Mina, help them be happy. Setsuna was adopted by 2 women with snake-like quirks and had always been a sharp kid, although she still struggled with the shifting priesthood aspects of her quirk. She had gotten a recommendation from Gang Orkituua. Hitoshi had admitted that yes, Eraserhead was his adoptive father. He had no memory of his original family, and he smirked when he admitted to seeing Ms. Joke as his mother figure. I have a brother at Kanbetsu. Tang Yun admitted, a smirk on his face. My opposite in every way. I came to Ua to try and forge my own path, not be in his shadow. He's not a jerk about it or anything, though. Me and Saru are pretty much the same. Ellie mused. Poor kids in a family business. Only difference is I love me a good scrap every now and then, so I decided to try at hero or support work. Imagine me surprised when I get into the first. Daddy was Krust's #1 sidekick before he died saving civilians from a heartless monster. Saru admitted. While I do wish to bring that villain to justice, I also know he would want me to live my life as my own, so I decided to become a hero. Ben and Penny were not as forthcoming. All they said was that they had known each other since childhood, but their eyes dulled when they revealed that. It wasn't a pleasant story. No one pressed for me details, but the burnt genius already had suspicions, recalling the bust of a lab some years ago. Izuku's train of thought was derailed when a small girl with white hair shot from an alley and barreled into him. The mummy-wrapped boy staggered a bit after the impact, but the girl who barreled into him gave a scared squeak as she fell over. "What's going on?" Hitoshi asked before noticing the girl, his training under his adoptive father kicking in as he knelt down to her level. The girl's outfit resembled hospital attire. She was also barefoot, never a good thing outside, but her arms were covered in bandages. Her long silver blue hair was a bit dirty and tangled, and one side of her forehead had a small beige horn poking out. When she looked up at him, her apple-red eyes were filled with an emotion the Quirk anonymous goers were all too familiar with. Fear. "Hey, it's okay, sweetie, we aren't gonna hurt you," Setsuna said softly, trying her best to soothe the girl, helping her back to her feet. "What's a poor little girl like yourself doing out here by yourself? Do you know where your parents are? Do you need us to help you find them?" Momo asked worriedly. The little girl said nothing, looking at the big kids that had found her. Before gasping, Izuku realized she could see his burns and turned around so as not to scare her. Wouldn't be the first time, he mused. At least there was no screaming. "Ah, there you are, Eri." The little girl went deathly still. The kids all felt a chill go up their collective spines as well. Looking at the alley where the girl came from, they saw a man emerge. He was pale with a thin build and average height. His hair was shaggy and brown, like a shorter version of Izuku's own hair. He wore a black shirt with matching pants and a pair of white shoes. He also wore a green jacket with a purple feather boa along the shoulders and collar. Overall, the most unusual things about his appearance were his white surgery gloves and a gold-embroidered plague mask. A somewhat unassuming appearance, yet his very presence filled everyone with dread. "You shouldn't just run away like that," the man continued, walking towards the pair of kids. Looking at the 10 teens, the man gave a curt nod. "I thank you for catching my daughter. I'm sorry that she disturbed you like this." "She wasn't disturbing us," Tang Yun hummed, nervously scratching the back of his head. "Are you really her father?" Saryu asked slowly, placing her purse on the ground. Said purse suddenly came to life, sniffed the air and began growling lowly. Because a child normally does not run away in fear from their own parents. "I yelled at her a little too harshly when I was scolding her for getting in trouble," the man said. "She gets scared of me when I do that, something I need to work on." "Come along now, Eri." The little girl jerked at the sound of her name, and it looked like she was going to obey. Before she could take a step, however, Izuku, suddenly remembering dealing with the togas, instinctively swept her up, holding her close. "Not until she calms down," he said with finality. "She's terrified." "Exactly what kind of trouble is she in? She looks like she's injured. We should bring her to the hospital in case she suffers an infection or something." Momo said. "I can cover the expenses, not to worry." "Love, do you see how he's dressed?" Ellie whispered. "He's got money." "That won't be necessary," the man growled out. "She's just a bit of a clumsy girl is all. I will not ask again." "Clumsy?" Izuku asked, a small sense of anger at the man's callousness getting to him as a memory, thankfully a less traumatic one, filled his head. "Sir, I know clumsy. Try Yuba and Genkyu with a Chinese lantern and 6 bottles of rocket fuel." At the Midoriya household, Himiko, Hisashi and Inko were sitting down for dinner when they felt a sudden chill go down their backs. "Worst talent show ever," the daughter shuddered. "Still not sure how they even got rocket fuel," Hisashi mused. "Back downtown. Okay. Tensions are running a bit high here, Ben said as he stepped forward. So, let's all just act real calm and talk things. Look, there's an alien. The sheer absurdity of what Ben said made the man whirl around to see where he was pointing. Using this opportunity, everyone made a run for it. Momo, can you call somebody? Izuku asked, holding the little girl close. I can, Penny chirped as her eyes glowed brightly. There, I managed to get in contact with the police force nearby as well as Sir Night Eye's agency, which is close by. That means Mirio could possibly show up, Setsuna said hopefully. How did you do that, Penny? Ben asked, genuinely intrigued. Penny looked nervous. I have a technology manipulation quirk. I can access the internet with it. She suddenly hiccuped after saying that, but nobody had any time to ponder as the ground in front of them suddenly erupted upward, creating a wall taller than the buildings around them. Looking back, the group saw there were walls covering most of the street, trapping them and the little girl Eri in a rectangular space, with the strange man. Said man, no villain, had his right hand on the ground and was glaring daggers in their direction. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. Hitoshi sighed. One last chance, you diseased rats, the man growled. Give Eri to me and I won't reduce you to a bloody smear on the wall. I do not think we will be doing that, Penny said with a frown as her eyes glowed and flickered like cameras taking pictures. Now that you have been properly identified as Kai Chisaki, codename, Overhaul, acting leader of the Shihasakai Yakuza clan. The man's eyes widened. He'd gone out of his way to not appear in public, how had she? Well, this day certainly took an interesting turn. Hinata giggled awkwardly. Let's try and survive this first before we make jokes, Hitoshi said dryly. Sorry. Kai then dashed forwards to the kids, only to be forced to duck under a massive spike that came from Ben's arm as Ellie's hand shifted into a blowtorch and she tried to melt the barrier keeping the kids away. It would take too long though. Izuku tensed at the smell and sound of the flame, fighting back memories before a motorized scooter suddenly manifested and Momo clung onto it, catching her breath. Izuku, take Eri out of here, she ordered, the burnt boy getting onto the scooter and driving away. Oh no, you don't. Kai slammed his hand down, creating a spike that cut off their escape. He had little time to enjoy this, as a pole suddenly slammed onto his hand and crushed it. The Yakuza barely had time to see Tang Yun was holding the weapon as Hinata raced forward, her eyes suddenly pulsating. The normally shy girl was not determined and very angry. Eri couldn't have been much younger than her own sister, so for this man to be threatening a child, he would get no mercy. Kai, back on his feet, reached to touch his hand, only for Hinata to deal your pressure point strikes and send him flying back with a double palm strike. The Yakuza managed to correct his movement mid-flight and glared at the brats, only to find his quirk wasn't working. Despite this, he was calm. Gentle fist, Rappa always wanted to fight one of you. The Yakuza drew a gun, only to have it sliced out of his hand by a floating sword that went over to Penny. Meanwhile, Setsuna had used her own quirk and was trying to carry Eri away as best she could. However, her concentration was broken by Penny. The orange-haired girl had been fighting off Kai, deflecting his bullets and delivering some slashes. However, his quirk suddenly returned to him and managed to land a heel strike to Penny's chin, sending her flying backwards into a sporting goods store. In doing so, Penny blacked out and one of her swords hit Setsuna, knocking her back together and on the ground. Eri screamed as she fell, only to be caught by Izuku. Ben raced to aid his friend, Hitoshi following him and grabbing some elastic coils. Please work. He then swung them at the Yakuza, pinning his arm to his side. Thank you. The villain smirked before he exploded into a bloody mess, reassembling himself free of the bonds and healed. He then raced towards Hitoshi, only to be sent flying back by the scooter, tossed by Izuku. Give her back, Kai roared, only to be side-slammed by Ellie, who had abandoned burning or drilling their way to safety. However, Kai was quick enough to grab one of her artificial hands and fire whatever it was at Izuku. It turned out to be the flamethrower. No, Momo, Setsuna and Hitoshi cried in worry. Izuku. Vile villain. Seru suddenly roared, unleashing martial arts onto the villain. There was a child in I can regrow her easily, Kai said as he dodged. And you should worry. Chomp. Sero's dog bit hard onto Kai's neck and shoulder, narrowly missing his vitals as his mistress pulled out the same gun Kai had aimed at her friends. The villain managed to block it away, only to receive a powerful punch in the important place. Izuku had shifted so that his back would meet the flames and held Eri close to him, hoping. Snap, clang, sizzle. His cooling mummy suit couldn't take the heat at its current battery level and fell apart, exposing Izuku to what he feared most. There it was, the sizzling of flesh, the horrid smell, the screams, the pointed fingers, and whimpering. Wait, whimpering. Izuku glanced down to see the little girl crying into his chest, seemingly not aware of the flames. She was scared. He remembered something Crimson Riot had said in a video Ajiro had showed him. There's nothing wrong with being scared. Hell, I pity anyone who doesn't feel fear when they put their life on the line. But to watch a civilian, an innocent person, die in the crossfires of a battle. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. That's why whenever I do some daredevil, or fearless, act, I'm thinking about the people I have to save. Worry about them first, then think of myself. What kind of hero would he be if he didn't do that? It'll be okay, he promised, forcing a smile on his face. A smile Eri saw, despite his burnt skin, missing half of his lips and having blacked flesh in that section's place. Despite one of his eyebrows being almost nothing but bone. Despite his arms looking like badly burnt steaks and his chest like leather in color. He smiled warmly at her. It'll be okay, his eyes and smile promised. You'll get out of this. Eri began to cry, feeling bad she had been so scared of this boy. All Izuku did was keep hugging her gently. Wait, what? Izuku had no time to think or wonder what was going on. There was a pressure building in him. He needed to. Everyone, he called out. Ben picked up Penny as Ellie grabbed Hitoshi and Setsuna. Hinata and Tang Yun grabbed Momo and they all ran. Kai wasn't so quick. The flames that Izuku had absorbed, now glowing a greenish blue, struck the Yakuza with great force, sending him skywards and then down into a crater. Kai screamed in pain from the flames, hotter than anything he'd ever experienced, and trying to understand how a cowardly mummy child had this kind of power. Despite it all, maybe even because of the pain, the Yakuza scrambled to his feet and raced towards Izuku, who was now glaring at him as he placed Eri behind him. Give her to me now, you mon. Squirt. Cooling agent and water suddenly hit Kai, who barely had time to see Momo and Ellie dosing him as Hitoshi wrapped him up again. Tell us everything and then stay still until heroes come, Hitoshi demanded, praying that for once, his quirk worked for him. The villain's body suddenly froze. Her blood is the key to my plan of riding the world of quirks through the bullets I tried to shoot you with. Overhaul swayed from side to side, his eyes blank as if he was in a trance. Everyone lowered their guard and relaxed, knowing that Hitoshi's quirk had managed to end what could have been a big disaster. Hero. Seru hollered, her dog suddenly growing to rival All Might in size and pin the villain to the ground. Penny, are you okay? Ben asked in worry as Momo rushed over, creating some medical equipment to help when both of their eyes widened at the sight of the damage to Penny. Instead of blood, there was shining metal exposed from the cuts in her body. She winced in pain as she propped herself up, a few sparks coming off her in the process. Oh no, the orange-haired girl whimpered, tears in her eyes. I didn't want this to happen. Penny, wah, the group all asked. I'm not a real girl. I'm. Before more could be said, a familiar face to Izuku, Momo, Hitoshi, and Setsuna phased through the wall, decked out in his hero costume, and ready to help. Don't worry, I got your call, Mirio said as he looked around. Where's the villain? Just point me to him and I'll take him down. You don't need to worry, hun, Ellie smirked as she pushed the still brainwashed Overhaul to the U a third year. Only thing this little is lacking is a pretty red bow. Mirio smiled before his eyes turned to the rest of the kids. Any injuries? Penny revealed her chin and hands, this time for all to see. I'm not a real girl, she confessed. My father, Petro. Oh, I remember that, Momo said, a bright smile on her face. Father was so happy to hear from Professor Palendiana, but he wouldn't tell me anything. So, you're like me, but even cuter and all natural. Elle asked. Can't see why you'd hide that. You are, all taking this quite well. Penny mused. Penny, I have 6 ears and Hinata has moon eyes that give her X-ray vision. Tang Yun pointed. Look at me, Izuku said with a smile, making Mirio gasp when he saw his little brother figure was uncovered, but then smile when he saw the little girl clinging to him. I'm Buggy the Clown without the X chromosome and with the Amazon lily look. Setsuna recounted. And I got 4 quirks, remember? Ben smiled. Suddenly realized I could have used weather manipulation and ended this whole thing sooner. You're a first year, don't worry. Mirio assured Ben. And no matter what, Ben returned his attention to Penny. You're my best friend. Doesn't matter where you came from or how you got here, you're one of the most important people in my life. Ours too, Hinata cooed. A champion of justice, Saru remarked. One who actually had a plan too. Penny, a smile on her face, took Ben, Hinata, Tang Yun, Ellie and Saru into a hug. Oh, I feel so blessed to have such wondrous friends. Thank you, Ben. Everyone else cooed at the scene just as the police arrived. It had been almost 2 hours since the encounter. When the police had questioned Izuku, Ben, and their friends, they gave their individual reports on everything that had happened. Despite how scared she was, Eri soon took off her bandages when the doctors asked to replace them. This mostly came from the motherly comforting words of Momo, Hinata, and Ellie. Throughout the whole affair, she never let go of Izuku, who was wrapped with bandages and given some healing cream from Hinata. The warm atmosphere was ruined when the police went into more detail annoyed what Kai had been doing with Eri. Using her body and Quirk to create Quirk-destroying bullets. Eri was technically dead 10 times over at this point and Kai had no intention of stopping until all quirks were eliminated. Needless to say, after the horror and disgust, came unfathomable rage. That monster must pay, Saru growled. Oh he shall, I assure you. The kids all turned to see Mirio saluting and then being patted on the shoulder by a man in a business suit with glasses and brown hair with yellow streaks in it. A man they all recognized. Sir Night-Eye. Izuku, fanboy mode overtaking him and ignoring the doctor, raced to greet the legendary pro. I've heard Mirio talk about you, you were one of All Might's most prominent sidekicks and... The Foresight hero put his hands on Izuku's shoulders and leaned forward at him, his sharp eyes piercing into him. Sir, please don't be mad at Midoriya. He and the others were acting in self-defense. Mirio said, trying to vouch for his friends. 2 years. What? Ellie questioned. 2 years. Sir Night-Eye snapped, but not out of anger, but of exasperation. My agency has been trying to get a lead-on overhaul for 2 years. But not only do you all come across him and a child he was holding captive by complete chance. But you also managed to successfully detain him with minimal property damage. If I was your facilitator, I'd just make you all licensed pro heroes on the spot and take you to Disneyland, Super Nintendo World, and Universal Studios back to back. Sir, I don't think that's very professional. Momo nervously said, getting a nudge from Setsuna. Shut up, rich tits. We may get to go to the 3 best amusement parks in the world for free. Wait, so, we're not in trouble? Hitoshi asked. Night-Eye sighed, composing himself. Given the circumstances, you'll all have to remain anonymous as the ones who took down Overhaul. Penny will simply be addressed as a concerned citizen who got caught in the line of fire while calling the authorities. It's the only way to keep the media off your backs. But make no mistake, I will call the Hero Commission Board and inform them just how big a deal you all capturing this villain is. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see that Night-Eye wasn't mad. However, before more could be said and Izuku could try and ask for an autograph from the former sidekick of All Might. It was certainly more entertaining and endearing than listening to Kai's maddened rants about destroying Hero Society and putting the Yakuza back on top. Are you a idiot? Izuku snapped, louder than anyone had heard him say before. Whoa, Greenie, language, Setsuna gasped. Who gives you the right to say that quirks are a sickness? That heroes are sick people who need to be cured by having everything that makes them unique taken away. It's been documented that overhaul began, only for Izuku to punch the glass, which thankfully only quivered since it was made to resist even the hardest impacts. Did anyone else know he was that strong? Ben asked through his teeth. Hitoshi, Momo, Setsuna and Mirio all shook their heads silently, a little scared of the boy now. Despite it all, Momo stepped forward, guessing what the madman had meant. That they came from rats spreading virulence like the Black Plague. Yes, that's been long debunked. And for someone who's an obvious germaphobe, it must be the ultimate nightmare. Overhaul's eyes widened. How did you figure out you were a germaphobe? Easy. You broke out into hives every time one of us landed a hit on you during our fight. Setsuna said. Only someone who really hates being touched because of potentially being covered in somebody else's germs would do that. A lot dumber than you look, hun, Ellie said. The truth is the Quirk factor is a beneficial gene mutation. One could almost call it the next stage in human evolution. Since when is a disease beneficial to the infected? We should slam the death penalty on you for all you've done. Saryu snarled, her teeth turning razor sharp and her eyes having a feral gleam. We should have you subjected to the worst forms of torture. It's only what a vile, filthy, diseased villain like you deserves. Saryu, down. Ben snapped, causing the girl to look at him in shock before gently settling down, Hinata placing a gentle hand on her to make sure she was all right. Saru let out several breaths and pressed her clothes before clearing her throat. With the justice-loving girl pacified, Ben turned back to Overhaul with a cold gleam in his eyes which honestly made the Yakuza leader shiver. Honestly, all of this, because you wanted to repay your debt to your adoptive father, by torturing who was essentially your niece. Do you think he would have wanted that? Everything. I did it for the boss. Overhaul weakly began, only for a booming voice to echo through the chamber. Kai. Everyone flinched as they turned to see an old man who appeared to be a Yakuza Oyabun. Despite his age, he had a strong commanding presence that even the police recognized. It's Oyabun Kato Chisaki of the Shi Hasakai. Boss. Overhaul choked out. How did you get out of the medically induced coma you put me in? Turns out my foolish daughter made a friend who was able to awaken me. The Oyabun snarled. To go so far as to render me comatose, just because I told you to hang back a little bit. Boss, please, Overhaul begged, looking less like a fearsome thug and more like a scared child being yelled at by his parent. It was completely unnecessary and cruel. You didn't have to go so far as to create a Quirk-destroying bullet with Ares' very DNA. If you had really wanted to try monopolizing on a Quirk-erasing drug, you could have simply reverse-engineered Quirk suppression tech that the police use in containing villains. Overhaul was shocked. I did consider that at first. But wouldn't the heroes be concerned? Why would they be? The Oyabun rebutted. Telekill, the one substance able to permanently shut down Quirks, is used to create containment methods. Defensive walls, handcuffs and chains, various other defensive implements. The Oyabun slammed his hand down on the table, making Overhaul quiver in sorrow and emotional pain. You wasted so much time acting the role of a villain, not of a true Yakuza. And now you've lost us so much. Oyabun Kato looked Overhaul dead in the eye as he said his next words. You are hereby cut off from the family. Never again will the Shi Hasakai have to suffer your mad exploits. Officer, please take him away. The police were happy to do that. No, wait, Kai begged, tears escaping his eyes. Boss, please, no, I can do better, I can change, please, please, it was all for you. Boos. He went ignored as the old man bowed to the children. Then you for saving Eri. He looked up to his granddaughter, who teared up and turned away. Izuku knelt down to hug her. I think you should leave. Hitoshi suggested. So, who's explaining this to our parents? Hitoshi asked. No need. The kids turned to see Eraserhead, the Midoriyas, a couple dressed in the finest attire imaginable and two snake-like women giving the kids angered looks. It was them. The kids all pointed to each other weakly. Boss, please, forgive me, I'm sorry. Boss, please. Well, how the mighty have fallen. A black and purple smoky portal appeared as Overhaul looked up, his sight blurred by the tears still running down his face before a hand grabbed him tightly by the face and pulled him in. He found himself in a bar surrounded by colorful figures and freed of his shackles. Kai Chisaki, what potential you squandered, a man dressed as gambler noted as he fiddled with some chips. The former Yakuza held no care for these people and readied to fight for his life, but when his hand touched the ground, nothing happened. Then he realized, how did you do? Oh, you wanted to keep that. I'm so sorry. I thought me taking it would make you happy, make you healthy and all that. Jester pointed out, but to answer the, how? All, for, one. Kai's eyes widened, his pants needed changing. All for one. The all for one, not the original, Jester said. I'm one of his successors. And you, well, on top of losing to not even top 10 pros, but harming a kid. You cost yourself a potential alliance to us. As an actual father and grandfather, I am disgusted. The chef villain growled, so disgusted in fact, that I will now prepare a durian onion roasted skunk to vent my frustrations. Everyone grimaced. Sad part is, we'll all still like it when we taste it. A new voice added. A man slightly older than Kai, dressed in a white suit with an apron atop it and covering his face with a plague doctor mask. You, Overhaul snapped, trying to leap to his feet and charge at the man, only to be hit with glass. Oh, you remember me, Kai. The plague mask wearer smirked before his voice turned dull. Unfortunate. Before you start ranting, I did not tell them about you. It was her. Before the plague mask wearer now stood a woman who looked like Eri if she was a grown woman, minus the horn and with green eyes that looked at Kai with nothing short of joy. Finally, you're right where you belong. She snarled, walking up to the glass and flipping him off. Not so big and strong without your goons and Quirk, huh? Kai said nothing, glaring at the woman. You know, at least I can admit I messed up too. The woman mentioned, getting the attention of everyone in the room. I feared my own daughter over an accident, and I left her with you, Dad's little charity case. I left my little girl with you, thinking that with your medical training you'd be able to find some way for Eri to use her quirk without fear. I trusted you to actually pay our family back for the kindness we gave you with kindness of your own. Should have known you don't understand that. Understand, Kai snapped. I understand better than you ever did, you spoiled little princess. You've doomed the Hasakai now serve me. The woman cut him off, whipping out her phone to reveal a sight that broke Kai even more. His boss, dead on the ground right outside his home. The shame and disgust had been too much. Much as you want to deny it, Kai, the world is changing and we need to change with it. Besides, with you gone, Rappa is the strongest and he always liked me more than you. Anyone who doesn't fall in line can end up like you were when Dad found you. She made her way back to the main group, the chef handing her a cupcake to cheer her up as the doctor gently patted her on the back. I had good parents once. Jester mused as he made his way over to Kai, drawing a sword from within his cloak. I also worked with kids. Good times. Until a certain blonde came along. Katsuki Bakugo said nothing, but congratulations, Mr. Chisaki. You just surpassed him as my most hated person. And for that, the remainder of your life will be spent as a vending punching doll for all of us to use as see fit. Punches, s. It's all the same, at least, that's what I would say if I wasn't so madly in love with this gorgeous goddess. Mime blushed under her makeup and lightly pushed Jester back with a smile on her face. So, I guess we'll have to make you Nomu's birthday present. Who, or what's a Nomu? Kai asked, only to tense when he felt hot breath hit his neck. That, the gambler smirked. Kai found himself pulled backwards as a tentacle wrapped around his neck and mouth. The spinning of drills and heavy breathing were soon accompanied by the horrific owner, a tall and gangly creature with black skin, its brain exposed and two bloodshot eyes accompanied by a long, salivating tongue that dripped of eyes and sores that released a gas of sorts. The wannabe Yakuza boss screamed for help that would never come as the creature reached for his pants. Well, I think we all have better things to do, Jester mused. I'm going to see if I can heal Sensei. Mrs. Kato and the good doctor have recruits to bring up to speed. Monsieur Chef has a special dinner to prepare. Tamura, why are you pinning Bakugo to the glass? Showing him what happens if he screws up. The younger man Gidley smirked under his hand as Katsuki struggled to ignore the horror he was seeing. Thankfully, the horror was short-lived. Now, our cute little sociopath. The gambler smiled as he pulled the two younger boys apart. While I like your thought process and would usually agree with you, rare sentence, I think seeing Sensei himself would do a better job. You just want to watch alone, don't you? Tamura grumbled. I will neither confirm nor deny that. The villains then departed, Jester, Tamura and Mime taking Katsuki with them to meet the big boss. I must admit, this is not a sight I was expecting. The old man weakly smiled as he sipped at his cocoa. It was Sunday, time for Quirks Anonymous. And the room was packed to the brim, but not by those who needed the therapist's help, although he did see a familiar face or two. Hello again, Himiko, Professor. The blonde girl smirked with a wave. You see, after the whole overhaul debacle, the parents of the QA kids refused to let them go anywhere by themselves for the weekend, not wanting to risk them getting into trouble with the Yakuza. Just because the type of villainy was a shell of its former self didn't mean they didn't still have influence, especially when such made the evening news and morning papers. Ben, Penny, Ellie, Tangyun and Hinata had similarly been grounded until Monday, and until just a few minutes ago, no one had been able to contact each other. I don't suppose the old confidentiality clause will help me, will it? The old man smiled weakly. Setsuna's mothers stormed forward, angry looks on their faces. Mom, Ma, wait, Setsuna begged, only for her pleas to fall on deaf ears. Now listen here, bucko. One of them started. You were supposed to help her little scale bae get over her fears. The other continued, and instead, you helped make her even more badass than we thought possible. Beg pardon. The therapist rose an eyebrow. Yes, beg pardon. Momo asked for the kids. Well, we thought it over, Mr. Yayorzu said. And while we're all disappointed that you placed yourselves in danger this soon, for you to do so for a child, his wife followed with a smile on her face. And with such little damage, what parents wouldn't be proud? So, this isn't my arrest? The old man asked, getting shakes from Aizawa. Nope, we just want to sit in on a session. Seeing no problem with that and being that none of the parents were thinking of taking legal action against him, the therapist motioned for everyone to help themselves to a snack and for the session to begin. A shame Jin and Ippon couldn't make it, Mirio mused. Was kind of looking forward to Jin's reaction to all this. Well, he and Ippon are aiding recovery girl, I'm sure they're busy. Momo mused. Welcome back and welcome, everyone. The old man smiled. For the newcomers, my name is Gigi Scap, and this is Quirks Anonymous. We often start the evening by going around the room and introducing each other. Who'd like to begin? Me, please. A tiny voice, like the coo of a dove, began. It was Eri, sitting in Izuku's lap as the green-haired boy handed her some juice. She took a big gulp and then started. Hello. My name is Eri, and my quirk killed my daddy. The room with quiet. Way to pull off the band-aid. Mirio's father whispered to his son. Dad. Mirio snapped quietly. I don't know what happened. We were played, having fun, and then I have a horn and daddy's nothing but clothes. Eri reminisced, her tears begging to fall. Mommy left me with Uncle Kai and he. She began to cry, with the kids rushing to comfort her. Momo creating a hanky, Hitoshi handing a teddy bear, Setsuna trying to make a funny face and Izuku just cooing sweet assurances. The parents, all of whom had been told what happened and what Overhaul did, all hoped the man the worst imprisonment, or to kill himself themselves, Hisashi. This was short-lived however, with pride in their children trying to comfort Eri. I really am a cur. Stop that, Momo quietly but firmly said. You are no such thing and let no one say otherwise. Kai was an idiot ruled by fear and his own delusions. You are adorable. You're sweet. Setsuna smiled. You're brave. Hitoshi followed. You're Eri. Izuku finished. And whatever you do, you'll be amazing. The little girl took the hanky and wiped her tears away. The parents and sister held tears in their own eyes, with the Midoriyas all thinking. If only he had this kind of confidence in himself. But I don't even know what I do, Eri pointed out. Neither did we, Setsuna assured the little girl. Seriously, I thought I died and came back scattered all over the place first few times I used my quirk. It was pretty scary, one of her mothers noted. I never know when I'm going to brainwash someone or not unless Dad's around. Hitoshi followed. I could fall to the center of the earth buck naked if I'm not careful. Mirio smiled. I'm always afraid I'll mess up and create an atom bomb or something else. Momo confessed. I actually never used my quirk until you. Izuku admitted, smiling sweetly at the little girl, whose eyes widened in shock. Was too scared, and in all honesty, aside from Dr. Ujiko's report, I don't know what I can do. Eri, Gigi cut in. This is a place where we help each other figure out our quirks. And we, unless someone is in danger, never say a word about anything. In fact, he handed the Midoriya parents a card. There's a preschool not too far away that might be able to help her. The headmaster is a dear friend of mine, and I can put in a good word. Thank you, sir. Inko smiled as she took Eri from Izuku, clearing the little girl's tears and giving her a cookie. Would anyone else like say something? Gigi asked, surprised to see someone else raise their hand and step forward. Hi, I'm Hisashi, Izuku and Himiko's dad, and I'm scared of my quirk too. Hi, Hisashi, everyone said, intrigue building before the moment was cut off by screams. Jin, hold him down. I got you now, you son of a bitch. Ack, he's too strong. Everyone rushed outside to see Jin and Ippen dealing with a man in a hoodie with a plague mask. A man Eri recognized. See Chrono. She hid into Inko's neck, hoping he didn't see her. The masked man looked up and saw his quarry just as a clock hand hit one of his assailants, giving him enough time to power through and leap towards Inko. Gimme the bra. That was as far as he got, as four fists met his face. Inko, Hisashi, Himiko and Izuku, all glaring at him. Now with a broken nose, Chorno pulled off his mask to realize he was surrounded, and everyone was looking at him in rage. Mrs. Yayorzu had already called the police, while Mirio had called Night Eye and asked him to forward the message to any other nearby pros. Normally, I'd say no violence, but, oh would you look at that. Bathroom break, the therapist mused, making his way past the crowd and towards the back room. Chorno, his face bloodied and his head dizzy from the family punch, looked towards Ippen, who was trying to unfreeze her boyfriend. Hey, hero, civilians doing vigilante, he started. I'll ignore it, Ippen said to the parents now advancing on the downed man. Any last words? Hisashi asked, a devious smirk on his face, one that was the faces of the Tokage mothers and Mr. Tagata. Mummy, Chrono managed. Luckily for the Yakuza, he found himself vanishing into a pool of blackness. Next thing he knew, he was in a dingy bar. Oh, my goodness, Chrono. You look terrible. There was the woman that had ruined Kai's dream, Chugai Chisaki. Her face was stern and cruel as usual. So, couldn't get Eri back, could you? Chugai mused. If only someone had warned you. Oh wait, I did. Chrono leapt to his feet. You spoiled, worthless, short-sighted. He was cut off and forced to his knees when he felt a firm grip on his important place. Princess, why thank you. Good on you for remembering. Your followers needed some reminders. Thank you for that, Rappa honey. The powerhouse of the 8 Bullets suddenly appeared alongside a blue-haired boy wearing severed hands and the other members of the gang, most battered and beaten. Rappa, Chrono snapped pleaded, remember who you swore to. I never swore to shit. Rappa snapped. Only followed you and Kai cause he was stronger than me and we needed money that is coming in, before I knew how it was coming in. He looked to the mother and bowed his head, silently pleading for forgiveness. Her face softened and she patted his cheeks, releasing Chrono and taking her place beside the boy. This is Tamura Shigaraki, co-leader of our newest partner, the League of Villains. And for those of you who must know what happened to Kai. Tamura smirked as he flipped on a light, revealing a glass prison with someone inside. What was once the mighty feared Yakuza leader was now a shivering and broken mess of a man. His hair was disheveled, he was completely naked and looked like he had been practically starved, his eyes had dark bags under them, and a trickle of drool was running down his mouth. "That's impossible," Kurono said, whimpering. "Kai, he's the strongest man I know. What the did you do to him?" Mimic screamed in absolute disbelief. "We took his arrogance and broke it down into tiny bite-sized pieces." Gambler smirked, shuffling some cards. "I doubt he even recognizes you guys now. He's right where he belongs, as some repulsive brute's lover." Jester sneered behind his mask. "And the body that the police found," the chef said as he poured some tea and served mochi. "A failed project who looked just enough like him. Plus, with Master's abilities, changing a blood type is easy." "Repulsive," sighed Hekiji Tengai as he turned to Chugai. "Ma'am, allow me to offer my services to you." "Yup, S2, Setsuno Toya gulped. "Right, guys." "Yeah," Hojo Yu and Sorimitsu Tabe agreed, nodding nervously. "You traitors," Shin Nemoto snapped. "After everything Master Overhaul did for Yo, I am grateful for what he did for us," Hekiji said, his eyes closed. "But what he did to the girl, it went against the Oyabun's wishes. I only stayed because I hoped to keep some modicum of order, but Mistress Chugai is right, the times have changed and we must change with them." "Thank you, Tengai. You always were one of the most sensible," Chugai said gratefully. "Guess I like you a little more now, ya prude." Rappa sneered, clapping a hand over Hekiji's shoulder, who simply hummed in acknowledgement. "Why you won't get away with this? I'll," Shin screamed, only for his mask to be ripped off and a new figure, dressed akin to them but with a hood, shoved a glowing green substance down his mouth. Chronostasis and Mimic watched in horror as Shin cried out in agony, tears running down his face as his skin blistered and boiled, his eyes melting and blood pouring out of the sockets before he fell to his knees, vomiting out blood by the bucketload and then collapsing, dead. "I always wanted to put that loser out of his misery while I was still with you idiots," the plague doctor said before taking off his mask so Chrono and Mimic could see. "Why you?" "Yes, me," the doctor smirked as he put his mask back on before turning to the woman. "You might remember me by a different name, does Ishipoto ring a bell?" "Why you bastard." Chronostasis tried to attack but Tamura was on him immediately, grabbing him by the hair and ripping decaying his hair and throw him into the chamber with Overhaul. "Here you go, Nomu." The younger villain smirked. New playmate. The hulking creature, from the furthest corner of its hold, raced towards Chrono, whose own screams were silenced by the creature's own screams. Ishii and Kuza laughed at the scene while Mimic watched as his partner was wrapped up in tentacles before being dragged away along with the unresponsive Overhaul into the shadowy corners. Nothing was seen but the squelches, gurgling cries for help, and the sound of flesh being defiled was all he needed to hear. "Anyone else have any concern?" Chugai inquired. The newcomers all shook their heads. "Good. SSSS so, what's the plan, BBB boss?" Mimic nervously said as he turned to Tamura, who smirked. "Well, we'll have to wait until Jester gets back to give the full details, but I got personal raid planned for the USJ in a few weeks." Tamura mused. "Nothing major, just an attempt to assassinate All Might, perhaps hurt his pride as the symbol of peace. And after that, we'll move on to bigger plans." That got the Yakuza concerned. What the heck could be bigger than killing All Might? "So, on the one hand, I'm grounded from conventions, manga, entertainment Wi-Fi, and snack money for movies for 2 months." Izuku explained at school the next day. "On the other hand, so cute." That was the universal response to the little girl now at Izuku's side. "And not so loud," Izuku pleaded as Eri held onto Izuku's leg tightly, fighting back a sob. In the end, it was decided that the Midoriyas would take Eri in, mostly due to their being consistent faces the little girl was familiar with. While the Yairoses would have made excellent providers, their mansions were a little too much and the servants that would have taken care of Eri reminded her of the Yakuza members. Setsuna's moms worked odd hours and while Aizawa would no doubt be helpful in helping Eri control her quirk, well, Hitoshi knew his dad better than the Department of Child Services, but also saw their points. "Sweeties, do recall what the news reported." Midnight gently cooed, kneeling down to offer a hand to Eri. "Ah, poor baby," Sayori said, puffing her cheeks as she squatted down to Eri's level. "Hi, I'm Sayori. I'm your Oni-chan's friend." Sayori, Eri repeated. "We're all your Oni-chan's friends." Monica smiled, squatting beside Sayori. "I'm Monica." The class all took turns introducing themselves to the little girl, all of them making sure to be as gentle and careful as possible in their words and actions. "I can see her quirk. Pretty powerful, if I do say so myself." Niles chuckled, rubbing Eri's head affectionately. "Hey, is there anything you like? Anything sweet?" Strawberry asked. Apples." Strawberry grinned and held up a finger before taking out an apple she had been saving and then covering it in a sugar glaze before sticking a popsicle stick to it and giving it to Eri. "This is a candy apple. It's an apple that's covered in sweetened sugar." Eri actually drooled at the sight of the treat as Strawberry handed it to her. "We'll have Eri time later, sweeties." Midnight cooed. "Time to meet up with Class 1A. It's so cool that we're actually working with our classmates." Ajiro smiled. "And Mido bro is with them too. I wanna see how much more manly he's gotten. Especially since Yaomomo told us that he saved a little girl from the Yakuza. What a sweetheart." Toru Hagakuri, a girl who was completely invisible, gushed. "Well, of course, it's Izzy." Mina smiled, before becoming serious. "Now guys, I just need to say this. Izuku wears a cooling mummy suit to cover up burns and he is sensitive about it. I know it'll be hard but try not to star too much." "Okay." Momo smiled off to the side. "And that is why I chose Mina for vice representative." Shoto Todoroki meanwhile, feigned disinterest, but was now very interesting with meeting with Izuku Midoriya, his two classmates mentioned. Perhaps he'd find a kindred spirit. "All right, you brats, settle down," Aizawa said, cutting everyone out of their thoughts and straighten up like soldiers. "Now, as you all remember, we did a quirk apprehension test on the first day because I wanted to see if you all had what it takes to be here. You all proved yourselves, even Mineta, who got last place." A dwarfish boy with grapes for hair known as Minoru Mineta puffed his chest out proudly, feeling a little better about himself upon hearing his teacher say those words. "Now, we'll be doing it again, mostly at the request of." "The fun has arrived." A sing-song voice came before Aizawa could finish as Nimari sauntered in before giving a double-finger gun. "Thank you very much. Oh man, it's midnight." Denki Kaminari, a boy with yellow hair with a black lightning bolt fringe exclaimed. "Ranked number 1 hottest pro hero for 3 years straight. Thank you for this daily bread, Lord," Minoru said, a tear running down his face as he clasped his hands in prayer. "I don't think those too much," Ben whispered. He knew his mother would be getting such reactions, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Then whenever she wore normal clothes, things often spiraled out of control. "I've brought my own babies, Shota. They're going to blow yours out the water." Midnight smirked as her class was right behind her. Himiko beamed happily and waved at Izuku and Eri, who waved back to their sister. "I expect them to, considering how completely illogically and insane some of their quirks are." Aizawa sighed before turning to his students. "Don't worry, kids." Midnight smiled to her students. "He's just grumpy because Hitoshi's in a cram school with the other 1D students in ectoplasm." "Oh, so that is happening soon, cool." Izuku lit up, then looking back. Was that, did I do okay? Using cool, like that?" His classmates all nodded or gave him a thumbs up. Shoto gave Izuku a light glare. "Be nice," Momo whispered to the most handsome boy in school. He was bullied for years. "Besides, do you want Himiko after you?" "All right, you brats know the drill. We'll start with the 50-meter dash," Aizawa called out, making everyone pay attention. "Midoriya." "Yes." "Himiko?" Izuku and Eri asked. "No, not you two, am I? Why is there a little girl here?" Aizawa asked. It was then that 1A all spied Eri, waving nervously. "Eri-chan." Momo squealed happily, breaking away to get a better look. "Miss Momo." Eri beamed, breaking away from her brother to hug one of her saviors, who took her into a hug. "What are you doing here?" Momo smiled. Mama and Papa have to do paperwork and couldn't find a babysitter, so I get to go to school with Izuni today. Eri beamed. She's more comfortable with him. Himiko noted, then smiling as a devious idea entered her head. Hey Eri, want to meet some of your big brother's pals? Eri's eye lit up and she broke away from Momo, who pouted. I wasn't done with my hug, she whined, getting comforted by Ochako and Tsuyu. I know how you feel, Tsuyu said, recalling the times her baby siblings had done the same as Eri made her way over Himiko. The older Midoriya sister picked her up and nuzzled her nose before making her way over to the others, putting special focus on two. That's Eiji, he's super nice and can turn as hard a rock, maybe harder. Nice to meetcha, kiddo. Hiroshima beamed, offering a fist for Eri to bump. She initially held onto Himiko before she saw this fist wasn't moving and its owner's kind smile. The little girl lightly punched the fist back, smiling back at the redhead. And this is Mina, Himiko said, turning her baby sister to face Mina, who smiled warmly and offered a gentle wave. Hi there, sweetie, Mina cooed, before looking over to Himiko. Girl, why didn't you tell us you and Izzy had a baby sister? Not official until later today, the shapeshifter explained as Eri beamed suddenly, as if recognizing something. I know you, you're the pretty girl that Izuni. Izuku began to blush and tense in fear of his innocent little sister saying something that would make him look like a creeper or something. Before he could do anything else. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Yes, sensei. Himiko, Eri and Izuku all asked, the boy grateful for this distraction. Show one see how to do this. The underground hero ordered, pointing to Himiko and then the race track. The blonde girl pouted and grumbled before handing Eri to her teacher. Now Eri, I know he looks scary, but he's a very nice and good man. Can you stay with him and Midnight Sensei until this is done? Eri nodded in understanding as her sister knelt her down, then quickly adding. One scratch, pout, or tear. I'll kill you, Sensei. Himiko smiled and took out a blood vial labeled, Iida, before popping the cork and guzzling it down. She then got onto the track with Strawberry and crouched down as she shape-shifted into a perfect clone of Tenya. Go! Midnight cheered as Tenya Himiko boosted forward, the engines in her calves propelling her across as Strawberry skated on a chilly white substance secreted from her legs. Himiko Midoriya, 3.03 meters. Strawberry, 4.98 meters. The tracking robot binged. Hey, you left your stuff on the track. Honta Zero, a boy with tape dispenser-shaped elbows, called out as Strawberry blushed. Sorry, it's ice cream. I've got it, Monica said as she touched the ice cream trail and formed a holographic recycle bin like one would find on an internet desktop, pulling the ice cream into it before sealing the lid and snapping her fingers as it fizzled out of existence in a flurry of data cubes. Hyoka Juro, a punkish-looking girl with audio jacks in her earlobes awkwardly asked. Don't worry, I can only recycle, delete non-living stuff. Monica reassured, giving a sweet smile. Unless it's a villain. Everyone shuddered at Monica's comment, only for their hearts to melt as she handed Eri an ice cream cone. Here you go, sweetie. The future class rep smiled. I think it's vanilla and bubble gum. Strawberry smiled as the little girl took her treat and licked it happily. Yummy. Eri beamed. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Strawberry. Dia. The students and Midnight all cooed. It should be illegal to be this cute. Toru declared. It really should. Ochako followed. Tell us about it. Melanie added. Focus, please. Aizawa growled, although on the inside he was cooing inside. Quote, party pooper. No treats for you. Midnight frowned, her smile returning as 1C began to show off what they could do. Ben turned into lightning and blitzed across as Monica glitched to the end of the track, both reaching their target in an instant. Sorry about this again, Izuku. Sayori said before her arms burst into flames before her hands curved, transforming into wings she used to fly across the racetrack. The burnt boy shook and gulped in his steps, but was broken away from a full panic attack by Eri hugging his leg. He smiled and hugged her back. Yuri turned into shadows and glided across the track while Yuriko runs on all fours like a beast, her fingers turning into claws for emphasis. Yumi followed by shapeshifting into a car and drove herself across, with Mickey inflating like a balloon and bounces across. Natsuki suddenly appeared at the end of the course, a shadowy figure at her side then slipping back inside of her. However, many were able to make out a few details. It was a mostly white figure with an angry or annoyed-looking face, with a smaller face on its forehead and its body covered in red armor. Ashley's body turned into a mess of paint and she slid across the track, Meggy following her and using parkour to leap off walls and any material that fell under her quirk to cover more distance quickly. I call that neon dash, she smirked. Patent pending. Not wanting to be outdone, Psycho used her natural agility and athleticism to run across as Tari manifested Sonic the Hedgehog's shoes and ran across at super speeds. Melanie, stifling a yawn, took a deep breath and then let energy surge around her, eclipsed the two and falling asleep when she fell back asleep. Gives me an idea. Axel smiled as he drew a wheelie from Kirby and rode it comfortably, until he saw Niles racing alongside him, having copied Tenya's engine. You too, Tenya roared when he saw the familiar engines on Niles' side. Don't worry, Niles smiled as said engines vanished. You know, if you want, I could fix your engines to reduce the overheating and stall in changing directions. Tenya paused and thought about that. We'll chat later. Kaizo used cyan laser to cross over, smirking at Melanie when he saw his method didn't cause as much damage, only to realize she was asleep. Mon Dieu, he's like moi. Aoyama gasped, only less dazzling, of course. So that's what that color does. Izuku mused, quickly whipping out a notebook and adding to his notes on Kaizo. I really got to add some color for this, the words alone are getting confusing. Midoriya, yes. Izuku, Himiko and Eri asked together. Not you, Midoriya, Aizawa groaned. Your brother. Well then specify, sensei. Himiko teased, delighting at the irritated look on her teacher's face. That joke is getting old. Psycho whispered at Meggy. I dunno, I think I could still work, Meggy mused. Just run, now, Aizawa ordered the burnt boy. Izuku did as he was ordered, getting to the other end in a minute and gasping for air. Aizawa looked at him in disappointment. He's working on it. Midnight, as if reading his mind said. Besides, with his analysis, we'd be idiots to have expelled him. Soleil went next, flying through on solar energy from her feet. Huh, Penny can do that. Ben mused with a smile. If we did this in the morning or at lunch, I'd have lost control. The sunny girl smiled. You're up next, Emmer. Good thing I saved up some from last night, Esmeralda mused as she glided on lunar energy surrounding her body. This got a risen eyebrow from Aizawa, Dot and a smile. The ball toss came next. Ben fired a cyclone of wind to launch his ball, while Monica glitch teleported hers a farther distance. She had a smirk on her face until Natsuki had her spirit wind up so fast, the throw sent the ball into outer space and broke the sound barrier. Holy cow, I'm not the only one anymore. Ochako and several other 1A students gasped, the gravity girl making a note to keep an eye on the shorter girl. Who are you calling short? Hey, that's my shtick. Monica snapped. Natsuki, Monica, calm down. Yuri sighed before she sent her ball through a dark portal while Tari manifested the home run bat from Smash Bros to send the ball going all around the world before landing right behind her. Yumi turned her hand into a slingshot to shoot her ball, while Psycho summoned her hammer to do a home run. Kaizo used a green light to lighten the ball when he threw it, making it go to space. Another one. Esmeralda uses lunar gravity to send the ball into space as well. How in the heck are you 3 not in our class OR1B? Mineta and Denki asked in shock. All they got was unsure shrugs. Then came the grip tests, for which it was a good thing they had so many backups, because, as if they weren't badass enough already, there were a few physical powerhouses as well. Ben covered his arm in stone and crushed the machine to mulch, a smirk on his face. Which was quickly lost when Yuri stepped up, wanting to get this over with. Now you'll see, Yuri sighed as she lifted her left arm, which suddenly took on a greenish hue before spilting into tentacles which, like Ben, turned the machine into mulch. Yuri then turned, awaiting the familiar calls of, monster, freak. That's hot, Mineta said bluntly. Yuri asked, confused. Chinettelses are hot, Mineta said, his face taking on a pervy smirk. Long silky hair, tentacle possibilities and beeps like. Slam. Not in front of Eri. Izuku and Himiko both roared as they, along with Tsuyu and Kyoka, slammed Mineta into the ground. Ever the curious little girl who somehow still had some innocence in her, Eri turned to Mina and asked. Miss Mina, what's? The area went silent for a minute before Narumi and Asawa reeved Mineta. Detention. 1 semester. They growled together. Yuri found herself surrounded by the other students, all of whom were saying things she had never heard associated with her quirk. Cool, revelry in the dark, great for a hero. She found her eyes glistening with tears in joy. Natsuki's stand spirit squeezed the machine for her while Miki and Yumi expanded their hands to increase their gripping strength. When it come for Izuku, he took a deep breath and did as everyone else did, so imagine his surprise when he too shattered the device, making everyone but Momo, Ben, Eijiro, Mina and Himiko's jaws drop. Oh, didn't you see it in his file? Himiko explained. When, all that happened, Izuku had to go through something called the rank and various Rankiverse. Izuku corrected his sister. Alright, Rankiverse surgery. Basically, doctors had to sever the nerves that let Izuku feel pain and heat, so he can't feel pain anymore. Only if it's physical, Izuku added quietly, and to compensate for the loss of those sensations, adrenaline flows through the body more often, giving Izuku a huge boost in strength. Ben guessed, getting some looks. What? I've seen enough medical dramas to roughly guess. And yet, you were still bullied? Aizawa asked, finding this whole thing fishy, before recalling the EACT details of the Aldera case. Izuku had been one of the only students to actually abide by the no using your quirk rule, so of course he wouldn't have known, fought back. Wait, you mean to tell me, Aizawa started, that in your 14 to 15 years of life, you never once threw a punch? Izuku shook his head. I don't know whether to be proud, shocked, or concerned. I'm taking it as a sign Inko raised him well. Midnight said, and with that, we'll probably have to schedule some sessions with Hound Dog to work on that. Off to the side, Minoru Mineta was facing the white screen of shock and shame. He already knew his quirk was, to put it simply, lackluster, but now that he had seen what Class 1C, the so-called -2, students were capable of. Hey, don't worry about it. Natsuki smirked. You got into 1A, that means they see really potential in ya. Ya must be as smart as Izu to do that. After all, quirks ain't everything, ya know. Yeah right, Mineta groaned, too downtrodden to realize a cute girl was giving him the time of day. Look at you guys. 3 of you can send stuff to space and the mummy is stronger than Kirishima and Mezzo combined, on accident. I've been through this before, give it a week and the order of class'll be shift. Hero hierarchy and all that. The other students heard this, and even those who didn't care for Mineta felt a little sorry for him. There's a hierarchy to heroics. Is that what you think? A suddenly appearing All Might roared. Poppycock, young Mineta, whatever class you got into doesn't have any merit of how strong you are destined to become. The one thing that makes that, is heart. The only superpower that matters. He then took a deep breath. No musical numbers, please and thank you, All Might. Nedzu's voice cut in over the intercom. We already have enough noise complaints from Mike and enough trouble keeping the paparazzi away. Mrotrax A.N. All Might was going to sing Aquaman's rousing song of heroism, in MHA style. However, due to the rules of FFN, we cannot showcase that. Be sure to check out the AO3 version for the song in a day or two. Ah, man, the pro whined, as did Izuku and Kyoka. I wanted to see if his real singing voice was as good as it is on the CD, the 2 teens whined before they realized they both said this. Wait, you have, I thought I was the only one. Wasn't that CD recalled for being, and I quote, unophically officially unofficial? Momo asked. That makes my head hurt. Kaizo said, and he and other students tried to figure out how such a title reasoning worked. Apparently, Midoriya and Jiro never got that memo. Siro, a boy with tape in his arms, mused. All Might chuckled at the fans he had in this gaggle of students. Yeah, that CD caused some issues. What are you doing here, anyways? Aizawa asked. Oh come on, Shota. The more the merrier. Sides, the kids seeing their idol as a treat. Midnight responded. Says the woman with the don't say a word. The woman demanded, red in the face. Mom, if it helps. I'm okay with. Ben started, only to be glared at. Shuttin' up. I was just passing by and wanted to wish the students a grand day before my meeting with Nedzu. All Might beamed. Well, I best be off. Remember KDS. Keep your chin up and go beyond. Plus ultra. He then dashed back into the main building, unaware someone was following him. Wait, All Might, sign my notebook, please. Izuku called out, chasing the pro. He's going much faster now. Aizawa noted. Well, yeah, duh. My brother is the #1 All Might fanboy and the All Might was right in front of him. Hamiko smirked. Suddenly, it was lunch time, for which everyone was delighted. Class 1A and 1C joined together for lunch. Sorry you didn't get the autograph, Midori bro, Eijiro comforted Izuku, who downed his tea like a depressed drunkard would booze. But look at this way, you can always ask later. Izuku nodded in realization, his smile returning when he saw Eri salivating her lunch, made especially for her by Lunch Rush. The freshest apple slices, a carton of cold milk, baked noodles on bread and a chocolate chip cookie for dessert. Izuku himself was having some katsudon as he observed the two classes interacting. Yuri and Hamiko got into a discussion about collector's knives and blades best suited for combat. Emersay and Yuri were chatting with Fumikage about the favorite dark literature, while Fumikage's Quirk Dark Shadow put up his dukes against Natsuki's Stand Spirit, this time looking like a red bird man. Kaizo was trying to follow Aoyama's lecture on being sparkling while Megi and Mina shared notes and ideas for Parker, while Tari, Psycho and Momo chatted about how their quirks were possibly the same. It reminded the burnt boy of his time at Nefasta Private. Smiles, a sense of camaraderie, all good things that made him glad he decided to give this dream a true after all. Izu ni, who was that big smiling guy we saw before lunch? Eri asked suddenly. And why do you have so many pictures of him in your room? That was All Might, kiddo. Denki smiled. The greatest hero the world has ever known. Tenya added. Victor against villains, obliterator of organizations, inspiration to adolescents everywhere. And the manliest and strongest man in the world. Eijiro was quick to add. The little girl didn't seem convinced. She needed to see some of his feats herself, the kids mused. I think Izu ni, Miss Momo, Setsan and Mr. Hitachi are cooler than All Might. Eri managed, making her four saviors' eye glisten with tears and feel their hearts overflow. Okay, top 5 of Bust, Setsuna announced. That is the only way we live up to her hype. Agreed. Momo followed. Definitely. Ben added. Do or die, I think. Izuku added. Wait, Setsuna, how long? Just when Eri called us better than All Might. The replite girl smirked. How ya doing, kiddo? Eri beamed, then suddenly cowered. Kiddo, well, what's this? A class of D-listers so weak a child is with them. An arrogant, scathing voice smirked. No wonder Nezu pities you lot so much. It must be like a curse to be here for you, surrounded by your betters. Curse, weak, pity, words the little girl had heard before. KKK Kai, Eri whimpered, hiding into Izuku's shirt. Can we help you? Izuku asked, trying to be civil. Hamiko, put the knives down. I just wanna cut his cheek. Hamiko, okay, no cheek, how about his third finger? It literally serves no purpose. Hamiko, you never let me shine. The boy just cackled again. Nito Monoma of Class 1B. I just came by to see the future dropouts and losers. Didn't expect to take up babysitting as well, but good on you for thinking ahead. That's a good career to fall back on. Either that or monster movie for the mummy and squids, maybe the kid too. Before Monoma could say anything else, Eijiro shocked everyone by standing up from his seat and grabbing the smug-faced prick by the collar, pulling him in as he growled furiously like a lion whose pride had just been threatened. Say that again. Say that one more damn time. I dare you. I triple dog dare you, mother. Language. Everyone shouted. There are children present. Momo pointed to Eri. Easy. Aji, he's not worth it, Mina said, trying to calm her friend down. Ah yes, that old excuse. Might as well learn it now. The blonde started before Izuku pulled him out of Eijiro's grasp and pushed him away. Leave. Or else what? D-lister. Monoma sneered. You see what's under this? Izuku growled, pointing to his face. Spoiler alert. It's not pretty. Debatable. Hamiko, Mina and Eijiro said. Guys, we've been over this. If horror movie villains look better than me. Hear me out, you have hair. Mina smealed. Fluffy, adorable, calming. She then noticed everyone was looking at her funny. What, it is. Solili had stepped up and was glaring at Monoma, picturing him as someone else. You ever read Seven Deadly Sins? Solili, her usually blonde hair now glowing a scorching whitish orange. I'm Escanor made flesh with a fairer. And look at the time now. Monoma glanced at the clock. High noon. When my quirk is at its strongest. You wanna test me, 'cause someone badmouthing a little girl and my friends. I'm happy to beat and get detention for. Dynamic entry. A gray and black blue sent Monoma flying, revealing twice. Oh, hi kids. He smiled before returning to Monoma. Don't touch the child. Jin. That was a student, Ippen worriedly said, but he has a pedo face. And was being mean to Whittle Eri. Mr. Funny. Eri beamed, breaking away from Izuku to hug the man. Hello little one, begone demon. Soon, everyone was laughing, either at Jin and Eri's adorable interactions or at Monoma's dazed look and ebbing stuck in a wall. I didn't know you could go god mode at noon, Niles noted. I don't know if I can. Soleli admitted, but that guy was a jerk. All in all, it was a good lunch. Off to the side, Ippen and Recovery Girl watched him in concern along midnight, while Vlad had an uncharacteristic smirk on his face. Eraserhead as at the boss's side. Don't punish Jin, Setsuna Tokage begged. He got carried away, and I escalated the whole situation. She then smirked, recalling how she had escalated the situation. Ooh, she had enjoyed the pummeling she had given Monoma for his cruel words to Eri and the others and then the words she had said. Izuku, Ben and Momo are more heroic than you'll ever be, ya spoiled sycophant. And what kind of hero mocks a trauma victim or goes picking fights with his future allies in colleges? If anything, Monoma, you're the one who deserves to be out of Ua, living in shame on your daddy's money. And the rest of you guys. I know Vlad told us about the rivalry and yeah I ain't going to let Izuku, Momo and Hitoshi have the spotlight that easily, but are we training to be heroes or spoiled brats? That had lead to Kendo, i.e. the only sane one aside from Yui and Kanoko, to dragging the beaten Monoma to the infirmary while having Yui apologize for the idiot. Now, here she and Jin were, in the principal's office. Sides, Monoma should have known. Talk shit, get hit. The two Quirk anonymous goes fist pounded at that. Principal Nezu smiled, having expected something like this to happen. He had been expected it next week, but this got it out of the way. Ordinarily a teacher attacking a student would result immediate termination and arrest, no exceptions. He mused, especially considering the Monoma family are ambassadors for UTHN in the UN. This is why I told you not to hire him, he lacks the training. Vlad cut in with a smirk. Vlad, did I say you could speak? Nezu asked. No, then be silent, I'll be chatting with you about your skewed priorities after these two, rivalry encouragement. Vlad's smirk vanished, which made Ippen and Recovery Girl smile. The blood hero had had it out for Jin ever since he came to Ua, claiming his lack of hero training and experience made him a poor choice for a teacher, so you can imagine the outrage, concern, he felt with Nezu elected Jin to teach 1D. Returning to Jin and Setsuna smiled. Jin, you're on reduced pay for a semester at Ua. Your hero pay will not be docked, but you will need to fill out fuller reports and I'll be sending someone to be your teacher's aide, and no, it won't be Miro or Ippen, otherwise, don't do this again. I understand sir, no promises. Jin bowed then smirked. Ms. Tokage, Nezu said, detention for a week after school. And try not to pummel that bra, Mr. Monoma again. Otherwise, You could jeopardize an operation we're using him for to get details on the terrorist cult whom arise. Principal. Vlad and Aizawa both called out. She's already helped a high A, low S rank villain. Nezu explained. I think she deserves to know. And Vlad, you knew of that. Vlad left the room, missing Midnight and Aizawa glaring at him. Ippon ran to Jin and hugged him, then Setsuna. Permission to. Midnight and Aizawa asked. Granted. Nezu said, the turning to the quirked anonymous goers. You're free to go. And Mrs. Tokage, I will not be informing your parents of this. I have a soft spot for those who stand up for their pack. Setsuna smrirked before suing the principal. The previous Friday evening, in a penthouse apartment grander beyond all imagination, an exploding Pomeranian, and a red-headed clown in a green cloak watched as a tall, powerfully yet lean man in a business suit danced and flipped around his apartment. To see and smell with my own eyes and nose. To breathe without tubes and machines, to be whole again. The man cackled as he pulled IVs and unplugged medical equipment, an ecstatic joy on his face. Oh, the delight I'll feel when that bouffon sees me again. He then took a deep breath and then turned to the older man. Thank you, Jester. The green-cloaked man bowed humbly. It's the least I could do, Shigaraki-sensei. Rise, Jester. There's no need for such actions from my beloved protege. Shigaraki gently said, raising his student up. Such a hard-working and devoted young man, a pity those idiotic civilians and hero never saw your merit. And to think, a mere drug peddler used such a quirk. Katsuki Bakugo was at first disappointed with the true leader of the League of Villains. He figured they had to be someone rich to pay for everything, but to be a seemingly average billionaire on the verge of death, even with his lack of an upper face, had been underwhelming, until they got closer. Katsuki could have sworn that all the air and courage had up and run out of his body. Every instinct in him screamed, run. Or, stay perfectly still and quiet. The calm way the man spoke, such silky and seemingly fatherly tones with an undercurrent of measuring your worth, and even without eyes, Katsuki could tell the man had only been looking through him, or like he had been trying to see his quirk. And then Jester had used overhaul to repair his master, returning him to full strength. Every cell in Katsuki's body had been agreement. Do whatever this thing wants. The man in front of Katsuki was not a mere human. He was well deserving as the title of leader or beneficiary of the League. Whatever his quirk was, it made him less human and more like a demon, playing on the fears and dreams of those around. I actually always have fancied myself a demon lord, but it pays to dress more like mortals. Shigaraki said as if he'd been reading the blonde boy's mind. Yes, I was reading your mind, young Bakugo. Now that I have my eyes again, I can do that. Such a useful quirk, Eye of the Beholder. Kyofu, why don't you head back? I understand you have plans with the others tonight. If I recall, Raki is overseeing a new club, Ryori's daughters and granddaughter are flying in, and as today or tomorrow your anniversary with Shizukana. Tomorrow, sensei. Jester, aka Kyofu, gently corrected his master. And I would, but... Oh, don't worry, I'll deal with bring young Bakugo up to speed and par. Jester bowed once again to his master as a warp gate opened. Before he vanished, he smreked to Katsuki. You're in for it now, boy-o. Katsuki now feared for his life. All alone with this monster of a villain, who could read his mind. Not just that. Shigaraki smiled as he sat down. And I must say, quiet frankly, your mind is among the most boring minds I've read in years. You're like a stock shonen protagonist, screaming your goal at the top of your lungs, but with the personality of the haughty rival who gets demolished and never even makes the top 20, not that you ever could with your quirk. Katsuki's sense of self-preservation vanished, replaced by red-hot rage. The you say, old man. Shigaraki cleaned out his ears. A generation ago, such a quirk like yours would have made you a future villain in the eyes of the public. He explained, your personality would only make sure of that. Loud, proud, lack of empathy. And you're too short-sighted. Only using your hands. You can control how much you sweat but only stick to your palms. Did it ever occur to you to train so that you could make explosions from any part of your body, like I don't know, your feet? Those sweat more than hands and the legs are stronger. Evidentially, Katsuki had never considered that, as simple as it was. Well, you are still young. Shigaraki mused. I'm over 200 years old, you learn to pick apart quirks quickly, even with the aid of my own quirk. Katsuki smirked. You sound like that worthless Deku. Worthless and yet he's at UA. Shigaraki pointed out as he pressed a button on his chair. And that, Deku, as you call him, is more important than you realize. Your family has only been famous for 2 generations, your mother's modeling and your scandal. The Midoriya family, on the other hand, I've been watching them since before your aunt was born. From behind the 2 rows 4 metal cylinders, which opened to reveal that each held what looked like a teenage girl. For your first lesson, allow me to introduce the inspiration for Nomu, the greatest invention of one Professor Daiki Midoriya, the man who taught Pietro Polendina all he knows. The autoscorers. It took them a week, but it was finally time. Class 1A would be having a Heroics 101 collab class with Class 1C. Izuku, Eijiro, and Mina were sure excited about it as everyone arrived in their hero costumes. They say that clothes make the hero, and you all are looking good. All Might declared. Mrotrax A.N. Unless described here, assume all costumes are the same as in canon. Ben wore a stylish domino mask that looked like glasses, a black trench coat and pearl-colored undershirt with a pair of classy-looking shoes. Monica wore a green adventurer's outfit, complete with a green scarf that reached to her ankles and a domino mask with special lids to hide her eyes. The mask also had fish-like fins on the sides and she also wore armored boots, not unlike those worn by a knight, and had a gun on her left side. Natsuki, despite her tough girl persona, had a very girly costume with a frilly skirt and thick goggles, a red neckerchief. Her costume's most prominent feature was the pinky, spiked punching gloves. Yuri wore a dark blue and black outfit like Monica's, only she went for a mask that covered her whole face, save her hair. Said mask had one horn on its left side, complemented by the spikes on her boots and completed with a breathing mask that could also edit Yuri's voice. Finally, she wore a more tattered black scarf and had her arms wrapped in bandages. Sayori's costume consisted of a red domino mask and jacket with metal rims on the shoulders. She wore an arc reactor-style chest plate with a brown neckerchief and flaming cowgirl boots to complete the look. Yuriko wore a light blue vest and white undershirt with armored gauntlets and boots. Said gauntlets and boots were made with nanites so they could morph with her. Yumi wore a blue and white costume with elbow-length gloves and stylish combat boots. Miki wore a one-piece costume with a yellow circle in the middle along with blue gloves that left her arms and legs exposed. Ashley wore a black hoodie, black and pink fingerless gloves and boots with several cans of spray paint at the ready, with a blue skirt and pink undershirt. Meggie wore a white and black jacket, black shorts, brown boots, and black fingerless gloves. She still had her beanie, headphones, and goggles on her head. Psycho wore a tan jacket, a black tube top, red shorts, black leggings, and white shoes. Tari wore a sleeveless light blue vest, tan pants, black and white metal boots, and a backpack strapped to her back with the N64 symbol on it. Axel wore a blue sweater, black baggy pants, and black boots. Ink cartridges were attached to his belt and he had Inkweaver strapped to his back. Melanie wore a melon-themed hoodie, black shorts, and black boots. Niles wore a gray sweater with a red hoodie, his signature cap on his head, black baggy shorts, long black socks, and black and red sneakers. Kaizo wore a red jacket with a white fur collar, a black undershirt, black gym pants, and black sneakers. Soleil wore white robes with golden trims and armored pauldrons as well as a crowned headdress, while Esmeralda wore a black cloak with a half mask shaped like a crescent moon. Finally, Strawberry wore a large, pink dress with a frilled section around the neck and region. The dress had short, strawberry-shaped sleeves and on her wrists, she wore dainty, white wrist cuffs that matched the frilled parts of her dress that almost formed like a glove. In the bottom parts of her dress, she wore a pink apron with a heart-shaped seed pattern on the apron, which was tied with a bow on the back of her dress. In the bottom parts of her body, she wore a large, knee-length skirt with frills on the skirt's end, long, white socks, and red Mary Jane shoes. And finally there was Izuku. I hope whoever made this just barely passed. He uncharacteristically snapped, making everyone wince in worry. His costume was the UA track suit, a fire blanket, Quirk conductive gloves, and a bulky metallic mask with tiny slits for his eyes, which were covered in shadow. What happened? Mina asked in concern. Izuku temporarily forgot his annoyance when he saw Mina in a purple leopard skin leotard with a feathered boa on her shoulders and domino mask, in other words, even prettier than she already was. Yeah, you had that cool firefighter boxer design. Eijiro followed, his costume a replica of Crimson Riot's, minus the jacket. Izuku shrugged. I'll have to talk with support. Midnight glared. And I'll ask Dad about the upgraded cooling mummy suit. The one Mr. Yotubushi was making for combat situations. Hamiko added. Her costume was a cardigan sweater with the kanji for Midoriya on her back and several blades all over. 1C looked over at Izuku's lackluster costume and shared his annoyance. This better not be a Quirkist thing again. Niles roared. We'll figure that out later. Monica announced. I believe All Might was about to explain what's happening. Said legendary pro was gently patting Izuku on the shoulder and then handing him an autograph. The burnt boy was in a fanboy trance, smiling and squealing at awe and adoration of the paper, and possibly considering never washing that shoulder again. Today we'll be having a battle trial. All Might declared. At first teams were going to be within classes, but the lovely Midnight suggested something far more akin to field work. Narumi. The teams will be made of one student from 1A and another from 1D. Midnight smiled. After all, real pros rarely work with people they're familiar with in the field, so this will help you in the long run. The teams were then made up, but Midnight kept them to herself. Again, you never know who you'll work with. So, Team 1, Izuku and Mina. Yahoo! Mina cheered, and even under his bulky mask, everyone could tell Izuku was smiling. Ooh, many of the other students cooed, making the burnt boy tense. Do I detect the hints of amore? Melanie smirked. I think you do. Axel smiled. Double dates. Double. I was thinking of triple with Solele and Esmere. Melanie added. Ashley was using her quirk to make a portrait. You know, pink and green work well together. Ben made his way over to Izuku, a proud look on his face. Look at me. Ben smiled, setting him down to sit down. We need to have a talk about the birds and the bees. Now, one has antlers and the other feathers, but I don't remember. Oh wait, I guess she has the antlers, so. Wait, where are you feathers? What? Izuku asked in confusion. Hamiko was already imaging adorable pink and green nieces and nephews. And Team 2, Ochako and Saiko. Meanwhile, Hitoshi Shinsho was busy getting set up with his own class, the newly elected Hero Course Class 1D, of which he was the only remaining student from when it was originally Gen Ed. His previous classmates had all congratulated him, praising him for finally getting the recognition as a future hero that he deserved. It felt nice to know they didn't hold many grudges, but then again, they were content with just being at UA, Hero Course, supportive general. It looked great on a resume. Also, his teacher was going to be Jin, his fellow Quirk anonymous goer, and a probationary pro hero under Principal Nedzu's guidance. He was now operating under the moniker of the Doubler Hero, twice. However, due to his mental issues, he'd be having a teacher's assistant to aid him. On that, Hitoshi didn't know who. After all those mind-numbing cram lessons, Ectoplasm was a great teacher, but really needed to work on delivery. Hitoshi and his new classmates were all getting settled in their room, waiting for their teachers to arrive. Sure enough, one of them made his way in with an extravagant flair. Just made it on time. Crap, I'm really late, they'll fire me for sure. Hitoshi chuckled, being the only one in his class to be used to Jin's eccentrics. Looking around, he saw Penny, Saryu, Hinata, Tang Yun, and Ellie were all there as well. Good, they made it in, he thought. Easy there, twice. We've made it right on time for our students. Now, this came as a big surprise. The man who entered in after Jin was a famous pro hero on par with All Might, number 6 in the rankings, the shield hero, Crust. Oh, I knew that. Could have told me sooner. Crust gave Jin a comforting pat on the back as the two of them turned to their new students. Jin was wearing his mask and costume, so he was in no danger of splitting up, as he called his mental breakdowns. Greetings, students of Class 1D. As you can see, I have accepted a teaching position here at the prestigious UA High. Mostly to help my friend Twice here in guiding you all to your best heights. Crust certainly had a passionate way of speaking. Then again, he was one of many pro heroes inspired by the heroics of All Might, though out of all of them, Crust was the one who matched the symbol of peace's ideals the most. Alright, kids, why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll go first, Twice said. Hi, I'm Jin Bubegawara and I'm scared of my quirk. I worship it. Crust put a gentle hand on his colleague's shoulder. Jin, we are not at Quirks Anonymous right now. Just breathe, friend. Jin nodded and took a deep breath before restarting. Hi, I'm your homeroom teacher, Jin Bubegawara. I'm Twice, I'm the awesome new pro hero. As for me, you may know me by my hero name Crust, but my real name is Mutsuo Tatezaki. My quirk is Shield and it allows me to create hexagonal shields from my arms that I can alter the size of and even multiply at will. Okay, now it's time for you kids to go, Twice said excitedly, pointing at the class dramatically. Hitoshi decided to take one for the team and stood up first. After all, he had the most experience in most cases. My name is Hitoshi Shinsho and my quirk is brainwashing. I can mind control anybody who verbally responds to me. I like cats, enjoy biking, and I'm also the adoptive son of Eraserhead. The only known connection I have to my birth parents is my surname and that's it. Penny went next. Salutations. My name is Penny Polendina, the daughter of acclaimed support inventor Pietro Polendina. I have no quirk because, well, I'm not exactly a real girl. Poppycock, Crust said. You're as real as any of us in this room, young Penny. Do not sell yourself short just because you are not conventionally human. Penny blushed thankfully and bowed before continuing. I hope to make friends with all of you going forward, though I have already hopefully made friends with a few of you earlier during a certain incident. Yes, the incident with that disgusting villain, Overhaul, Saryu said as she stood up next, holding Koro in her arms. I am Saryu Ubiquitous and this is Koro. My quirk is Hecatonkires and it is connected to Koro, who can transform my body into any weapon for justice I can imagine. I like playing with the kids at the park because it's important to always be there for the younger generation. Guess it's my turn, Hinata shyly said as she went next. I'm Hinata Hyuga, oldest daughter of the Hyuga Zaibatsu CEO. My quirk is Nerve Sight and it's a quirk that's been in my family for generations. I can see the nervous system of a body and strike them directly to effectively render one immobile or even quirkless. I can even see through most barriers and smokescreens. I like cinnamon rolls and I hope to become a hero that my little sister can look up to. Ah, ain't that just the sweetest thing? Ellie chuckled as she stood up. Hi, I'm Ellie, former member of the Hodunk clan before my ma took me and my brother to go on the straight and narrow. I don't have a quirk but I got me some fancy gizmos to compensate. I like building and breaking things and my family runs a little old garage known as the Catch A Ride. Tang Yun sighed as he went next. I'm Tang Yun. My quirk is Six-Eared Macaque. If any of you have read Journey to the West, you'll know what I can do. I like chocolate pudding and I don't like it when people take what's mine. The next student to introduce themselves was a boy with dark tan skin, a messy mop of black hair, and bright blue eyes. Hi, my name's Ryoku Kibo. I'm the son of the number 15 pro hero, Ninjet, and the number 16 pro hero, Paralyzer. My quirk is the same as my father's, aura manipulation, and it allows me to manipulate my aura to form constructs and fire energy blasts. I like meditating and playing video games. Up next was a tall, broad-shouldered boy with auburn hair, slightly thick eyebrows, and a scar on his left cheek. He also had heterochromia, his right eye being emerald green and his left eye sapphire blue. His arms also appeared to be made of polished red rock. I'm Sato Suzuki and I come from the green lands of Scotland. Me quirk is Makahala Mantra and I got it when me parents came to the god Makahala to cure me of a terrible disease when I was a wee baby. He introduced with a crisp Scottish accent. I can create extra arms from me body and channel the energy of Makahala to fight. I love me a good scrap and a fine pint of mead. Isn't the drinking age? A mousy girl with messy lavender hair began awkwardly. Me folks never saw a problem with it. Besides, Makahala's energy burns the scrumpy out of me quick. Sato reassured. Next was a girl with dark skin, bright golden yellow eyes, dark brown hair in a bob, and a yellow origami butterfly hair clip. Hi, I'm Miu Patra. My quirk is origami and I can manipulate paper. I'm half Egyptian on my father's side and I enjoy regular origami. It's an acquired skill, after all. I like cute boys, mummies, and gossip. Next was a girl with long hair that was half golden blonde and half ocean blue. She had a blue splotch-like birthmark over her right eye, which was crystal blue while her other eye was a light brown. I'm Arisu Todoroki. My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor. My twin brother Shoto is in class 1A. She introduced herself rather awkwardly. My quirk is water and light, which allows me to create and manipulate both water and light. I like when the weather is equally bright and cloudy, and I also love my siblings. My father and mother are a complicated case. Crust hummed and nodded. He had worked with Endeavor more than a few times and the man's personality left a lot to be desired. To say nothing of the domestic situation that had occurred with his wife, which landed her in the mental hospital, and the tragic fate of his oldest son. Guess it's my turn now. Nervously spoke the lavender-haired girl from earlier. I'm Bernadetta von Varley and my quirk is. Take your time, no rush. Get a move on, Twice said. Eep, Bernadetta squeaked, cowering slightly before continuing. My quirk is eagle vision and I have 20/20 eyesight. I can see weak points in any target, highlight figures of interest, and see the world around me if I concentrate. I like embroidery, reading, and solitude. It's okay, Bernadetta, you did a good job. Cooed a motherly-looking girl with long platinum blonde hair done in a side play. Oh, my name is Mercedes von Martritz. My quirk is white mage and I can use healing and defense magic, but I also know some offensive spells as well. I like sweets, ghost stories, and fragrant flowers. I'm Marianne von Edmund, muttered a girl with light blue hair and dark eye bags. My quirk is grim and I can summon monsters from my negative emotions. It's not exactly a heroic power. I like talking to animals, reading, and delicate flowers. Many powers can be seen as unheroic in the eyes of many. Crust said, but you have nothing to fear from any of us. We do not judge others for their quirks or backgrounds, only by their actions. Guess it's my turn, huffed a boy with black hair in a spiky ducktail style. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I'm a friend of Hinata. I come from a long line of assassins known as the Uchiha clan. My father is the head of the Uchiha dojo and my older brother is the number 12 pro hero, Black Crow. My quirk is evil eyes and it was inherited by my ancestor, one of the first quirk users, Madara Uchiha. Damn, that's crazy. Meh, I'm seen weirder. Twice said. My family's quirks have all been derived from Madara's own in some way, but, in a case of quirk avidism, mine is an almost perfect replica of the original. There are many capabilities that even I haven't fully managed to comprehend yet, which is why I've decided to try my luck here. Sasuke continued. I like tomatoes, hawks, and sparring with my best friend, Naruto. He attends Ketsubutsu along with my girlfriend, Sakura. It wasn't lost on anyone that at the mention of this, Naruto, Hinata's face took on a blush and she sighed dreamingly. It was outright adorable. Alright, guess it's my turn, said a girl with black hair in a bob, burgundy eyes, and wearing what looked like a pink spiked knuckle duster on her left fist. I'm Misako Kuroki and my quirk is kinetic. I can manipulate kinetic energy to kick all sorts of ass. I like a good fight, a relaxing sauna, and I hate math. And I'm her BFF, Kyoko Morohoshi. My quirk is velocity and I can manipulate, well, velocity. Make things speedier and all that. Chimed in a girl with bright orange hair in a ponytail and baby blue eyes. I like cute stuff, and sports, and I also went to a different school than Misako, but I always went to her school instead. This confused many in the room, as did 4 empty seats, meaning that the class was not yet complete. However, Hitoshi had a feeling those seats would be filled very soon, he just didn't know how. Well, that wraps it up. Jin announced before adding, time for a jog. An excellent suggestion, Jin. Crust beamed. We let our new students ease back into things today while still encourage them to bond as we exercise. Come on, students, you'll be able to go home at or after lunch, but tomorrow we start internet. The kids all followed. Their teachers were eccentric, yes, but they knew what they were doing and seemed cool. Hitoshi smiled, glad to have this chance and looking forward to interacting with his classmates. Meanwhile, on the villains' side of things, oh, Papa, we're here. Ryori Soma, aka Chef, dropped what he was doing and rushed over to the trio of women who suddenly entered. Mes petites filles. The great big man beamed, taking the trio into a warm hug, and pecking each of them on the cheek. Chugai sighed and smiled sadly at the scene, remembering her father doing the same. Kendo and Tengai were quick to gently pat her shoulders to cheer her up. They then noticed that Mime took Jester into a tender embrace, comforting him as if he too remembered his parents. Sorry we're late, Papa. Some drama with tenants, but we fixed it up. The shortest member of the trio explained as the hug was broken. My fellow villains. Ryori smiled after breaking the hug. It is with great pride that I introduce to you the 3 newest members of our league and the lights of my life, my precious daughters, the Sweet Life Syndicate. The first and leader of the trio was a tall French woman who wore a blush upon her cheeks, eyeliner and red lipstick that was accompanied by a dark pink vest and skirt, trimmed and proper. In a way, she looked akin to a British nanny. Her hair was similarly dark pink with red stripes, and she wore a headband with 3 hearts atop her head. A ruby decorated a neckerchief she wore. Zeri Kyondafurawa, Quirk. Candy Man. She can create and control any kind of candy she wants. She often uses it to create edible machines, great for covering up your tracks, but she also has some lethal uses for it. The next member was a Dutch woman with a bright, toothy smile clad in only sandals, baker's gloves, and an apron. This outfit was getting her a few lustful looks from the men in the group, minus Jester and the Plague Doctor. Her most standout feature was her hair, molded into 2 giant braids that resembled a pretzel. Kuki Sakusaku, her quirk. Cookie Maker. She can generate, mold and manipulate cookies into existence. She often uses them to create fighters. The final member of the trio was a shorter Finnish woman. Sumuji Kurimupai. Her quirk. Cream. She can create and control any kind of cream, but Sumuji's favorite is a particularly corrosive, acidic one she saves for her enemies. Huh, so you 3 are like those characters from One Piece, Tamura noted. A few people acknowledged that. Yes. Zeri giggled. Though I'm not one to stick my tongue out all the time like Perospero, I do enjoy making children happy, even if we're on the wrong side of the law. I raised them well. Ryori smiled. Speaking of raised, where's? Down here, old man. All eyes turned downwards to see a little girl, no older than 8, holding what looked like a mime pony doll with a black and red mane. The girl herself had wide, sleep-deprived eyes and purple hair, which matched the purple Jester uniform she wore, although there was no hat. Hanoma. Ryori beamed, taking the little girl into a great big hug. Her scared face took on one of joy as she returned the hug and nuzzled her against her grandfather's beard. Yeah. Great to see ya, old man. Now where's the grub? The pony snapped, unamused by the affection. The hags said there'd be grub. All I'm seeing is Abuka suits and cosplayers, minus the guy wearing all the hands. Said guy, Tamura, made his way over to the child and her doll. Really? The co-leader of the league asked his chef. We're letting a kid onto the league. We let you into the league when you were her age. Jester reminded his co-leader, getting some chuckles from Raki, Shizukana and Ryori. Fair point, but I already had a body count. This little brat probably hasn't done anything bigger than bullying for lunch money. Hardly. The Sweet Life Syndicate snapped, some fear clear on their faces. Awful big talk for a scraggly string bean with no record. The pony said, lemme ask ya something. Ya heard of the Stampede Mob? That's me. Well, me and the dummy who keeps following me around. Now, Miss Ponyville, we've talked about this, Zeri started, trying to pull the little one away from Tamura. I thought you got rid of that horrid thing, Ryori said through his teeth off to the side. Papa, Kuki snapped through her teeth. It's a process. Sumuji followed with a sigh. A long, adorable, heartbreaking process. At this moment, Hanuma had made her way back to Tamura, cowering under his annoyed glare. Ponyville, however, gave the villain a look over and a smirk crossed her face. Neat collection ya got there. The toy then produced a sharp knife and leveled at Tamura. How'd ya like a few more? 'Cause if you don't like up to the hype, your own hands'll be joining the rest. The two youngest members of the league glared at each other, while Hanuma looked away while occasionally glancing up, a deafening silence overtaking the room, before a chuckle broke the silence. Then a cackle, then another following in suit. I like this kid, she's twisted. Tamura beamed, patting Ponyville on the head, making sure to raise his pinky. Oh god, there's two of them. Raki whispered to Tengai in terror. At least once is actually adorable. The barrier user mused. Ryori and his daughters let out a sigh of relief before Hanuma made her way back to her mother's, Ponyville not speaking at the moment. Everyone, please meet our adorable daughter, Hanuma Sasaki. Ah, a mouse, mouse, Zeri screamed. Sure enough, there was a mouse, scurrying around the bar, and then waving to the others as Ponyville's eyes lit up again as she drew a blade. Nice. Target practice. The mouse let out a squeak and scurried away, narrowly avoiding Ponyville's knife before the knife suddenly floated upwards. Hey! Meanwhile the mouse suddenly began to grow and change. Soon in its place was a large woman in a green suit with goggles and a lab coat with mid-length black hair. Whoa, easy, easy, I'm a friend, Fraulein Zumania, at your service. The woman smiled before she spied someone in the back. Ah, Herr Garaki, wunderbar to see you again. From the darkness emerged the portly and bushy-mustached Dr. Ujiko, wiping his hands clean and smiled. Zumania, my dear, I trust you and the others had no problems. Well, VR would have preferred something closer to the woods, but she'll make do. Zumania smiled, procuring a potted plant from within her lab coat and placing it down on the nearest table. Many looked on in confusion and worry of this shapeshifter's sainty, before the plant suddenly began to grow into a flower, from which popped out a skinny woman of greenish and bark-like skin with a pointed nose with flowers in her hair. Woo boy, what a way to travel, the woman said with some gasps of relief. Ah, Annabelle, nice to see you in good health, Ishii said calmly, smiling behind his mask as he helped her to her feet and gently pecked her hand. You're as dashing as ever, dearest Ishii. But please, in the presence of others, call me by my villain name. The woman cooed in return. Ah, right, forgive, Dr. Venom Root. Ishii bowed. What's that? The gambler said, pointing at a shining rock that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the bar. As he leant down to grab it, it too began to grow before it shattered, revealing another woman in a similar attire, only she was made entirely of stone. Dr. Obsidian, at your services. The woman said once she composed herself. We'll be aiding Garaki-sensei in upgrading the Nomu with some, finer and less quirk-based abilities. So, we've got sweets, we've got animals, vegetables, and minerals, any other crazy things to add to our guild? Raki asked while shuffling some cards. Funny you should mention that. Ujiko smiled, pointing at the floating knife along with the floating mineral material, the former of which suddenly flew backwards while the later crumbled to dust. Allow me to introduce a gaggle of former Meta Liberation Army trains who prefer our V-Zone over that of Redestro. The first was a taller, lanky woman with a pronounced overbite in what looked like a Pikachu hoodie, but with darker colors. She wore a domino mask with stripes going through the eyes and a serious face, one of her hands glowing with electricity as the other held Ponyville's knife. She had wild neck-length hair that jetted out from under her hood. Nice knife, she smirked before sending it back to Neville, who caught it and glared at her. An electromagnetism quirk, Obsidian mused, quite rare, and well-trained. Thanks, the girl responded. Name's Rai Inazuma, call me Polarizer. The muscle head's Dekiru Musaigen. The second was a well-bullet and strong-looking young woman with wild eyes and a hairstyle that looked like it belonged to a 1950s sci-fi hero. She wore gauntlets that glowed many a color, complementing the proud smile she wore. Sup, Deku smirked. Strong force for the win, baby. Speaking of which, the cutie who dusted Obsidian's minerals is Henki Chime. The third girl had noticeably elf-like ears, but she otherwise screamed, shy. Her clothes and hair were scraggly and her legs buckling, but she smiled a nervous smile all the same. Another decomposer, E.H. Tamura mused, his interest piqued. Among other things, I assure you. The fourth and final member of the four explained. Hanaki has a weak force quirk. As for myself, I think you'll soon find you've got the best gravity quirk user in your organization. The fourth member had cat-like eyes and wore a cap, scarf and hiking boots along with an explorer's skirt. Ah, right, Tera Jurioku, at your service. She hurriedly added. Welcome to the league, Tamura said, delighted at having so many powerhouses joining the league, and 4 of them being around his age was most certainly a nice bonus. Spying this, Jester smiled and patted his co-leader on the back proudly before a loud cheer was heard. Mime seemed to recognize it and smiled softly as a cartwheeling figure crashed in and then pounced onto her. Shizu, it's been forever. The girl had bright red hair done up in 2 pigtails, a red painted nose, a mismatched red and blue clown outfit with puffy sleeves, white gloves, and curved boots with bells at the tips of the toes. Shizukana smiled and made a heart sign with her hands before turning to her friends and motioning to the clown girl. I'm Shizu's BFF. The name's Warao Yorokobi, just call me the clown. The girl introduced herself with a 2-finger salute. I like her already, Raki smirked. We needed a little circus troupe theme for our crew. Such an ensemble is not what I was expecting. A synthesized voice cut in, startling many. In walked in what looked like a somewhat portly yet still well-built man in black with what looked like a computer of some kind for a head. And you would be? Chugai asked, something about this newcomer worrying her. This was not helped when Mimic made himself known. That's the guy. The guy who gave Kai the idea for. He paused when he saw the angry look on Chugai and Rappa's faces. This, youngsters, is another first-generation quirk user, as well as a dear friend of mine and Sensei's. Ujiko said. Bondrude, the first recorded technopathy quirka and a gifted biologist and geneticist who was only hindered by the morals of the scientific and civilian worlds. Many had stopped listening after hearing the man's name. They knew who he was. If there was a saint of support tech, Bondrude was the devil, especially given how he preferred his test subjects, young. Do make this worth my time. Bondrude said. Sweetie, stay close and behind us. Zuri commanded Hanoma. Do as the hags say, dummy. That guy gives me the creeps. Do we really need him of all people? I get you need a tech-savvy guy and someone else for Nomu upgrades, but there was no one else. Obsidian asked. Find Sensei another first-generation technopath with as many patents and we'll talk. Ujiko sighed. He's more tech than Quirk at this point. And he can still hear you. Bondrude pointed out. Don't worry, I'm no field agent, strict tech support. Too old and not yet able to upgrade myself. This cooled some worry, but the clown girl made her way up to the cyborg and delivered an ultimatum. I had a fellow clown who did bad stuff to kids. Claimed it was good for them. Name was Champ. I killed him. You do anything to hurt anyone here. I don't care if you are Shizu and Kyofu's boss's old pal. I will destroy you, comrade. Transparently, we're still a few members short of a full party. Tamura hummed. Never mind. You guys get comfortable. I have a personal raid planned next week that will surely cripple the symbol of peace that Japan so desperately clings their hopes onto. Jester smirked behind his mask. We wish you the best of luck, little brother. A warp gate suddenly opened and in walked in a very familiar and yet unfamiliar face. Then it's probably for the best you take these with you. Sensei. Tamura, Jester, Mime, Gambler and Chef all bowed at their master, the others following in suit. Hey old man, who's the shrimp? Dekiru asked as she pointed at Katsuki, who now had a collar around his neck. And is that one of my old? Bondrude began. Katsuki Bakugo and indeed, Bondrude, all for one said, I just gave the boy a few more quirks to help him live up to his true potential. Damn, Jester pouted. Was hoping we could turn him into a Nomu. The mime hugged and stroked her love's hair, nuzzling her nose with his mask. One of which was that nuclear quirk I'd been meaning to get rid of. All for One explained. However, young Bakugo needs to build up a charge for it, hence the collar. Katsuki Bakugo said nothing, just frowned at the even bigger league of villains and getting a feel on his 3 new quirks. This squirt is going too? Dr. Zumania asked in confusion. Oh, no, 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 no. All for One assured them all. He just needed an upgrade. These are what you'll be taking along, Tamura. The warp gate pushed out 4 sleeping teenage girls, whom, at the sight Og, Garaki and Bondrewd gasped at. Are those? You found them. Ujiko began, delighting when All for One nodded and gave him the cue to introduce them. Clearing his throat, the Mad Doctor began. Allow me to introduce the autoscorers. The inspiration for Nomu, created by that man. Which man? Hanaki asked. Daiki Midoriya. Dr. Obsidian explained. The Da Vinci of the second quirk generation. Saint of super scientists, creator and borderline sovereign of the support Intersti, pro in all but license. All for One had to fight back the memory of the 7th one for all user fighting him alongside her best friend and Daiki. He'd had to go far, far, far out of his way to ensure that the good doctor was indisposed when he finally fell that idiotic woman. To say nothing of how much trouble it had taken him and Ujiko to minimize the man from history books. And at least 4 generations ahead of his time. Dr. Venom Root beamed. Aside from Garaki-sensei, the only minds who come close to reaching an iota of his brilliance are David Shield and Pietro Polidina. So, we're basically being given 4 multi-quirked androids that, in your own words, make the Nomu look like preschoolers. Jester asked, trying to comprehend everything he'd just heard. Yes, they're currently asleep and updating, but will awaken when Tamura begins his raid. All for One said. Tamura couldn't help but grin in excitement for what was to come. The smile on his face unnerving Katsuki to no end. This is gonna be the best boss raid ever. Ding. Oh, dinner's ready. Ryori beamed. If you'll follow me. As the league ended to eat, Tamura gently grabbed his master by the arm. Tamura, did you really? Tamura asked. Of course I didn't. All for One said. I may be a quirkaholic, but I didn't last this long by hoarding what couldn't be useful. What about the string song quirk? Tamura noted. Aside from that, and the mashed potato golem quirk, I was going through a phase. All for One responded. But no, Keiseki Bakugo does not possess a nuclear explosion quirk. I destroyed that the moment I attained it. So what does he have? All you need to know, why Prika student? All for One smiled. Is that not even Katsuki knows, and it'll be a great way of ensuring that no matter what happens, UA's reputation will be ruined and we'll be rid of a potential stool pigeon. Now, go and eat. And so they did. So, what can you tell me about Bikitaru? Mina asked as she and Izuku walked inside the building. She has a quirk focused on weapons, Izuku explained. I've seen her pull out a hammer and a railgun, but she claims that, and I quote, if I can think it, I can bring it. Oh, I get it. So she's like Momo, minus the body fat to create and restricted only to weaponry. Mina asked for clarification. One way to look at it, yeah. Izuku nodded. She's also pretty athletic. Then I can take her while you get Uraraka and the bomb, Mina noted, then stopped suddenly. Izuku didn't initially realize this and walked a bit, only to pause and then turn around, as if looking for something. Okay, I gotta ask. Dude, can you even see in that? Not really. No, I've been relying on hearing. Izuku confessed, then hurriedly added. But a hero doesn't always have time for comfort, especially when lives are on the line, so. Izuku Daiki Midoriya, Mina said firmly, crossing her arms. She was not convinced and on the viewing side, neither were the others. Oh, his full name. Eijiro grimaced. He's in for it, Hamiko giggled. Back at the site, the pink-skinned girl was racking her brain to overcome this problem. It was clear Izuku needed a better costume, or at least something to cover his face but still enable him to see. But time was of the essence. Wait, wasn't it? All Might hadn't put a time limit. But what could she even use? Her costume's boa was too puffy, not to mention probably flammable. His fire blanket cape could do, but it would take too long to fashion into a mask. Her acid cooled down into a gel could work, but then again, there was that time she tried that with Ejiro and he'd accidentally swallowed some. She then recalled something both of them had been given for the exercise. It was temporary, only lasting an hour. It was firm but could also be removed. I got it. Izu, drop that hunk of clunking junk, we'll use capture tape. Mina said. But that'll leave you. Izuku started. I know you got my back, Mina assured him. With a sigh, Izuku undid the mask and hurriedly turned around, extending a hand for Mina to give him the tape. When she didn't hand it over immediately, he glanced over to see her holding onto her own tape and motioning him forward. He shook his head in fear and reached for the tape, but Mina pulled it away. Izu, she cooed, you know I've seen it. And, let's be honest, you are not a good rapper. The two chuckled, as did Himiko and Ejiro. Now, come over here and let me help you. With a sigh, Izuku pulled his hands away and moved forward, his face now visible for all to see. Most of his face looked like it was made of leather, tanned and burned skin with little dots of blackened flesh scattered all over. His right eyebrow was naught but bone, and the left side of his mouth showed off his blackened gums and showcased his teeth, a single strand of flesh connecting them to his cheek. Mina smiled as she began to wrap the tape gently but firmly around her friend. Back at the viewing station, many hearts melted at the display. So freaking manly. Ejiro beamed with tears in his eyes. Himiko simply shook her head in slight exasperation, but smiled. Ah, they're so in love with each other. Soleil cooed. Just like you and me, s. Hehehehe. I can see so many parallels between us and them, Sol. Esmeralda laughed. Axel and Melanie smiled as well, the normally sleepy girl resting her head on her boyfriend's shoulder. Hammer time. Psycho suddenly called out, pulling out a massive hammer and swinging downwards, making Izuku and Mina narrowly dodge as she then turned to face them. So, heroes, who's first? Izuku, go. I got this, Mina ordered. Mina managed to dodge Psycho's attacks while Izuku hurried to find the bomb room. You're good, but you can't keep dodging forever, Psycho said. I can sure try, Mina fired back. The two girls continued to dance around each other, their moves captivating everyone's attention in the viewing room. Mina threw some non-corrosive acid to blind Psycho, but she made a shield that harmlessly caught it before swinging her hammer, which Mina ducked under before knocking Psycho off her feet with a sweep kick. With Izuku, he frantically searched through every room before finally finding Ochako standing guard over the bomb. The brunette noticed him and quickly got on guard. I won't let you take this bomb so easily, you know, Ochako said, raising her hands upwards. Glancing up, everyone saw she already had several pieces of debris ready to fall. All she had to do was put her fingers together. I don't expect you to treat me with kid gloves either, Izuku retorted as he rushed forward. Release, Ochako called out, the debris beginning to fall. As Izuku made several beelines for the bomb that were blocked by Ochako, Niles kept his focus on the screen. He could sense quirks and what they represented through their holders' souls, and he saw Ochako's was a glowing pink satellite, as well as a bonfire with 8 different colored flames flickering from it. A second quirk, could it really be? The boy thought before shaking his head, saving the theories for later, at least until he spied Izuku's quirk. Wait, what? Izuku's quirk was mostly hollow. It seemed to have levels or lines to it, but only AC equals single circle in the middle was a flame, dwindling at that. Niles now knew he had to investigate when he got the chance. Something Ben shared with him, if the nod he gave was any indication. Izuku and Ochako matched each other blow for blow, neither missing the countdown on the weapon getting lower and lower. Both were impressed with the other's strength and, if the slight smirks were any indication, might have been enjoying the fight. Crash. Asterisk. Izuku glanced to see Mina skirt into the room, some bruises on her face and arms as Psycho leapt upwards into the room, putting away her hammer and drawing a machine gun. Relax, it's pellets, Psycho called out as she let the bullets run wild, Mina barely avoiding them. Ochako took Izuku's distraction to grab and send him falling backwards, only for Izuku to grab the ledge they were fighting on and force himself upwards. Ochako let him go and then readied an attack. Houston, Ochako declared as one for all flowed through her arms, which she flung upwards, creating a small whirlwind. Smash! Izuku was sent flying upwards, but then he saw the weapon go upwards as well. No! Ochako and Psycho both gasped in worry, Ochako cursing herself for overloading the attack. Mina took advantage of this and pinned Ochako down, grabbing her tape and moved to wrap her arms to her sides, before she SWHO was on the whirlwind, which was now heading outside. Izu! Mina cried as she ran out of the building. Psycho also dropped her weapons to join her as they saw Izuku clinging onto the weapon like a lifeline, thankfully on top of it. I did it. The burnt boy managed, it slowly dawning on him what he done. I did it. I actually did it. Hero team wins, All Might declared, but he went unheard as Psycho and Ochako admired the scene of Mina hugging an elated Izuku. So, who would you think was the MVP of this round? All Might asked. I'd say Mina. Momo cut in. While Psycho and Ochako maintained the advantage for most of the round, they worked too far apart and Ochako overcharged her attack. Such a move would be detrimental in the field. And while Psycho did fight admirably and within the confines of the rules, she could have chosen something to end the fight much more quickly. Izuku too could have bested Ochako faster with his strength, although he did offer an excellent analysis of Psycho. Mina, however, formulated a plan and acted to help Yojiku with his subpar here, although leaving herself unable to apprehend the villains and not actually capturing Ochako does cost her some points as well. Still, gotta give the little guy credit for being willing to work with that crap. Kaizo noted. Excel NT points. All Might said, feeling upstaged by children but also being RPIUD of his students. Psycho and Izuku then came back in with Mina and Ochako, their classmates all applauding them. Well, I think it's safe to say we all have big shoes to fill after that. Ben beamed. Who's up next, sensei? The rest of the matches soon began in earnest. Starting things off were Niles and Toru against Shoto and Megi. So, are you just completely naked? Niles awkwardly asked Toru, who nervously nodded, causing the boy to sigh and shake his head. That's no good at all. Here, let me help you with that. Niles placed a hand on Toru's shoulders and closed his eyes as he was surrounded by a pale blue aura. He soon found Toru's quirk, which was a multifaceted prism changing colors constantly. Reaching into it, he worked it around like a puzzle that still had a few pieces missing and put it together properly. Soon, he finished and pulled back. Try turning it off now, Niles said before taking out several clothes. But first, put these on. Toru obliged and put the clothes on before concentrating. Soon, instead of being invisible, she was a plump and curvaceous girl with short, wavy chartreuse hair, with pink specks, big round eyes, with the pupils being violet on top, teal on the bottom, and yellow on the inside, and light yellow bushy eyelashes. I can see me. Toru gasped, looking at her hands. I haven't been able to see since I was 4. Before Toru could give Niles a hug, a massive wave of ice covered the entire building. Niles quickly got in front of Toru and unleashed a massive wave of heat from his body, melting all the ice in the room. Stay here, I'll go deal with Mr. Candy Cane. With Shoto and Megi, the latter was rather annoyed when the former had gone inside to freeze the whole building, declaring he could do it by himself. Hey, pretty boy. Before Shoto could start making his way for the bomb room, he was met with a flaming fist to the face that sent him flying out. Megi jumped before getting on guard, neon energy flowing through her arms. Shoto slowly got up and saw the flames surrounding Niles. For a brief moment, he saw somebody else in the boy's place, somebody he loathed with every fiber of his being. That's. Megi threw a bubble of neon energy that burst into a type of stasis field. Niles smirked before teleporting out of it and then stomping his foot down, causing the ground to melt around Megi up to her waist, trapping her as Shoto lunged forward with an ice shot, only for Niles to melt it with an aura of heat. Really? Is that all you got, pretty boy? Niles then finished Shoto with an uppercut to the jaw, a satisfying crunch echoing off before the half-and-half boy fell unconscious as Niles stood victorious over him and Meggy. That was a little harsh, don't you think? Meggy noted as Niles helped her out of the trap. I kinda felt like he was asking for it. Next was Ben and Momo against Sayori and Eijiro. Momo created a tracking beacon that could detect heat signatures and pinpointed Sayori and Eijiro's location while Ben smirked as he began tapping the walls with his knuckles. What are you doing? Oh, you know, finding the right weak spot. With those words, he coated his fist in a bubble of tremoring energy and punched a certain spot on the wall, causing the ceiling to crumble as Sayori, Eijiro, and the weapon fell down, Ben catching it quickly before it hit the ground as Momo moved to capture both of them. Aw man, Sayori whined. You're too strong. I like to think I'm well equipped. Ben playfully smirked. I want a one-on-one rematch at some point. Eijiro shouted. I wanna see just how manly you were in a fistfight. The rest of the matches went by pretty evenly. Kaizo and Tenya ended up bickering due to having opposing views on how to approach the situation while defending the weapon. However, they ultimately managed to work together to capture Soleil and Yuga. To lose to a fellow Shining Mouseier. I can live with that. Natsuki simply summoned her spirit, which turned into a turtle that she stuffed the bomb into. Apparently, the turtle had a pocket dimension in its shell. She and Zero then kept Fumikage and Esmeralda guessing until time ran out and they revealed their ploy. Yuri showed just how terrifying her quirk could be when she shrouded the whole building in darkness, leaving Kyoka and Yumi running around like chickens with their heads cut off before they ran into a massive pile of hairballs left by Minoru. Thanks, Mineta, Yuri said with a smile. Minoru shakily gave a thumbs up with a blush despite his bleeding scalp. I'll fix him up, Niles promised. Rikido and Strawberry were a match made in heaven as their quirks ended up being highly compatible with each other. Naturally, Rikido ended up figuring out how perfect this matchup was quickly. Hey, Strawberry, my quirk is Sugar Rush. I get stronger the more sugar I ingest. You can create sweets, right? The big-lipped boy said as the pink-haired girl nodded sheepishly. Oh okay. Strawberry held her hands out and pulled syrupy marshmallows, chocolate, peanut butter, and gummy into her hands, before reforming them into bars, Twizzlers, cakes, and pieces. Here you go. Thanks. Rikido nodded as he began wolfing them down, almost instantly bulking up and gaining a confident smirk. All right, leave this to me. Denki and Mickey didn't know what hit them when Rikido came barreling in like Leroy Jenkins. Mickey hastily inflated herself and shielded Denki as they were sent flying out of the building. Hey, are you okay? Mickey asked through puffy cheeks. Why yeah, I think we just lost though. Yuriko and Koji were another pretty good matchup. They were both rather shy individuals but they managed to hit it off really well. When Monica glitched the building, distorting it, Yuriko stood beside Koji and transformed into a werewolf-like form, growling protectively. Alright, I think we can get inside now Kiro. Suyu said, only for Yuriko to pounce on her and roll down the nearby stairs. Monica looked shocked before turning to Koji, who quickly sent out a wave of mice that he had called with his Anavoice quirk. Needless to say, Monica learned never to underestimate the quiet rock-headed boy again. So, ready to go, Ashley? Himiko asked excitedly as Ashley shook a spray paint can before hooking it to her belt. Ready as I'll ever be. The two headed inside the building, looking around for the bomb room before a horde of paint clones of various video game characters rushed in. Axol's doing. Ashley sighed before using her own quirk to create monsters out of graffiti to fight off the clones. Himiko smirked as she took out a vial labeled Ojiro, and ingested it, slowly shapeshifting into the tailed martial artist as she snuck through the building stealthily as Ashley kept the clones busy before soon finding the weapon room. Alright, I'll go handle Ashley. You stay here and guard the weapon, Axol said as Ojiro nodded in agreement before standing guard, only for Himiko Ojiro to jump down in front of him right after Axol left. Surprise, Midoriya, figured you'd pull a trick like this. The two rushed at each other and matched blow for blow. Thanks to getting to know her classmates beforehand, Himiko had a good grasp of Ojiro's skills as well as how to use his tail, even if it took some getting used to. Then again, she was a fast learner. Axel had made his way downstairs to see Ashley and at least one remaining graffiti monster standing proud over all the defeated paint clones, which poofed out of existence. "So, think you got what it takes to beat me?" Ashley asked while discarding the empty spray paint can and cracking her knuckles. Axel spun Inkwefture around and smirked. "I didn't train under Edgeshot before coming here for no reason." It was a hard-fought battle as the hero and villain teams settled for martial arts over quirks. Eventually, Axel managed to pin Ashley, but it was too late as Himiko had outfoxed Ojiro and captured the weapon. It was the last matchup and Tari found herself partnered up with a boy wearing a white full-body spandex costume and mask styled after playing cards. Let's do this," the gamer said nervously as the boy, Tokuma Cardo, smirked behind his mask. "After you, my fair lady." Tari blushed awkwardly as the two entered the building, looking around for Melanie and Shoji. However, it was then that Melanie rushed in, surrounded by some sort of divine aura as she moved much faster than the eye could track. However, Tokuma quickly took out a diamond card and swiped it, creating a barrier made of red diamonds that blocked Melanie's approach. The normally lethargic girl summoned a helix-shaped sword and began whittling away at the shield. "Tari, go, I'll hold her off," Tokuma said as he took a king card and slammed it into his chest, his muscles expanding as he broke through the barrier and football tackled Melanie. Tari used the distraction to move past, quickly summoning the super scope from Smash Bros to defend herself as she moved through the halls, keeping an eye out for Shoji and the weapon. Suddenly, a large shadow came over her and she nervously turned around to see Shoji looming over her menacingly. Squealing in terror, Tari fired a charged shot from the super scope, which hit Shoji in the chest and sent him flying. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry." Back with Tokuma and Melanie, the two were in a handlock before Tokuma grinned behind his mask and took out a queen card, applying it to his wrist as he elegantly flipped over Melanie and used his still-present king card given strength to slam her into the ground, making her grunt before she kicked him off her. "Alright, guess I gotta use my ace in the hole." Taking out an ace card, Tokuma transformed it into a red arrow that he knocked onto his wrist as if it was a bow before pulling back and firing. Melanie took her helix sword and knocked the arrow away only for Tokuma to jump back and fire more ace arrows to keep her on the defensive. Shoji had managed to recover and Tari yelped as she ran for it, looking for the weapon room before finally finding it and running forward, reaching for the weapon and doing a diving leap. Shoji tried to stop her, but he was one square short as she hugged the weapon. Saved. All Might, while still new to teaching, was pleased with what he saw. Yes, the kids needed some work, but unlike most he'd seen that had good heads on their shoulders and cared for people, plus they used their powers well. Minus the young Todoroki boy, who held back and only used the UCE side of his quirk. Not a good move or healthy. He knew a fire breather who refused use his quirk and that was causing him some breathing problems. He'd have to make sure his son didn't fall into that same trap, even with his trauma. Then there was young Kayama. All Might swore he had known the son of Midnight before Ua, but couldn't place where and when. Still, he was a natural leader and big brother, so he was okay in Toshinori's book. As was young Reiki. Yes, he did remind All Might of that man, but Niles didn't seem to have a bad bone in his body and frequently moved to improve, never take. The only problem was the boy's seemingly irrational hate towards pretty boys, but what teenage boy didn't? The bell rang, signaling lunch time. Spying the two classes eating lunch and chuckling at the sight of Himiko and Ochako sharing a bento while Mina convicted Strawberry to give Izuku a sundae he shared with everyone, the pro leapt upwards and off the campus. He had a lunch date. As Class 1D headed to Lunk, Hitoshi found himself stopped. "Yo, Hitoshi," Misako called out. "Kyoko and I are heading out for Bang Burger, you want to join us?" Hitoshi was surprised by this, only his second day and already being offered to eat out somewhere with his classmates. "There you are." He turned to see his father there, a wad of cash in his hands as he took Hitoshi's bento. "You grabbed mine by mistake," Eraserhead said, leaving no room for argument as he forced the cash into Hitoshi's hand. "Go with your classmates. I'll let twice and crust know." Hitoshi wasn't entirely sure what was going on. He knew that was his bento. His father had a liquid dye. Oh. He wanted him to socialize. Stifling a smile, Hitsuhi raced to join the girls, missing the smile on his father's face. Now who should I give this to? Aizawa asked, realizing he couldn't eat this. Bang Burger was hopping for the lunch rush, but the trio managed to find a seat, or at least, it seemed they were taking a seat. There were two boys already there. Ricky Poo. Kyoka beamed as she hugged a Ravenet boy with no shirt on. Misako smirked as she grabbed the brunette in a white coat with a red shirt and a band-aid on his cheek and then gave him a beep. So this is what Uncle Hazashi feels like with Dad and Emmy. Narumi and... Oh, sorry, Misako gasped. Just get a little. These are our boyfriends, Kunio and Ricky. Hello. Ricky bowed. Nice to meet one of Misako's classmates. Kunio beamed. You're Eraserhead's kid, right? Big fan of your dad. Hitoshi was surprised by this. Kunio's kind of a vigilante. Misako explained. Your dad's bailed him out a few times. Hey, speaking of times. This might be weird, and if it is tell me and forget it, but... Kunio asked. You wouldn't happen to know a burnt kid with green hair, would you? Hitoshi paused mid-chew, then swallowed. Yeah, I do. He admitted. Why do you wanna know? Kunio and Ricky's eyes widened and Shishiro neighed with delight. Seems we were right after all. Ricky mused. And don't worry, we mean H9 meters no harm. Ricky Poo couldn't hurt a fly. Unless they threatened me or Kunio. Kyoko cooed, nestling into her boyfriend's bare chest. Ricky blushed at this and handed his girlfriend a piece of gum. Well, the thing is, that friend of yours. He actually helped us out a while ago in our home district of River City 2 years ago. Kunio said. It's a long and awesome story, Kyoko said. Do you got any gum? The raid is almost ready. Just a few days' time. Tamura smirked. Good thing our mole was kind enough to lend us some juicy info. Shame we couldn't get files on the students' quirks, but oh well, sometimes it helps to learn on the fly. Jester shrugged with a smirk. Unknown to the two, their conversation was being listened to. Looks like I'll have a reason to go near Ua, after all. The listener mused with a groan. And I was doing so well avoiding them. Eri was nervous. This would be her first time going to kindergarten and she didn't know if she'd be able to handle being by herself. However, her new mama and papa had assured her that the people here were nice and would be able to help with her quirk if she had any trouble. Shuffling awkwardly into where her class would be, Eri looked around at the colorful room, cute little paintings made by hand, books neatly stacked away, and cubbies to store away the students' personal belongings. Hello, Eri called out, getting the attention of a beautiful woman with red eyes and black hair. Oh hello, you must be Eri Midoriya, right? She asked warmly, getting a nod. Smiling brightly, the woman clapped her hand together and sang. Please bring your things over to the carpet. The children promptly obeyed, holding on to their toys, arts and crafts but forming a circle and waiting patiently. Eri got a look at her classmates, 2 boys and 3 girls. The first boy wore a triceratops hat and had brown spiky hair, while the other had blonde hair in a tuft. The first girl was short with pink hair and a black dress. The second looked like a sheep and the third looked like she hadn't slept in weeks with a pony doll at her side. Everyone, we have a new friend joining us today, Eri Midoriya. Eri, my name is Your Forger. I run this daycare and with my husband, will help you understand your quirk while making sure you have fun and stay safe. Now let's meet the others. This is my daughter, Anya. Fun fact about me, the pink-haired girl started. All my fingerprints have been burnt off. Huh, Kai said he was going to try something like that. Eri mused. That Kai guy was a jerk. Anya Forger. Her quirk. Telepathy, she can read minds. This is Kota Izumi. The brunt boy wore a triceratops hat, smiled and waved. Kota Izumi, his quirk. Geyser. He can fire jets of water from his palms. This is Joe Peskin. Joe was a blond boy in an orange and black shirt with a tuft in his hair, with one of his arms dripping green. I was just about to swamp Anya. You mean try, Anya retorted. John Peskin. His quirk. Slime. He can transform his body into a green malleable slime-like substance that he can change the shape and form of. This allows him to stretch like elastic as well as shapeshift into a myriad of different forms when in slime form. Tekina Hitsuji. Tekina was a tanned girl on a blue and white dress with long wavy blonde hair that covered her eyes, with 2 small horns atop her head. Tekina Hitsuji. Her quirk, wool. She can manipulate her woolly hair. One of her primary uses is to roll into a ball, spin forward and crash into any foe or object in her. And finally, Hanoma Sasayaki. The final girl looked up to Eri, only for her dolly to spring up. Buzz off, unicorn. The dummy ain't got no interest in you. Miss Ponyville, you're snapped, before turning to Eri. Ignore her, Eri-chan. Put your thigs in your cubby and then play. Doing as she was ordered, Eri's eyes never left Hanoma. Yes, Ponyville was mean, but Eri saw that the girl seemed very lonely. It seemed like the doll was mean to even Hanoma. Don't bother. John frowned. We've all tried, but Ponyville scares us all. Even my mom and dad. And they're pros, Kota added. Eri's eyes lit up in a way a brother would have been proud. Who are they? What are their quirks? Do you go on missions with them? Water hose, hydro pump and no, Anya said, making Kota groan. Dang it, Anya, let me tell it, then be faster. Tekina offered a hand to Eri, shaking her own. Would you like to draw some pictures with me? The ram-like girl asked, making Eri beam. No fair. I wanted to play with her first, Tekina. John pouted. Eri probably doesn't want to be near your gross quirk. Kota mused. You calling my quirk gross, Squirtle? John snapped. Maybe I am, ya Grimer. Kota roared back, the two glaring at each other. Ignore them, Eri, Tekina said as she dragged her new friend away. They always fight and call each other Pokemon names. Actually, my sister has a blood quirk. Eri mused, wondering what Himiko was doing. Hearing that, John and Kota ceased fighting and made their way over. Can we draw too? Kota asked. Just don't use slime in place of green crayons. Tekina asked. No promises. John beamed. And for a good few minutes, the four happily doodled pictures of their parents, favorite heroes and foods. But every now and then, Eri looked at Hanoma, who was doing what Ponyville roared at her to do. Like Kai had. Yeah, Eri was scared. But Ponyville wasn't Kai, Eri realized. And Hanoma needed help, so with a deep breath, Eri made her way over to the girl. What'ya, deaf? Ponyville snapped. I told ya to buzz. MPH. Eri clamped Ponyville's mouth shut and then led at Hanoma. Would you like to take a break from her and come draw with us? Hanoma, her eyes widening, pointed to herself in confirmation. When Eri nodded, she blushed softly. Are you scared? Eri asked in concern. When the other girl nodded, Eri smiled. It's okay. I'm scared too. But my big brother says that, as a future hero, I can't let fear hold me down when someone needs help. And, well, you looked like you needed some help. It is scary trying new things, I know. But you don't have to worry, Hanoma. The mute girl blushed as Eri offered her a hand. We're all here for you. And with those words, a sense of relief and daring overtook Hanoma, who shakily set her beloved doll down. Maybe, just maybe, these kids her age would be the kind of friends her mothers and grandpa would want her to have. Yor smiled delighted at the sight. Barely here for an hour and Eri was already proving she was a good girl by offering and playing Hanoma. Once the kids were done drawing, they started to build castles with blocks together before Yor read them a story, one she'd just bought, so Anya couldn't spoil. As for Mrs. Ponyville, the dummy simply stared ahead as her carrier played with the other brats. If she could sigh by herself, she would. Dummy. Wow, a Garuda, like in Buddhist traditions. Izuku asked excitedly to Yuriko, who was detailing some of the monsters she could turn into. Why yeah, I can fly, spit air bullets from my mouth, shoot razor-sharp feathers. The shy girl said bashfully. It's really not as flashy as some of the other transformations. Have you tried just turning your arms into wings? Izuku suggested. I feel like you could change certain body parts into a different beast transformation. You know, like a combo or something. Yuriko giggled. Wow, you really are observant besides just your notes. The burnt boy bashfully smiled behind his mummy wrap. Yeah, Mom and Dad always joked that it might be a second Quirk or something. The two made their way into the classroom for morning announcements. Not too long after they sat down, Midnight stepped into the room. "All right class, only got one real announcement this morning. You've all had a week or so to get to know each other, so," she smirked, and that worried the class. Quote, "It's time to pick a class president." The class was now less worried. "You can use whatever method you want. You can put your names forward, vote for someone, or..." Midnight's words petered off when she saw everyone in the class pointing at Monica. "Any particular reason why me, you guys?" Monica asked, her fingers laced together with her chin resting atop them. "I mean, you were the president of our literature club back in junior high," Sayori said, Yuri and Natsui nodding in agreement. "You'll be great leading us here." "Yeah, we did want more members of our old club back then," Natsuki added. "Guess this is as good as any." Yuri smiled. "And if you need help, you can always choose a vice president." "Oh, that makes things so much easier." Monica turned to Izuku with a smile. "I elect Izuku as vice president." Quote, "Woo. Oh, he'd be the perfect pick." Meggy beamed. "He's practically the smartest kid in the room, if not the whole school." "He can be your advisor, Monica." "You're right." Yumi smiled. "It's perfect. Don't I get any say in this?" Izuku nervously asked. "Sorry dude, the vote's been cast," Niles smirked. But you didn't vote. All for our boy Izuku becoming vice president?" Ben bluntly asked as he raised his hand. His gesture was soon repeated by everyone else in the class. Votes passed. Meeting adjourned. End of discussion. Quote, "I hate all of you so much right now." Izuku sighed as he slammed his face into his desk, causing everyone to give a lighthearted laugh. Meanwhile at Class 1D, something similar was happening. "My adorable protoges, Nedzu just informed us you are to elect a class president before lunch," Crust announced. "Anarchy now," Twice called before adopting a posh, British accent and pulling OT scraps of paper. "We shall do this democratically, please and thank you. Be jolly good gents and lasses and write down your picks before putting it in the bin, would you kindly?" Eventually, the votes came to Hinata as class president and Hitoshi as vice president. "Well, guess this is how it's gonna be." Hitoshi sighed as he and Hinata shook hands. "Let's do our best to help guide our classmates, Hitoshi-kun." "Same to you, Hinata. Let's just hope we don't get everyone killed." "KK killed," Bernadetta squeaked, having overheard those words and them promptly fainting. "Oh goodness," Crust mused as he picked the poor girl up. "So that's what I looked like." Hinata mused, recalled whenever she'd fainted when she was younger. "Ha," Twice cackled before roaring. "Dang it Hitoshi. Just wait till your father hears about this." "So, you're vice rep too, huh?" Hitoshi said to Izuku, who bashfully nodded as they sat down for lunch later that day. "Yeah, it was unanimous," Izuku confessed. "Mine wasn't. I was just one vote ahead of Mercedes." "I don't mind." The motherly girl smiled. "I've always been more of a follower than a leader." On that note, thank you, Hitoshi and Izuku, for suggesting our classes eat together. Indeed, the two new hero classes were indeed sitting together as they ate their lunches. Class 1A, especially Momo, Himiko, Mina and Eijiro, seemed bummed out by this, but were happy all the same. Momo and Eijiro gave their friends salutes as Mina waved to Izuku, who waved back shyly before a smile overtook his face as Himiko forwarded him a picture from Eri's preschool. "Dia," Ben said when he spied the pictures of Eri with her friends as they played and napped. "What a cute little social butterfly. Izuku-kun, please forward that to me, Tangyun and Ellie." Hinata begged with a smile, letting out a coo when she saw the pictures as well. Her classmates followed in suit, Tangyun forwarding the pictures to his little brother with an uncharacteristic smirk on his face and a message. "My first fan following in my footsteps. Where's yours? Ha, love ya, bro. Hey, Izuku, you and your class contended with Class 1A in a mock battle a couple of days ago, right?" Arisu asked nervously as Izuku turned to her. "Yeah, why, by any chance?" Did you see a guy who looks kinda like me? Only with short red and white hair and a scar around his left eye that isn't a birthmark like what I have around my right eye. You mean Shoto? Yeah, I saw him. His ice was very powerful and I heard he could use fire too, but he doesn't seem to want to use it. Does it burn him too much or does he not have good control over it? It's a long story, Arisu said, biting her lip. One I'm not too comfortable telling everyone at the moment. If you don't wanna tell us, then don't tell us, lass, Sato said. No need to go and tip the boat over so soon. Still, both our classes are quite the circus troupe, huh? Hitoshi noted as he and Izuku looked over their schoolmates. Misako and Kyoko were fighting over a piece of gyoza while Sasuke just ate a bowl of ramen with tomato slices while ignoring the tussle going on beside him. Ellie was tweaking her mechanical arms while Seryu was feeding Koro some sushi. Ben was happily feeding Penny a California roll, which the android girl gladly accepted. Ashley and Axel were talking about art while Melanie slept on her boyfriend's lap, Tari playing on a Nintendo Switch while Kaizo and Miyu watched her, occasionally chiming in to tell her to find secrets in the level she was playing. And finally, Ben was flirting with Bernadetta, Marianne, and Mercedes. Yeah, but I already wouldn't trade him for the world. Hitoshi chuckled. He then saw Izuku smiling at him. What? Nothing. Izuku shrugged. No, that is not your nothing smile. That is something. Explain. Just glad to see you making friends and being happy. Izuku replied. Hitsuhi had the decency to blush before his face returned to a smirk. Speaking of which, Misako and Kyoko told me about the gang war. Izuku tensed, and then Hitoshi burst into laughter which got everyone staring at him like he had 3 heads. It's not funny, Hitoshi. Izuku snapped. Dude, it's a little funny. Misako noted, cut in. A little. He got Ricky to laugh. Kyoko added. Context. Esmeralda asked. Oh, Izuku helped Misako and Kunio's boyfriend stop a gang war and take out a Yakuza family 2 years ago. Penny stated as a matter of factly. Fought. Everyone hollered. Gang war. Yakuza. Izuku. Monica and Ben took the burnt boy aside. Explanation. Now. They demanded. Hitoshi, I will hate you till the day I die. Izuku grumbled. Hitoshi just chuckled before he felt a finger on his shoulder. Yes, can I help you? Hello, my kindred spirit. A loud, obnoxious voice said. Immediately, Class 1C grimaced. Aw crap, Natsuki grimaced. Not this A***s again. Niles groaned. Why, Lord, why? Axel whimpered. What did we do to deserve this? Wake me when he gets humiliated. Melanie begged Axel. Kazuo. Psycho ordered, her friend reaching for his club as she reached for her hammer. Context. Ellie asked. Why? Fellow proper UA student. Nito Monoma announced. I am your comrade in arms. The one, the only, Nito Monoma. Yes, of the Ocean Monomas. I'm in Class 1B and when I heard how you were the only 1D Sciodent to carry over, I knew I had to meet you. After all, we are the best of our year, are we not? Hitoshi rose an eyebrow. Monoma, never heard of ya. The classes smirked and chuckled before Monoma laughed. My, what a sense of snark. Monoma noted. A pity you spent time with the four rejects and failures. Hitoshi's from and eyes went cold. I'm sorry. What? No need to be humble. Monoma smirked. We both know these pity cases won't make it beyond sidekick level, so they might as well leech off our amazingness before the world realizes how foolish it was to give them a shot. All I am saying is that you learn to keep better company, like with myself in Class 1B, whom I can assure you will gladly make room for you after you ditch these. Do you always hear your own words or are your ears stuffed with shit due to your head being in your own A***s all the time? Hitoshi cut in. Monoma wasn't expecting that response. Excuse me. The blonde's eyes suddenly glazed over as Hitoshi's quirk took effect, the indigo-haired adoptive son of Eraserhead smirking rather evilly as he had easily caught Monoma in his trap. Alright, smartass, here's how it's going to go. You're going to apologize to my friends for the asinine bullcrap you just spouted at them. You're gonna say that you're a spoiled little daddy's boy who likes to beat deep, and then you're gonna punch yourself in the balls as hard as humanly possible. Monoma robotically turned to everyone else. I'm sorry for all the asinine bullcrap I said to you. I'm just a spoiled little daddy's boy who likes to beep deep. With those words said, the blonde then punched himself in his own nuts as hard as possible. Everyone could only cringe as the entire cafeteria could hear something, or something's rupture loudly. The pain snapped Monoma out of Hitoshi's brainwashing, but it didn't matter as his face turned blue, foam exploded out of his mouth, and he fell over like a puppet who had been dropped with its strings cut, all while a certain song played. Ave Maria, why would you do that? Bernadetta cried, holding her head. I know he was a jerk and now he. Good, the job'll think twice than ta mess with us next time, Sato smirked. Should we get recovery girl? Mickey nervously asked. I think that might be fatal if left unchecked. No, if anything, Hitoshi just saved the world from ever having to suffer any more people like him. Ashley dryly said, just as Melanie woke up. Man, I missed it, she whined. AXOL, I recorded it. The salamander boy smirked, showing the whole thing TP'd his girlfriend. Hey, you're a hero already, Toshi. Tang Yun chuckled. Hitoshi smirked as he looked down at Monoma as Ippon, accompanied by recovery girl's medbots, came in on high alert and carried him away. Sorry, Monoma, I'm not a kindred spirit for one reason. I'm not a stuck-up twat who constantly believes in a bullshit rivalry or hierarchy. Monoma simply groaned as he was taken away. I won't tell Chio this time, Ippon said, but please don't hurt the brat anymore. We will make no such promises, Sasuke said bluntly. However, there would be little time to celebrate at the moment as alarms suddenly blared loud and clear, plunging the room into chaos. Well, that was something, Ben said as everyone in 1C was back in class. Kinda crazy how far the media is willing to go, huh? Psycho dryly noted. After the media broke into the campus, the staff declared that afternoon classes would be cancelled, giving the students a much-needed study period to calm down. Still, it was hilarious how Mickey blew up and was bounced around by everyone. It was like she was a beach ball at a rave party. Yumi cackled as her best friend blushed in embarrassment. Niles had a frown on his face as Izuku noticed, turning to the gray-skinned boy worriedly. What's wrong? While everything was going on, I felt an eerie feeling, more like I could sense somebody's quirk outside. It was rot. Yeah, rot, as in decaying flesh, buildings, everything. It was just death and destruction incarnate. Midnight frowned as she was listening to her students' banter and heard that specific line from Niles. She and the rest of the teachers had earlier seen the gates that were normally meant to keep the annoying press out had been disintegrated. Whoever had done so had to be very powerful indeed to bypass such strong defenses. She had a feeling that the next day was going to be a hectic one. Get some rest, Tamura. Jester smiled as he put Tamura to bed after the boy had exhausted himself drawing and writing All Might snuff fanfiction. You're going to need it, and you've earned it. The four Force girls smiled at the sight, not caring for their own dirtied and wrecked clothing. Gotta say, he's not half bad in a fight. Otomo grinned. That work suits him well, but he honestly fights better without it. Radio mused. Yeah, there's a story there, ain't it? Polarizo asked, getting a nod from Jester. A story that can wait. Come on girls, we need our rest for making history tomorrow. The girls then made their way to their rooms after Jester bid them a good night. All four recalled a talk they'd had with Tamura earlier that day. 3 hours earlier. What's your big plan anyways? Yiro had asked when the 5 teams took a break from Sapring. It had not been going well for Tamura, but he was still standing and kept coming for more, so he had the four's respect at least. I only want 2 things, Tamura declared. 1. To destroy the hero society that failed me, Jester Nee and so many others, and 2. Make sure my friends can live in the world they want without anyone holding them down. Hey. I knew there was a reason I liked ya. Polarizo chuckled. So, you're actually doing what the MLA said it was going to. Otomo realized. Hey, not bad at all, Shiggy. You just might be the kind of guy girls like us could fall for. Tamura arched an eyebrow but then smirked. And you four girls seem like just the kind of girls I'd pick if I was playing a dating sim. Of course, if there's a harem route that doesn't end in a complete failure like in Persona 5. Our school days. Radio squeaked in embarrassment while covering her red face as Automo just laughed. Yiro looked away with a small blush on her pale cheeks while Polarizo smirked, her own cheeks going slightly red. Present. Chuckling at the memory, Jester passed when he saw two or the last-minute recurrents, a lizard with purple hair and a gothic-looking girl with similar hair. The computer and TV room is straight ahead. Sorry your meetup with Tamura was cut short. As it turned out, Tamura had known the two from his online forums and game sites. He'd been ecstatic to see them join and they had been proud to learn their friend was an ambitious villain in the making, although the lizard ended up having to pay the gothic girl a substantial amount of yen on a bet. Hey, him training so hard just shows he means what he says about changing the word. The lizard, Spinner, mused. Sides, we're just checking a few things and then hitting the hay. Thank you again, Jester. The girl, one Demetra V. Steinier aka 15 Rawl, bowed. We won't let you down. I know you won't. Jester smiled. Tamura wouldn't choose failures, and you two know what life is really like, so unlike those fodder. You'll do great. Good night you two. On his way to his own room, he saw Ujiko and Bondrewd tinkering away at something. I really wish I could bring that mid-end Nomu to the party. Sensei did say it was made to be the anti-symbol of peace. Dr. Ujiko lamented. Still, with Daiki's greatest inventions on our side, All Might is as good as dead anyways. Bondrewd mused. Kurogiri soon opened a warp gate that led Hanoma back into the bar. Thankfully, the little girl was good at sneaking away to secluded areas to be picked up so nobody could trace her back to the hideout. Sweetie, how was your day today? Zeri cooed, picking up her daughter and pecking her on the cheek. The dummy made some new friends at our kindergarten, nothing new. Mrs. Ponyville said. Was I asking you, termite bait? Zeri responded, glaring at the dummy, who glared back as Hanoma began sweating nervously. It's okay, sweetheart, no need to worry. Hanoma showed off the pictures she had drawn as Jester gave a salute to the final newcomer, a real-life cowboy who smirked and winked. Don't have too much fun with that lil lady of yours. Making history tomorrow. Got it Magnum. Enjoy your meal. Now, finally he was in NHIS room. And there she was, the most beautiful woman in the world, waiting eagerly for him, wearing nothing but her makeup and Barrett. It would be a good night for Jester. Most of the school day was thankfully a calm one for Izuku and his friends. They were all rather bummed out when they heard that Class 1A would be doing rescue training for Heroics 101 today at the unforeseen simulation joint hosted by the Space Hero, 13. However, Midnight was quick to ease their blues, telling them that the day after tomorrow would be their turn. With that promise in mind, the kids had begun to imagine the kind of dangers they'd be facing and had, in their free period, decided to plan for some of what they expected. Now normally, such an activity would have had Izuku's full attention, giving him free rein to imagine how to use his friend's quirks in a variety of situations, minus the ones with flames. You all right, Izu? You look a little skittish. Sayori asked as she noticed Izuku rolling on his ankles, now covered by the upgraded cooling mummy suit, which had been painted lime green at little Aries' request. She thought it made her big brother look cool and friendly and, well, you try saying no to Eri. Anyway, back to the story. I'm just a little worried about Mina, Eiji-chan, and Himiko. I just have been having this bad feeling ever since the other day. You mean the break-in? Ben noted as Izuku nodded. Yeah, Mom told us somebody stole some school files and wrecked the gate keeping the press out, but otherwise, nothing seemed else out of place. Which is why the principal has given every student a distress beacon if something happens that requires the teacher's assistance. Monica pointed out, tapping on her tie to show the beacon in question. I'm sure if something happens, they'll contact us right away. Izuku felt a little bit better, but he still had a terrible feeling that something big was going to happen very soon, and he and his classmates would be right in the middle of it no matter what. As Class 1A head to the USJ, Ochako's mind was preoccupied with a memory. 1 year ago, it had been a normal day at the construction site her parents were currently working at. Steel is being chopped, foundation was almost done, cranes were being moved. All in a day's work. And then someone had slipped off and begun to fall to his death. At least, he would have. Sorry I used my quirk on you. Ochako apologized as she gently pulled the worker back to solid ground and released her quirk. Didn't want you to get hurt. The worker was more grateful than anything and shrugged it off, even thanking Ochako. Sadly, there was someone else who had seen the incident, a safety inspector who took his job far too seriously and was prepared to ticket girl for illegal quirk usage. Her parents had, understandably, contested this, as had the workers. Luckily, someone else had also seen the incident, but they were more than happy to see such a rule being broken. And that someone had been none other than All Might himself, who had not only convinced the officers to look the other way, but outright hired the Urarakas to build a community center he had been working on for some time. He'd then taken Ochako aside and told her the truth about him, how he was given his immense power by his own mentor as she had from her husband, who'd received it from his master and so on and so forth, all back to the early days of Quirks. And for her quick acting and general kindness and the fact she was fit enough to take on the power without too much trouble, All Might, or as he was named at birth, Toshinori Yagi, had deemed Ochako worthy of becoming his successor, if she was up for it. There had been no hesitation on Ochako's end, a power boost from All Might of all people. She'd easily be able to become a great hero and help her family business. But there was a price to pay for such great power. All Might had warned Ochako of One for All's greatest downside: it drained the lifespan for those who already have quirks, speeding up their aging to the point it was considered a miracle if they lived past 40. What if I shared the power? Ochako had asked her mentor the day after the selection exam. Share? All Might had inquired. Yeah, share, Ochako asked. Let's say I want to say maybe 3 or 4 people I know I can trust and, if they accept, spilt the power among them. The number one had pondered and puzzled till his puzzler was sore. It could work, he mused, surprised no one else had thought about that before realizing. But doing so would put targets on their back. We're going to be heroes, we know the risks, Ochako had replied. Besides, to make people happy and feel safe, I think it'd be worth it. All Might had smiled, proud of his protege. Present day. And while classes had kept her busy, Ochako already had a few possible candidates for sharing in mind. Momo, for her intelligence and control of her quirk, which would be boosted considerably by One for All. Imagine what Momo could do with the energy of 8 other heroes. Mina, for her friendly nature and athleticism, which would make taking the power easier. She'd have to be careful with her acid, mind you. Eijiro, for his determination and the fact his quirk was perfect for containing the power of One for All. Izuku, who had already proven to be the kind of person she'd trust when he saved Eri despite his own trauma. Plus, with the effects of the Rankiver's surgery, he could shrug off most damage One for All, which could probably boost his ability to store flame. Heck, All Might himself had told Ochako he'd probably have offered Izuku One for All if they'd met earlier. Considering the Eri situation, she agreed. And finally, there was Himiko, the bright and cheerful yet fearsome girl who'd backed Ochako up at the selection exam. Yes, she was, spirited and a wee bit battle-hungry without some blood, but considering what she could do with Ida's blood, Ochako had no doubt the blonde shapeshifter would be a powerhouse with a One for All boost. Ocha-chan, Himiko asked, you okay in there? Speaking of whom? Said blonde was right up in Ochako's face, a concerned look on her face. Oh, sorry Himi, Ochako quickly responded, hiding a blush on her face. What are we talking about? Himiko smiled. Oh, nothing too big, Himiko teased. By the by, can I just say I love your costume? Ochako blushed again. Well, I like yours too, she responded, getting Himiko to smile even more brightly. What Himiko was going to say, Momo smiled, is that we were talking about how Class 1C is, and I quote Denki, spoiled with Izuku's genius. End quote. Ah, now Ochako remembered. Well, Denki's not wrong you know. You guys saw Midori Bro's notes, right? Eijiro suddenly chimed in, getting most of the students' attention. Yeah, amazing how much he was able to come up with after only seeing us 2 or 3 times in the past couple of weeks, Kyoka noted, twirling one of her jacks around her finger, recalling how Izuku had inquired about their strength at getting through walls and how he'd offered some Deternat coverings that not only boosted their audio quality but kept them warm and safe. Yeah, they were pretty awesome, Minoru said. I never would have thought to use my sticky balls that way before. Izuku, after seeing how Mineta had used his balls to do the side jump, inquired at the possibility of replicating that all over Mineta's body, making him a vibrator of sorts. Of course, Izuku had meant for it to be used in calming down civilians or shaking villains up, but ever the pervert, Mineta's mind had wandered. And I never really considered if different kinds of sugars would give me different kinds of boosts too, Rikido added. As it turned out, the more pure sugar sweeteners gave him a strength boost, brown sugar seemed to boost his intelligence ever so slightly, and sweeteners made of different materials boosted certain parts of his body. Hey, Himiko, I tend to speak my mind a lot, so sorry in adnes. Tsuyu chimed in. How did your brother get burned anyway? The bus turned dead silent and cold for a split second. Himiko's smile vanished as she tensed and grimaced at that question. Eijiro and Mina followed in suit. None of us are saying that he's ugly, by the way, Denki added. I mean, he kind of has that Y-zombie vibe, you know. Most of the girls blushed at his comment except for Himiko, who rolled her eyes, although she did notice Mina was blushing and turned away to mumble something. This filled the shapeshifter with glee, the hope of pink and green future nieces and nephews to spoil and adore filling her head, before she remembered the question. All Mama and Papa told me was that when he was 4 years old and awakened his quirk, he wasn't prepared for what it could do and it burned him. The ash-blonde vampire said. One of the caregivers tried using his quirk to stop the fire, and it just made things worse. Himiko knew the full story. You don't get adopted into a family like the Midoriya without them and you laying out all secrets. Plus, the event had made the smaller newspapers and local news station, so there was a trail if one looked hard enough. Didn't mean she had to like reminiscing about what she'd heard. I heard from my parents that the caregiver's family was sued by the Bakugo family. Momo chimed in. The Bakugo boy had accidentally used his quirk to startle Izuku, which triggered his quirk. I was told that if the teacher had simply done nothing, Izuku wouldn't have been as badly burned as he was. So, a well-intended accident. Tsuyu mused. Being an older sister herself, she saw where the anger and conflict was coming from. Yeah, even still, Bakugo was a jerk to Izuku, ever since his ego inflated because of his quirk. It was especially bad at Aldera Junior High. Momo added, getting looks of intrigue. Quote, he's mentioned a few things at Quirk's Anonymous, which I will not repeat. Midori bro told us all about it, Eijiro said as Mina nodded solemnly. We actually had the misfortune to meet Bakugo one time. Yeah, he tried to start shit up with Izu again and Eiji decked him in the jaw. Knocked him out with one punch, too. Mina beamed, recalling that memory with glee. Kirishima, Ashido, that is not heroic behavior. Tenya called out. That prick deserved it. Mina snapped back, beginning a glare off with Ida. After a fair bit of time, the bus came to a stop and Aizawa immediately stood up. When the doors opened, Class 1A walked off and into the building. Ochako geeked out upon seeing 13 was there, too. You're my favorite hero of all time. See can I? She started, only to be handed an autograph from the pro as 13 began to hand out earpieces for communication and explained how the rescue training would be proceeding. However, she was interrupted when Ochako felt a strange panging in her head, wincing slightly as she rubbed her scalp. Uraraka, you okay? Tsuyu asked. I think I just got a premonition. Something bad is coming this way. This caught the teacher's attention and, being on the safe side, got into defensive stances as they stood in front of their students. A black cloud suddenly formed in the middle of the area just beneath the stairs. The other students noticed as well, wondering if this was part of their training. That line of thought was immediately stopped when a literal horde of unpleasant-looking individuals came walking out of the cloud. No way, Eijiro gasped, having felt this sense of dread only once before. Villains, Mina whispered in shock. Back to the buses. Aizawa shouted. 13. Keep them safe. The rest of the students turned to rush the doors but were stopped when a man composed of black mist with bright yellow eyes appeared before them. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we cannot let you leave just yet. The misty man said. My name is Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains. We only have one goal at the moment, the death of All Might. In the center of the plaza, Tamura smirked as he gauged the fear of the students, noting that Aizawa was rushing down to face his horde. He wasn't too worried about the cannon fodder due to already having his 4 trump cards at play. Hey, Bakugo, do you see anybody you recognize? The dry-skinned young man asked the explosive blonde as he stepped out of Kurogiri's warp gate as well, followed by Jester and a hulking black monstrosity with an exposed brain, bloodshot eyes, a beak-like mouth filled with sharp teeth, and pitch-black skin. I see shitty hair and raccoon eyes. They're 2 of Deku's friends, Katsuki muttered. What, are you expecting me to attack them like a dog or something? Just asking, sheesh. Tamura shrugged. You and Nomu are gonna stay put unless we need you. Honestly, I don't know why Dr. Ujiko wanted us to bring that thing with us. The autoscores are more than enough. Jester noted, looking at the monster in question as it stayed still as a statue. Well, the doc did say it was insurance. Might as well trust his instinct on that, at least. Tamura replied, scratching his neck lightly. The 4 autoscores were currently unresponsive at the moment, their heads hung down and lurched forward like dolls being held on strings. Jester then cleared his throat and clapped his hands as they all stood straight up, giving the UA students and teachers a better look at them. The first had black and orange hair with a serious look on face. She wore a brown vest with a puffy green undershirt, black pants and slightly heeled shoes. She looked bored. The second wore a blue puffy dress and had brown hair. She seemed courteous. The third had long brown hair and wore a darker green and black outfit one would expect a butler to wear. And the final autoscore wore red and had wild look on her face, accompanied by the bear-like claws she had on her hands. This will certainly be a flashy performance. The one clad in orange said, brandishing coins between her fingers. We're not interested in mere students. The one clad in green said, tapping her feet in a form of dance before striking a pose, brandishing a sword in hand. We simply want All Might and we will get him. But why not give them a show? After all, they should know the kind of villains they'll be fighting when they're all big and strong. The one clad in blue said, twirling in a ballerina-like fashion, emitting a type of music box sound as she did so. Come on, let us play already. The one with red hair and claws said, baring her shark-like teeth in excitement. Down, Micah, you'll have a chance to play. Jester said, waving a hand to ease the excitable autoscorer. But first, let Kurogiri start the show. Kurogiri, having heard Jester's words, nodded as he spread out his body to encompass all the 1A students. Forgive us for this, young golden eggs, but we all figured we'd give you all your first real taste of villainy. 13 quickly used her quirk, Black Hole, to beep up the mist, but was only able to save a few of the students in the process, Mina being one of them. Ag. The pink-skinned girl cried as her best friend was warped away, along with many of their peers. Unconsciously, Mina tapped the distress beacon button, which sent out a signal to UA that the class was in danger. The students of Class 1C all felt a ping from their micro-distress beacons, realizing something was up. However, Niles seemed the most alert, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up straight. Niles, something wrong? Meggy asked. Niles was now sweating and shaking in his seat. No, he muttered in fear. Not here. They can't be here. They can't be. Okay. Red flag, everybody. Ben nervously said. Mom. Midnight dropped her lesson and rushed to her student as everyone else began to worry. Niles had never shown fear like this before. What was? Where? She said, firmly yet in a motherly tone. USJ. Midnight's eyes widened. Shota and 13 are there with 1A. Izuku stood up straight from his seat, already on high alert. Mina, Eiji-chan, Hamiko. He made his way out the room, the others rushing after him, minus their teacher, who called Nedzu. Understood, Narumi. The students have my consent to do what they must to defend their fellows. The principal said over the intercom. Attention all teachers. We have received word that 1A is under attack at the USJ. All teachers, get your students to a classroom before joining us. Any student who wishes to aid can if they wish. As everyone did as they've been told, Class 1D was being escorted back into. Someone's gotta keep the school safe. We ain't walking into a trap. Jin called out. Class 1D had been split. Hinata, Saru and Ellie were all eager to aid 1A, especially when they saw 1C rushing onwards, but Crust had brought up a good point. This is a bold attack. And such bold attacks are meant to divide and conquer. I don't like it, but it would be best if we stayed at defended UA. After all, 4 of you fought an S-class villain, so you're best suited to defend. That had brought some nods and understanding. However, Penny had stopped Ben and said 3 words. Come back, please. Ben had nodded without a hesitation before racing to catch up. Hitoshi had done similar to Izuku, but his words were less desperate. Still they were understood. Don't die, okay, Hitoshi called out to Izuku. Izuku simply smiled. No promises. Axel, Monica called out, 1 step ahead of Ya. Axel immediately got to work. Taking out inkware and large sheets of paper, he began scribbling faster than he ever had before, and in a burst of smoke, the papers all became real-life cars. Wait, we're too young to drive. Mickey called out. Not in a year, we're not. Yumi grinned as she stretched and morphed herself into a car. Hop in, ladies. Yuriko, Mickey, and Ashley got in Yumi's seats, as she drove off while the others all got in the cars. Wait, how do we? Ben asked, pointing to the cars. Don't worry, I set them up like Mario Kart. Axel said as he slammed his foot on the pedal. Wahoo! Ben cheered like the iconic plumber himself as Class 1C headed to USJ, using the distress beacon as a tracker. Tokuma Cardo was not expecting this day to become so crazy. Villains attacking. A bold move, but his grandfather always told him that life is full of high risks and high rewards, and it seems these villains were quite the gamblers. Still, he had to help his classmates and friends. Quickly taking out a club card, Tokuma dropped it underneath him as it expanded in size, becoming a platform for him to land on. Righting himself onto his feet, he then used the card as a surfboard through the air to land on the nearby ship, realizing he was in the shipwreck zone. Hey, Cardo! Hearing the familiar nasal voice, Tokuma turned to see Suyu boarding the ship with Minoru wrapped up in her tongue. After docking, the frog girl released the dwarf, who breathed heavily as he tried to regain his bearings. Glad to see I'm not the only one here. We need to find a way back to the plaza, Tokuma said, frowning behind his mask. Man, this is turning out to be a terrible day of class, Suyu noted. Was that villain serious about killing All Might? Pretty sure he was dead serious, Tokuma said, and we're not gonna stick around to see who's in the water. Tokuma then readied his club board and pulled on it, making it larger for not just him but also Suyu and Minoru to board as well. Hold on tightly, and Mineta, throw some sticky balls to keep those creeps from chasing us. Right, Minoru said as the trio took flight over the shipwreck zone, a few villains trying to stop them, only to be hit back by Minoru's hairballs and Tokuma's cards. Man, Uraraka, I had no idea you were so strong, Toru said as Ochako had sent several villains floating into the air by slapping them, then rearing her fist back and punching so hard, she created a shockwave that sent them all flying. Indeed, one of these poorly trained thugs has to have information on what they have that they think can kill All Might. Shoto said as he had also aided in freezing any stray villains Ochako couldn't reach. We should ask around, see if they know something, Ochako noted as Shoto approached one frozen villain who was still conscious. Listen well, if you stay frozen like that your cells will slowly die. You'll soon succumb to frostbite and hypothermia. Now as a young man striving to become a hero, I'd prefer that not happen. I'd like to avoid unnecessary cruelty. Tell us what you've got planned for All Might or I'll shove my foot so far up your ass, you'll be wearing adult diapers for the rest of your life. Toru said, trying to put on her best game face. I'll talk. Just please, for the love of mercy, spare my ass. The villain whimpered. I think I can see the others, Eijiro said as he and Himiko made their way out of the ruins zone. The villains attacking them were surprisingly low tier and were easily defeated, especially when Himiko took some of Eijiro's blood and became a copy of him, allowing them to double-team the attacking thugs together. Yeah, guess those villains weren't enough for him. Himiko giggled as the scattered Class 1A students regrouped together near the plaza. Man, that was pretty intense. Denki said. Thank God Yaomomo made a minigun and mowed down the villains in our way. Hey, you took care of the stragglers, Kaminari. Hyoka pointed out. A good shock to their system stopped them in their tracks. Denki felt his chest swell with pride as Fumikage patted Koji on the shoulder. Koda proved to be a truly formidable beast in his own right. There were plenty of rats living underneath the downpour zone. He unleashed a truly fearsome plague on the villains that wished us harm. The rock-headed boy in question looked a little embarrassed at Fumikage's verbose praises and also because he felt a little bad about what he did to the villains. Some of them were even begging for heroes to come and save them. Come on, we gotta get back to the exit and call for help, Ochako said urgently. The others nodded and began making their way to the plaza. As they arrived, they hid behind a nearby boulder to observe the area. There were a lot of villains lying unconscious in a heap, but there were quite a few more still up and active. They weren't doing anything, however. They were all quite a distance away, likely keeping an eye on the entrance. Well, that's just great. Tokuma frowned. How are we gonna get past those creeps without being seen? We're a pretty big group, after all. Iida, Mina, Shoji, Sato, Shiro, and Aoyama are at the entrance with 13. She seems to be holding off the mist villain, Ojiro noted. Look, there's Aizawa-sensei, Toru pointed out as the students saw Aizawa fighting with all his might against the few remaining thugs. However, it was clear he was getting exhausted as he was blinking more and more, trying not to overuse his quirk. Soon, a lucky villain with blades coming out of his wrists grabbed the teacher and slammed him into the ground hard, pinning him down and aiming bladed fingers at him. Eraserhead, you ruined my life when you expelled me. I'm going to ruin yours. What are you talking about? The Erasure hero asked, struggling as he felt one of the finger blades cut underneath his eye. Don't you remember the class you expelled 3 years ago? The ones you said had no potential. The ones you believed were better looking into other hero schools. My girlfriend killed herself because of you. She died of shame because she couldn't bear being expelled from her dream school on the first day. Aizawa's eyes widened in recognition and horrified realization. No, I didn't know. Oh, you didn't know. Well, you're gonna know now. I'll make sure you burn in hell for what you've done. Hey, guess Eraserhead made some big mistakes. Tamura chuckled as he watched the villain prepare to kill Aizawa. And here I thought he was a really cool hero. Tamura, I'm sensing a large gathering near us, Jester noted. Looks like the students beat back our villains. Tamura sneered behind his hand mask and then zipped toward the nearby boulder, touching it with all 5 of his fingers as it crumbled and shattered in an instant, startling the 1A students hiding behind it. Shoto instinctively sent a wave of ice to trap the villain, but Tamura merely held his hands out and reduced all of the ice into slush in an instant. Sorry, but trying to trap me isn't gonna work. Why don't I kill one of you, see if that'll get you brats to stop. Tamura grabbed Tsuyu, as she was the closest, and held his hand dangerously close to her throat, making sure not to touch her with all of his fingers on either hand. So, are you gonna be good little heroes and do as you're told? Realizing that any movement they made could risk their classmate being killed, the other 1A students held their hands up as Tamura chuckled in amusement. Glad to see you know when you're in a zone that's way too much for your current experience level. Aizawa saw his students in danger with growing horror on his face and, with the rush of adrenaline and the need to protect his students, took out his machete from his boot holster and stabbed the villain holding him down in the shoulder, making him scream in pain as the Erasure hero kneed him in the stomach and judo flipped him off before rushing to rescue his kids. Nomu, stop Eraserhead, Jester calmly said as the monster got in front of Aizawa, grabbing him by the shoulders and slamming him down into the ground, holding him firmly to keep him from moving. A rather plain excursion, it needs more flash. The orange-clad woman sighed. Don't worry, when All Might comes, we'll crush his hope before killing him. The blue-clad woman giggled. That grinning buffoon will be here any minute knowing his students and coworkers are in danger. All we have to do is, Jester began before the sound of glass shattering was heard. Before anyone could turn toward the noise, 3 fist-sized bolts of burning smoke slammed into Tamura, making him let go of Suyu as he screamed from the burns he got from the impact areas. Shigaraki, Kurogiri exclaimed, turning his attention away from 13 and the unwarped students to come to his ward's aid. The cavalry is here, Ben shouted as he jumped in, a pair of bone blades protruding from his knuckles. The rest of 1C all landed together, standing proud and tall as they got ready to fight. Guess this was an open invite server. Tamura scowled as he got up, shaking off the burns as best he could. Jester Ni, what should we do about these brats? Jester was silent, staring at one particular 1C student. His eyes were wide and dilated behind his grinning mask and his breathing was quickening. Bro? Tamura asked, concerned for his partner, who was now hyperventilating. No, not him, not here, he was not supposed to be here. Jester ranted, breathing heavily. Bro, Kyofu. Tamura, ignoring the scene, rushed to Jester's side, only to be held back before he saw the reason his brother was acting this way. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Izuku noticed the Jester-clad villain staring at him. Even though he was wearing a mask, the burnt green-haired boy could tell he was having a panic attack of some kind. Deku. Hearing the familiar voice, Izuku turned to see the one person he thought he'd never see again. KK Kachin. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.